that away.
Wilson had at least 3 interceptions against the Braves on Friday, and it was definitely a learning moment game for the Nighthawks as they look to try to improve on that today. Second to midfield, Wilson will find the pass, and it bounces off the hands of Wood.
We talked about it all day yesterday. It is the fundamentals that win ball games, and when the ball goes through your hands, that is not a productive down. It doesn't gain anything. That was effectively a 5-yard loss there. Instead of 3rd and 10, you're looking at 3rd and 15, and now your options are limited. As you know, you've got to get a nice chunk here to make 4th down worthwhile.
They have Aaliyah Wood and Giselle Jones lined up on the left side. Wilson will now look for an open Kiera Knight near side. Makes a cut move, but can't get past Liz Amore for the flag pull, and it's going to be 4th down.
I do think that they're going to elect to punt here, but just nothing open. Just a great rush there by Reagan Pellegrino, forcing Wilson to move in the pocket and limiting her options to just this near half of the field.
Kiana Cole to punt. Be Kennedy Foster, Adriana Cavallati, and Brenda Ramirez back to field it. It'll be fielded by Foster, and she will go ahead and take it to the 19 and fall short.
Dangerous punt there by Cole. That one was long, yes, but it was a low line drive. If Kaiser had a half a brain to think about it and a half a moment to think about it, they definitely may have been able to advance that out, but that is definitely the safe option to take it at the 19.5 and probably the smart one.
6:20 in the opening quarter. No score here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Both Sun Conference superpowers trying to make it to the championship series against Ottawa. That game will be at 2:30 right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Roden on 1st down is going to air this one on the right side for Ramirez. Got her! And it's a huge reception for the freshman.
Great job there. Great throw just outside of the outstretched arms of Aaliyah Wood. And, man, you can't throw that any better. Look at the loft, just laying it right over the shoulder in a football-sized window.
Ramirez has really stepped up big in this tournament. Again, you think about the times of the yardage produced in the Thursday game against Weber International in that winner's quarterfinal game where the Warriors were up 12-0, but Ramirez played an intricate part in Kaiser scoring those 19 unanswered points. Roden again with the big throw, and this time overthrows her target in Rubino.
Good job defensively there for Thomas. Yes, you did have Rubino open down the field, a little bit of breakdown that secondary deep, but you did see the linebacker spot kind of rolling over to make sure that Roden didn't have an easy route to a 1st down.
Roden, first time we saw the 2 QB, Haley Young, getting it back to Roden. Roden taking some time, finds an open Adriana Rodriguez, will get the 1st down. Got some more room, but instead the flagpole will be made by Britt Delva.
And that is exactly how you make sure that you take number 0, Jada Reese, out of the game, is you make her go back and forth, and you force a linebacker to come down and take care of Jasmine Roden. That opens up the spot across the middle to where there's a wide open receiver.
Roden with a quick pass finds Foster, and they'll pick up a few more yards.
Nothing special there. Kaiser just getting a few yards and making 2nd down a whole lot easier now as it's 10 yards to go instead of nearly 20.
Set up a 2nd and goal situation for the Seahawks. Roden finds an open Haley Young on the right side. The 2 quarterback system. Lots of daylight and room for Roden. Throws around and just had to get that one away.
Lucky to get around without hitting the arm there of Roden. Nice job there by Britt Delva to avoid the arm, but still to influence where Roden had to have that arm slot in order to get rid of the ball.
3rd down, that defense for Thomas trying to get another big stop as it's Roden again on the double QB to Young, and this time overthrows her.
Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, but when it doesn't work in a big, big way. Jada Reese forcing an errant throw there from Jasmine Roden, and that's going to make life a lot harder on 4th down for the Kaiser Seahawks, as Young just could not go up to catch that lateral.
And at this time in a situation on a 4th down, you start thinking about potential options to go to. Obviously, there's going to be some double quarterback situations, but you can't help but think you might see Kennedy Foster in this mix.
Look how deep. You can't see it on this, but you can see the 2 at the top of your screen there. Thomas has 4 on the 5-yard line or less.
And I think that's probably something head coach Justin Hilliker was looking at, and rightly so. He's going to look to try to call a timeout, see if they can try to regroup on this.
You know, that flag football being the way that it is with the quadrants, it allows you to do things like that and have most of your team back and keep everything in front of you and get to collapse or in around the ball when it gets thrown. It's definitely something that you've got to watch out for. We have the game break here with 2:44 left so far, and right now TU has 23 yards on 7 plays, and Kaiser 40 yards on 9 plays. The big one here is Jasmine Roden is sub 500 so far in this game. 3 for 7 for 51 yards is definitely something that you want to watch out for. That last one, obviously a lateral, not counted as a pass, but you know, if you start to see a little bit of the inaccuracy of Roden, that's kind of been something we've seen from her throughout the season, being a little less accurate than normal. In the last couple days, we'd seen her turn it up a notch. We'll see which Jasmine Roden we get today.
It'll be crucial to have the Roden that they had that was the Sun Conference Player of the Year 2 years ago come on this play for 4th down. As the pass is to Foster, will pitch it back towards Rodriguez. Rodriguez can't get past Nakara Brown. It'll be a turnover.
Well played there. You saw Thomas come in and bracket around the ball carrier there. As we take a look at this, watch the Thomas defense eliminate the pitch options around the receiver and keeping Adriana Rodriguez from having any other options to extend that play.
So Thomas again in the balance gun with a Cole as an option. Will go to the sophomore and will pick up a few yards before the flagpole.
Nice job on that flagpole. That's not always easy to do on Kiana Cole, but they're able to get it done. Good pull there by Sydney Woodman.
Kiana Cole went to Crestview High.
There's a lot of Crestview High talent on this roster.
Joining Jada Reese as well, coming in together as the Crestview duo for the squad. Wilson on 2nd down, finds Knight, and the quick flagpole is made for the Seahawks.
Also, you can't forget Nakara Brown, also the Niceville native, not necessarily from Crestview High, but from that same area. It's been definitely a place where Chelsea Palmer has looked to build her team, has been that Florida Panhandle.
3rd and short for the Nighthawks. Wilson looking towards her left, and she's got a 1st down with Delva. Delva still on her feet, gets the pitch to Jones, and she will gain about another yard or 2.
That's man, you want to have that one back if you're Kaiser, because you had Delva dead to rights here. Take a look at this, and you just can't make the flagpole. You have 3 Seahawks surrounding her, and none of them can find her flag, extending the play for Thomas and making that a very reasonable 1st down and 6.
Thomas, as Wilson gets the pass, and it's incomplete to Jones.
And that one went right off of Caprio as well, and Kaiser wasn't able to take advantage of that. And a little bit of a nervy play there. Rolling across her body is Alexa Wilson. Thomas has this season been want to roll Wilson side to side often. Haven't seen it so much in this tournament, but That has been something they have liked to do, bringing a receiver in motion to cut off the rush.
14 seconds and rolling, could be the last play of the quarter. Wilson finds a receiver in Brown, but could not get past the Moore.
Only about a 1-yard gain there. Great job, Kaiser, bringing 2 on the rush, and seeing that was effective yesterday for Ottawa against this Thomas team as we come to the end of 1.
End of the first quarter. For the first time in this overall series, the Kaiser Seahawks keep Thomas out of their territory for the entire quarter. And it has been one after another, one solid defensive turnover on each side. And Thomas threatening to enter Kaiser territory coming into the second quarter. And of course, looking at both of these sides, this isn't the first time where we have seen no score at the end of one quarter. The lowest scoring game between these two teams dates back to the Sun Conference tournament in 2022, where the Kaiser Seahawks took the first touchdown score with 26 seconds left in the game. That was a deep bomb to Chloe Griffin, and then the Nighthawks hitting a buzzer beater touchdown to win their first Sun Conference title and getting the extra point to Margarita Pena for the 7-6 win. First play of the second quarter, balanced gun. Wilson finds Delva in the Seahawk territory, and it'll be a first down and more.
It is unfortunate for Kaiser. They don't have Chloe Griffin. Got injured, and you might see her a little bit on defense here at corner. Look out for number 7, but with the hand injury that she sustained, she's just not able to play wide receiver. Was such a dynamic option for Kaiser, but here we see the great grab by the very veteran Delva.
It's Wilson looking to her right. She'll dump it off to Pena. And Margarita's still on her feet, but not before the flagpole finally made by Sydney Woodman.
Kind of hard to goose step in through the Seahawks around you that have not yet gotten your flag. Pena just not able to get out of traffic.
So second down and long. And you know how bad head coach Justin Hilliker wants to defeat the Nighthawks. 5th game overall in the series. The Seahawks are trying to get over that obstacle. And what a better way to potentially do it than right here in this elimination game. Wilson to her right. She's going to throw over the top and can't get Delva.
Man, another nervy pass, another double covered receiver, but on that one, Wilson was able to put it right where she needed to. Just a little bit further into the body of Delva would have been nice, but well thrown ball there by Wilson.
So now third down, again, got to reach the 20 for the first. As Wilson to her right again will find a receiver in Nakara Brown, and it's a Moore with the flagpole.
Kaiser rushing 2 again. You can tell Hilliker went home and really studied that Ottawa game. This is not something they've been doing throughout the tournament. This is something that they're bringing out of the bag, seeing it fresh from Ottawa and how much that rattled Wilson, and trying here to make this stop on 4th down.
Wilson looking to keep the drive alive, and they fall short.
Just no option over there. Could not find someone past the sticks, and freshman quarterback Alexa Wilson has to know that she's got to get past the sticks. You can see head coach Chelsea Palmer there on the sidelines having a spirited discussion with her freshman quarterback, going, you've got to throw that ball past the marker.
And again, we talked about it yesterday too. We saw a lot of that inexperience come to fruition against a very talented Braves squad. As Roden gets on first down, we'll throw it out to Young, Haley Young. We'll find Foster, but just couldn't hang on to it, and it's going to be a flag. Kiara Knight looked like there was a lot of contact off the junior receiver.
Definitely a pass interference penalty there. Came in just a little too early on Pellegrino. Or I'm sorry, on Foster.
And so a big penalty early on. The Seahawks have an opportunity to turn that into something.
A little bit of a difference there on that play. You didn't see Reese immediately break off and go try to take on Young. You saw her hang back a little bit with Jasmine Roden instead of immediately trying to force the pass from Young.
Roden will find Young again. Back to Roden. And Roden goes over the middle off the hands of Rodriguez, but it's caught. And guess who again? Kennedy Foster. And we talked about it all tournament partner. You cannot define Kaiser's offense without a Roden Foster catch up.
Do have a little bit of a stoppage of play here. Timeout by Thomas, trying to figure out how to defend that two quarterback system, trying to eliminate the options there. It's so difficult because Roden can run. She's not stuck back there in the backfield. So can Young. You've got to keep an eye on Young. She's been known to slip out of the backfield if you're not keeping an eye on her. A touchdown catch against Ottawa came that way for Young. You've got to figure out how to stay at home, not have wide open receivers like you saw there from Foster, and how to stay in that defensive shell. That's definitely going to be a difficult challenge for this Thomas defense.
$8:50 to go in the first half. Kaiser on the move, back in Nighthawk territory again.
If I'm Justin Hilliker, I stay in this two quarterback set until Thomas shows that they can defend it.
Roden will go for the Young option this time. Haley's looking for an option, and she will be sacked. Jada Reese took a chance, and she's got another money on it today.
Absolutely, and there you go. Haley Young just could not find a spot to go, and you see the motor of Jada Reese there and the indecision of Young not being able to find an option downfield. I think that timeout might have paid off for Thomas.
So now you got a 2nd and long. Roden in a very deep snatch. She's going to take the shot from there, and she will find her receiver in Rubino. A short pickup, but that's going to still approach a 3rd and long.
Nice little twist on that there. You saw there where Roden kind of looked for just a half a second to Young and then sees Rubino open the Thomas defense waiting there on that far side for that double quarterback pass.
3rd down now. It's Roden by herself in the backfield. She'll laser through the middle, and it's picked off. Giselle Jones again with another interception. She's got 2 today.
They got to be careful throwing the ball like that. They're going to pick up a unsportsmanlike conduct doing stuff like that. I'm actually, yep, and there's the unsportsmanlike conduct flag just getting pulled in. Man, big-time teams and championship teams cannot get penalized like that off of big plays. You can't do that and expect to win.
Pass intended for Marissa Rubino. Giselle Jones stepped in front and made a beautiful interception for the 2nd time today. But partner, you mentioned it right there too. I mean, it's got to be about the control, and we've known some teams in the NAIA realm that get a little too much hype, and where unsportsmanlike penalties can come back to bite you.
And that puts you back. Yes, it is still 1st down. Yes, you still have the ball, but we're midway through the 2nd quarter. Neither team has scored. Take all the free yards you can, and every little bit helps here. You notice who's not out in the formation here is Giselle Jones. Although Palmer having a spirited discussion with the
and we've known that Parmer can get a little bit heated sometimes too on that sideline.
They do need to hurry here, as now there's 10 seconds left on the play clock.
Nighthawks load the receivers on the near side. Weak side if you're counting the side steps, as it's Wilson looking over the top for Knight, trying to readjust and can't haul it in.
So far today, it's been Kaiser who has shown the better ability to play within themselves. Thomas with very uncharacteristic drops from Kiera Knight. And of course, we've seen other drops there from other receivers as well, but it's been very uncharacteristic to not cover those fundamentals well for Thomas.
Second down, and remember, because of that penalty, they have to reach midfield to get the first. This one over the top, and it's caught to Delva.
That will move the sticks. They did have the marker there at the 20. So that will be a first down. I'm not 100% certain that she didn't scrape that one off the grass, but ooh, that was a great, there was a bobble there, and she was able to secure a great catch by Delva.
So that'll bring up a new set of downs. Now they got to reach the midfield to get to the first. 6:15 and rolling in the first half.
Taking a while to survey the field is Wilson.
You got 2 on the clock, and now there's the snap. Wilson over the top finds Delva again. Britt Delva trying to break through a couple more tackles, but just could not get past the last defender before breaking it out. There was Cavallati on the flagpole.
Couldn't find Nakara Brown there on the pitch. Nakara just couldn't quite trail in the right spot in order to get that pitch off, because Delva was definitely looking for that, and that could have been a whale of a game for Thomas. 5.5 minutes left in a 2nd and 1. That's a great pickup there. Thomas going a little slower here in the last drive. They were snapping at 15.
Wilson to her left finds Delva again. Couple more spin moves, and will pick up a moderate gain back in Seahawk territory.
Caprio there on the pull, and just a nice clear out play, forcing Kaiser to respect the deep ball with their cornerbacks and taking advantage of the underneath 5-6 yards that gives you. Thomas loves to dink and dunk their way down the field and get themselves into scoring range. But to do that, you've got to stay at a reasonable distance per down behind the sticks, to borrow a conventional football term. You've got to stay with them.
Short plays. Thomas might be looking to go long, but instead they go short again. This is Pena, gets around a flagpole, but not before the second one. Looks like it was Woodman that made the flagpole again.
Again, 5-6 yards, that's all Thomas really needs to do per play, but Pena getting out there and showing why she's one of the top centers in this league, getting away from the first Kaiser defender, using those hips and dips to make the first defender miss.
Second down for the Nighthawks. Around the 27, Wilson finds an open Kiana Acole. Another first down for TU, and that'll set up a 1st and goal.
And that time you notice there's no protection back there for Lexa Wilson, so there's really only one read, as you've got a rusher in your face almost instantaneously. But when you've got an option there like Kiana Acole, that may be the only option you need sometimes.
Nighthawks again loading that weak side, small room. They just have Giselle Jones, or beg your pardon, they have Nakara Brown off to that far side.
You might wonder if you're going to see, oh, they need to hurry. They're still getting the play in with under 10 left on the play clock. You might wonder if you're going to see another clear out play here for Acole.
Wilson. Acole will set up as a blocker, this time going towards Brown's way. Nakara gets around one tackle, but can't get around the second flagpole, and will be just shy of pay dirt.
And utilizing those 3 receivers to the weak side allows you to roll back out to the right, and having the bulk of the Kaiser defense still stuck on that left side allows you to give Nakara Brown the possibility of breaking one tackle and finding the promised land.
They'll spread out the weak side receivers. And they got the Ecole, Janae Scott combo in the mix. Ecole's going to roll to her right instead. Kiana's going to take it in for the first score.
How slippery is Kiana Ecole? Gets around Kennedy Foster, who we know is not slow by anybody's imagination, but just leaves Kennedy Foster on the ground. Nice job by Ecole getting the corner and getting in.
Kind of takes you back to the first ever meeting between these two teams last year in the Thomas University's first ever flag football game. That first score also a roll-in by Kiana Ecole. And with 2:23 to go in the first half, Nighthawks trying to convert on the PAT.
Gonna see more of the same? Nope.
Ecole just out of the hands of Delva.
A little tall for Delva.
But that will open up the scoring. Nighthawks hit the scoreboard first. They lead 6-0, and now it's Kaiser's turn to respond.
And man, Kaiser has to do so, and they've got to be careful as they get down the field. That Thomas defense feasts on turnovers, loves getting those back to their offense. You saw turnovers into touchdowns is the bread and butter of this Thomas defense. You've got to be able to play it safe, and I'm surprised they're just not sticking with that 2-quarterback system. It seemed to work for them for a large portion of this first half.
They got Edma Wagaman back in that running back blocker position as Roden takes the snap on first down, finds the Wagaman receiver, but just not able to haul it in.
Again, you are getting Jada Reese in your face so quickly. This is where having Haley Young might be a decent option for you. Chloe Griffin checking into the game as a wide receiver, just as I said that she wouldn't. Make a liar out of me, Chloe.
Well, of course, with the season on the line, you got to do what you got to do, and if you're healthy enough, why not take a chance? And we've reached a 2-minute warning in this first half.
Griffin's so good in this tournament. A year ago was a dynamic receiver across from Kennedy Foster.
Rodriguez to snap it to Roden. Get Chloe Griffin lined up in the slot. And instead, check that, it's Rubino that was lined up in the slot. That's where they tried to go and just couldn't connect. Chloe Griffin lined up on the outside left receiver.
That's a nice spot for Griffin there. I mean, you look at the weapons that Kaiser has and how young they are. You've got Brenna Ramirez on the near side outside. It's a freshman. You've got Griffin, a sophomore, at the other outside.
Roden to her right again, finds Rubino this time for the first down. No, they're going to say it's incomplete.
Wow, was not able to come up with that one. Then your slot receivers are where you have your experience for Kaiser with Rubino the junior and Foster also a junior. Yeah, she just dropped it, and that is so uncharacteristic for the Kansas Wesleyan transfer.
4th down, and you got to reach the 20, but instead they're going to go for the punt. So it'll be Janae Scott to field this one and return it.
Nice job there. Great smarts. You see Janae Scott reaching out over the 40 to try to catch it so that she stays just on her side of the midfield marker, giving Thomas that extra play there on first down to be able to pull that in. And if it hits the ground, no harm, no foul.
1:41 to go in the first half. Thomas with a golden opportunity to go up by 2 scores.
That would be big because Kaiser does get the ball at half.
Wilson on first down will check it down to Ecole. She drops it. How many times have we seen that already? Not just in this game, partner, but even throughout the tournament, where it's those go-to plays that you expect for a couple of yards. And when those drops happen, that kind of sheds the confidence a little bit.
Absolutely does, and it's not just been one receiver. We saw it yesterday with Giselle Jones with a golden opportunity to score to our right here, a walk-in touchdown against Ottawa, and just goes through her hands. Thomas just needs to make sure that they can catch the ball before they're planning to run with it.
Wilson will try again with Nicole. This time has her sophomore receiver as she picks up the first down and more.
That gets you back a little bit of what you didn't have, and that gets that first down. That is why reaching for that punt across the 40 is so smart. Now that's a first down there with 9 yards to gain instead of it being a third down.
So new set of downs. Thomas elects to go back to the bunch up weak side formation. It's Wilson looking around, and she has to throw it away. Wagenman was just all over her face that time, and there was really nowhere to go.
Definitely, and there was a receiver in the area, Aaliyah Wood, but a little bit of indecision here from the freshman. Couldn't find something for the Daytona Beach product.
And even talking with head coach Chelsea Palmer, even from last year, she spoke very highly of Alexa Wilson, saw a lot of promise with this young quarterback, looked at her as a potential 4-year starter as Wilson rolls to her right, looking for an option and a receiver. She'll take this one herself and will be just shy of the 20.
It's a nice play there, nothing fancy, but picking up 5-6 yards there makes it a very manageable third down. And honestly, this is the best way to bring in a freshman quarterback, is with such a veteran core of wide receivers surrounding her that can make sure that she's taken care of.
On third down, Wilson looking the other way, a lofty pass. And again, despite a cold blocking, Wagenman just couldn't get it off, and now it'll face a fourth down situation.
That Kaiser defense is just doing such a great job on the back end and keeping Alexa Wilson from finding an open receiver. Kiana Cole is doing her darndest to keep Wilson clean, but there's just nothing open on the back end.
They'll go quick snap on fourth downs. Got Wood for the first down. Then the pitch to Pena. Pitch back to Brown. She might have a chance. Reaches out, but the flagpole was made just before she reached pay dirt.
And here you see the difference between a team like a Weber, where the pitches are a little wild. You see how this sets up pitch back. It's almost a rugby style line here, and it's very controlled. It's clockwork. Everyone knows where they need to be.
And a timeout taken. I believe it was by Thomas.
30 seconds left in this half. I know there's not a game clock on your screen, so that's why we are starting to run short on time here in the first half of play.
But a huge new set of downs coming up here. You're within 5 yards of the end zone, and if you're Kaiser, you know, you've been in situations before where you've been down multiple scores, but an opportunity here to keep it a 1-score difference. You know, what are you doing right now if you're Justin Hilliker?
Oh man, it depends on who's a quarterback, because 5 yards away, if I'm Chelsea Palmer, I'm seriously considering putting in Kiana Cole. You've got to be thinking about what you're going to see, and as if by magic, it is the Cole-Scott combo that comes on the field. Now you're trying to figure out, put your corners on islands, and heck, I might even bring 2 rushers in on a Cole to try to cut her off both directions.
And looks like they're going to have at least 2 rushers set to go. Cole's going to roll to her right instead, and it's not going to matter as the sophomore scores another one.
Once she turns the corner, it's good night. She is just so quick. And watch her hips. They're just the furthest point away from the defender, and just making it so hard to dive in and grab that flag. She's been, her hips and dips and where her body is in space has been so good the last couple seasons.
for the extra point. And she's got Pena.
Again, going back to Pena. Everyone forgets the center. Everyone wants to talk about the wide receivers. But Pena just slipping out. Almost the tight end of the flag world. The matchup nightmare in the red zone. That's what the center is. And doing a heck of a job getting a spot in the end zone, sitting down and catching that ball and going to the ground with it.
And so with 23 seconds left in the first half, and this is a situation where if you're Kaiser, you got to be thinking about trying to go down and taking a shot at the end zone. And that's exactly what Roden's going to do on the near side, and she's got Ramirez for the first down and more.
Lucky that wasn't a flag down here. Jada Reese kind of bodied the running back.
The one-on-one matchup between the veteran Jones and freshman Ramirez, and she's able to haul it in. And that is the big play that Kaiser needs to try to set themselves for the best shot at a score.
Absolutely, and credit to Ramirez. I'm not even sure they're, you talk about a wide receiver defensive back matchup, and usually you're talking about a height differential in favor of the wide receiver. Not so there. Giselle Jones has a 3-inch advantage on Brenna Ramirez, but Ramirez still able to high point the ball and bring it in.
And so, timeout taken. There'll be one left for the Seahawks.
Obviously, in this case where time is of the essence, the two-quarterback system does not help you. That just runs more time off the clock with you lateraling back and forth. But it is something that, boy, it worked so well on that one drive, and then it's just completely disappeared ever since. And I'm baffled by that.
And it's Roden. She's going to roll to the right. Can't connect with the receiver with Rubino. Partner, you mentioned it yesterday, too, in the broadcast. When you see Roden take those low snaps, you're seeing that knee get low, and that time it almost looked like that could have been a dead ball.
It's very, very close sometimes with Roden, and just not, she doesn't squat like you might see like a conventional quarterback would to go down and take the snap. You sometimes see that knee get so close to the ground, but she just needed to be a little bit quicker on the release there. She had Rubino open.
Roden now looking left side, finds an open Foster who picks up a chunk of yards, and that will take the clock down to 6 seconds.
Wisely goes out of bounds. Been here before. Just knows what to do, does Kennedy Foster. You get it out there, and you just go out of bounds. There's no fighting for yards. There's no entangling with the Thomas defense. There's just, we need to get a couple yards so that we have a shot here. If you're quick, you might be able to fit 2 plays in this, but might only be 1.
Roden goes quick again and finds Caprio another good amount of yards, and now you got 4 seconds left, but it is 4th down.
That play only took 2 seconds off the clock. You might be able to run that again, get your first down, get inside the 20, and then just have 1 shot at the end zone. You see TU's defense is backed way up. Given that cushion, you could definitely get out quickly.
And a little bit undecided are the Seahawks, so Hilliker will use Kaiser's final timeout. See, in that situation, too, it looked like Kaiser may have thought about potentially going for the end zone, but now may have seen something or might have picked up on what you just said, Corey, and now looking to try to regroup again.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why you would go away from that. Even if it takes 3 seconds and you get out of bounds, the incomplete pass stops the clock. Going out of bounds stops the clock. It's only taking you a couple seconds each time. Just roll with it, get your first down, and keep going. You're playing with the stick here in terms of being in a good spot to make that out route actually work for you. Dance with the one that brung you.
Coming up after this game, we want to remind our viewers that we will have the NJCAA National Championship at hand. It'll be the all-ever-powerful Florida Gateway Wolves taking on the Hon College.
Larks.
The Larks?
I believe so, yes, the Larks.
Definitely a David and Goliath matchup for sure. 4th down. Roden's going to heave it for the end zone and picked off.
Don't take it out of the end zone.
Kiera Knight. It was just wide open. Roden looked like she got the throw out a little too early, and the Nighthawks were just waiting to make that pick.
That is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine is watching defensive backs try to take picks out of the end zone. Don't play a hero. Kneel the ball in. It's halftime. Take your pick and take it to the half.
Thomas with a 13-0 lead heading into the locker rooms, and now looking to try to make sure that they can poise themselves for a second half defensive effort here. And we talked about this too. On Thursday, Thomas opened up the tournament with 2 shutouts. First to Warner, defeated them 28-0, and then took on the Sun Conference tournament runners-up St. Thomas, defeated them 19-0, and now here against Kaiser, currently 13-0.
Yeah, definitely Thomas. The defense has come to play, and I don't know if they're just constantly in Jasmine Roden's head, but Roden just seems to play a little differently and a little bit less within herself when she plays Thomas. It's almost like she's replaying all the games past when she's playing Thomas, but Roden just needs to simmer down, settle in, play her game. This Kaiser team is plenty talented to move the ball against Thomas. Thomas has a good defense, but Kaiser has good athletes.
Kaiser's going to need to use that athleticism, and once again finding themselves trailing by double scores. Will they be able to do it for a 3rd time? Could they potentially come back down double scores and steal it away in the final moments? More on action for the second half. Corey and I will be back for more halftime stats, but we'll step aside for the moment. Thomas, 13-0 over their Sun Conference foes in the Kaiser Seahawks. 13-0, Thomas leads it here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium at the half. Got about a couple more minutes beforehand, but right now all signs are showing that Thomas looks like they're well on their way to a potential 6th win. But Kaiser, down by 2 scores, this is all too much familiar territory, especially within this tournament.
Absolutely. Kaiser has been able to come back from time to time, but to do it, you're going to have better play at the quarterback position. Jasmine Roden so far is 9 of 19 for 130 yards and 3 interceptions. Just hasn't been able to get anything going. You're looking at under 7 yards per attempt for Roden, and just the smidge under 50% passing. She's got to be able to hit some receivers and play within herself. I mean, Kennedy Foster has been the steady Eddie that we know she is. 4 receptions for 34 yards. Brenna Ramirez has been the breakout receiver with 2 for 56. But I think in order to win and to come back on Thomas, you're going to have to utilize Marissa Rubino. Rubino's going to have to make sure that she does catch the ball. She's only got 1 reception on 6 targets. Rubino's got to be able to catch the ball when it's thrown her way.
You also think about some of the other options out there. You know, again, with Kennedy Foster, she's 4 for 34. But then Brenna Ramirez, again, you think about that one play towards the near side, that one-on-one coverage with Giselle Jones, and she's already knocking on the door of 56, or knocking on the door of 60 yards total on the reception. But you know, you mentioned it well, partner. I mean, it's got to be options to step up, and you would think you would have some veteran players that would step up at this point in time, but it's looking more and more likely like it's the newer Seahawks that are going to make a difference.
Right now, it's been the Thomas defense that stepped up with 3 picks on the day, but we see right there what Kaiser's offense can do, and the wherewithal that they have to see it and do it. But that's been right there. The result of a lot of drives has been the interception. And how good has Kiana Cole been getting into the end zone when it's goal line situation? It's been Kiana Cole, just a steady diet of run.
And Kiana Cole has really stepped up, and you want to talk about a versatile weapon. Not just on the offense, but even on the defensive side. Now, we haven't seen too much of Kiana Cole on defense at this time around, but you even date back to last year how she was able to step up in that safety role. This year, hasn't really had to worry about any defensive effort. She has been an offensive weapon, can catch, can rush, can throw, and you made me looking at that a little bit more. But, again, partner, I think with Thomas, they still have to keep control of things because, again, they have been watching the past 2 games just as we have of the Kaiser Seahawks, and it's not over till it's over.
Absolutely not. And head coach Chelsea Farmer has to fight that urge to slow the game down and to try to do a heavy milk of the clock, because Kaiser can make you pay for it. They've almost done it a couple times to this Thomas team, who's tried to milk the clock too heavily at times and has almost come back and won, and it's been late game heroics for Thomas that has kept them winning those. But you definitely need another score or 2 for the Nighthawks before you ever think about starting to run that clock.
Big critical opening drive for the Kaiser Seahawks. Have to look to try to find a way to get a score on this opening drive. They got the 2 quarterback system back out. It's Haley Young on the near side again.
We talked about it going into half, how they had gone away from that.
Young will take off herself, but will only get a few yards. It's Jada Reese with the flagpole.
Nice job by Reese keeping her motor going there and going from side to side. Had such a difficult ask for any rusher, but she's able to track down Haley Young, who's got some wheels on her. But we talked about it at the very end of the first half, how you obviously couldn't do it there, but that the 2 quarterback system had pretty much gone silent and unused aside from that one good drive.
Second and short, Roden will use the Young option again. Haley Young back to Roden. Almost dropped it, but keeps it alive. Roden can't reach Rodriguez.
And you see there the Thomas defense was kind of broken down in the back. You had that wide receiver wide open there, or that's the center open in Adriana Rodriguez, but a little bit nervy there if you're a Kaiser fan, with the ball hitting the dirt almost very close to hitting the dirt a couple of times on those passes back and forth. You got to make sure that you're keeping it within center mass.
Roden towards the far side, has Wagenman, will pick up the first down. Flagpole made by Aaliyah Wood.
Nice pull there in open space for Wood. If she doesn't make that pull, it's going to be much further into the quadrant for Kaiser, possibly even approaching midfield. As it is, it's going to be first down and 14 for Kaiser.
It's a new set of downs. Roden looking for an open Kennedy Foster. She's got her.
And look on that play how Nakara Brown bit down to Haley Young. Was not really keeping heads up there on Foster. That's what the dual quarterback system does for you, is it forces you to make decisions as a defense and to be wrong a lot of the time.
And it's Jada Reese again with the sack.
Second sack in this double quarterback situation here for Reese. Roden just has to know that Reese is coming. Just straight bull rush there with Adriana Rodriguez going from the jump and not staying in to block. Got to know that you got to get that pass off, that lateral off to Haley Young really, really fast.
So third down now for the Seahawks as it's Roden rolling to her left. She'll shovel pass it over to, I believe that was Caprio, and they will fall shy.
Rare miss there from Janae Scott on the pull. Thomas had that read really, really well. You had Scott right in the hip pocket of the receiver coming across. Take a look here. Right there, but just can't make the pull, and almost got free even of Nakara Brown.
So fourth down situation, Kaiser has to go for it. In this case, they don't want to take any missed opportunities off the table. Roden around and can't get free of Scott. And that's another turnover on downs for the Seahawks.
Jada Reese with her second sack this drive, making her presence felt here in this second half.
Just again that time, Jada Reese looks like she is up and going now after sitting out Friday's game against Ottawa. She is electrified this Thomas crowd. And the Nighthawks trying to build that momentum in for a potential score.
Definitely an X factor for Thomas's defense. Jada Reese brings that edge that without her you just don't quite have.
And on the 1st and 10, Wilson's going to go for that deep ball, but just out of the outstretched arms of Knight.
I think that's a poor read for Alexa Wilson. You have three receivers underneath or two receivers underneath, and you try to stretch the field there with Knight, who's got two Seahawks just glued to her back. There's not many quarterbacks who are going to be able to lay that throw up to do that, and Alexa just didn't get enough air underneath it to give Key a chance.
Again, out of the gun, Wilson dumping it down to Cole, and the flagpole is made by Caprio. Marked will be just enough for the first down.
Again, going back to Kiana Cole, that weapon out of the backfield, normally used as help blocking, but they're just slipping out of the backfield, and such a weapon when they can get her out in space. You saw the missed pull there. I don't know how many times Kiana Cole catches the ball and doesn't make one man miss.
5 on the shot clock. It's Wilson now rolling to her right this time.
Oh, she's got it wide open.
And she's going to take off for it. Still has some wheels and will finally go down. Hips her way out of the first flagpole attempt. Was able to pick up a few more yards after that. And a nice little roll out there by Wilson.
Absolutely. You see all the green grass there. There's nobody to the first down and just missed by Samaya Bryant. And then just using the sideline to her advantage. Can't pull a flag from out of bounds.
Second down just within 10 yards of the end zone again. 6:13 and rolling in the third quarter. And you can't help but think, partner, that if Thomas scores on this drive, the Seahawks will really have an uphill battle to climb.
Wilson needs to hurry up a little bit. She was very leisurely there.
Wilson flips out to a Cole. Kiana is going to reach out for a potential reach for the end zone, but the flagpole once again made by Caprio.
Wilson's got to take a little bit more time. She's got to hurry to the ball. She got there and took the snap just like that. No time for the freshman to survey the field and see if there was a better option there. But now we have that Cole-Scott combo that is 2 for 2 here in the red zone.
Thomas lined up in twins on the outside.
You know what's coming if you're Kaiser. Absolutely know what's coming.
Cole with the snap. She'll take it herself wide open into the end zone. And Kiana Cole has a trio of scores.
You just don't know where it's coming from. You expect it to go around the edge. Breaking tendency here for Kiana Cole. You see Scott getting out of the way and the Red Sea parts. And through passes Kiana Cole, and it's wide open for the touchdown.
In this case, partner, you may want to call it the White Sea. But either way, Thomas extends their lead to 19-0 for the PAT. Cole trying to get around Pellegrino, could not, but there's flags coming in.
I don't think there was flag guarding there. I think that's going to be holding there on the PAT.
And it will be holding. And so that'll be half the distance to the goal on this PAT attempt.
I've still yet to figure out how Kiana Cole manages to keep her flags away from defenders while still having her hips squared to where she wants to go. That is a mystery to me, how she's able to get fired back around with her lower body to get where she needs to go.
It's an absolute art when you think about the game of flag football, when you're trying to do those hips, dips, and just evading flag pullers, because it really comes down to the right agility drills, and the more agility you have, it's going to make you more shifty and more elusive. I mean, you think about in growing up in grade school when they have you do in PE, when they say the karaoke drills. This is a beautiful drill for these type of flagpole scenarios. And so head referee will mark it half the distance, and now you're looking at about 2 yards away from pay dirt.
And now at this point, you have even less of an ability to get in to the backfield with a Cole. You can almost reach the ball over the dang goal line from where you stand.
And that's exactly what Cole's going to do, and she's got the PAT.
You spread out that Kaiser defense on the goal line so super paper thin. There's just no one to account for a Cole there once she gets around Pellegrino.
Thomas now up 20-0 with 5:12 to go in the third quarter.
Now, if you get a defensive stop here, if you're Thomas, now if you're Chelsea Palmer, milking the clock starts to make sense. Defense still has to be able to make stops here. Kaiser going away from the 2-quarterback system, but a man open down on the far side.
Roden fires the pass, and it's just out of the hands of Caprio.
A little bit of confusion on the back end of the Thomas defense, trying to account for the receiver up top, just not enumerating your receivers as a defense. Almost cost them. Nice job, though, by Jada Reese, kind of hearing the noise off to her right and making sure that she forced Roden off to her right.
It's Roden on the left side, finds Rodriguez, and the flagpole will be made by Delva.
There is a lot of art to rushing the quarterback. When you've got to do a lot of quick math in where the quarterback wants to go and how you're going to get there, and knowing what's behind you and what's being played. It is definitely more art than science.
3rd and short now for the Seahawks as they will look to get that short gain, and they find Foster hipping her way out of the first pole, but not before Jones makes the flagpole.
Nice job there. All you need is a little bit. You get it, and you get Kennedy Foster in space, and she's gonna make one miss as well.
So a big pickup by the junior, as will be first to midfield. Wagaman set up as the block. It's Roden by herself in the backfield. And she'll find another. No, it's going to be dropped. Sophia Caprio. It was in her hands, and she just wasn't able to haul it in.
Interesting formation here with an unbalanced gun here to the near side. Caprio going on a drag route into the flats, and just those two receivers, one very close to the center and one on the very edge, pushing the defense out. Especially your slot receiver closest to the ball is going to be dragging your linebacker with it. A nice play design.
Roden rolling to the right, and another drop pass. This time it's Ramirez who can't bring it in.
Same play there that we saw there near the end of the first half. You see it a lot. It's one of Kaiser's favorites, where they roll Roden out right and bring and pitch out to the receiver dragging across. That tries to eliminate the speed, but if you're Thomas, you've seen that play 24 times now, and you know it's coming.
Ten on the play clock. Roden trying to make something out of nothing. Evades Scott, finds an open Rubino, pitching it out to Caprio, might have some room, pitches it to Foster. Kennedy Foster keeps it short, and a huge gain for the Kaiser Seahawks.
Kennedy Foster is playing this as a chess match here. You have the great pitches to get out of trouble, both by Rubino first, and then you have it by Caprio. But look, just set it down. Just set it down. You got a first down. Smart play by Foster.
Kennedy Foster, amongst a few other players in the NAIA, recently announced to be on the U.S. flag football national team, as this reception is complete to Wagaman, who will pick up the first down, and Janae Scott there for the flagpole.
And there you get a couple extra yards out of it. Now it's 1st and 15. You're staying kind of within a 5 yards per down kind of scenario. You're a little ahead of where you need to be. Playing smart opens up other opportunities for you down the road. There's a lot of headiness to this game of flag football that we're starting to see blossom on the NAIA level.
Five on the play clock. Kaiser milking as much as they can. They get the deep snap off. Or did they? No, they didn't. It just went out of the hands of Roden.
When that ball coming out low, we knew that was gonna happen at some point. It's been coming out low all game. You talked about it with Roden being so close to kneeling it, and that one she just can't handle. Boy, that eliminates that entire slate of plays.
It's a 2nd and goal opportunity. Rodriguez able to find some yardage back before the flagpole is made at around the 10.
Delva with a rare miss there. She's usually so good at linebacker in boxing out and getting the flags, but just cannot find them on Adriana Rodriguez.
We've reached the end of the 3rd quarter here in this contest. Thomas extending their lead, currently 20-0, their largest lead against the Kaiser Seahawks in this overall series history. We'll step aside for the moment, but Kaiser knocking on the door for their potential first score. Start of the fourth quarter. The largest margin of victory at this point in time was the last time these two teams have met. Thomas defeated the Kaiser Seahawks in the second game of the regular season in the Rose City as Roden tries to lower it over the top to Rubino and just couldn't reach her.
That's unfortunately going to be counted as a target for Rubino, but there wasn't any way that that Rubino was going to catch that. Heck, I'm not even sure that some of the Falcons wide receivers themselves would have been able to come down with that one.
It would have had to have been a real dime, if you will, especially off those corner routes. I mean, corner routes are one of the key pieces in a route. 8 on the shot clock.
Fourth down here for Kaiser. You got to figure out some
2 seconds.
way.
Roden. Did they get the snap off? Looks like they did. Roden is going to corner it again, and this one is knocked away by Wood, and that's going to be another turnover for the Nighthawks.
Great job batting it down, high pointing the ball. Aaliyah Wood playing it smart, and the freshman from Desert Oasis High School in Bakersfield gets in front of one of the more dangerous wide receivers in the league, Kennedy Foster. And you put a freshman on Kennedy Foster. That's not supposed to be fair for the freshman.
Aaliyah Wood with a big-time defensive stop there with 11-10 to go in this game. And so we see a Cole back out there. Looks like they're going to keep Alexa Wilson out there as well. Usually, though, from what we've seen is anytime they're looking to try to milk the clock, that's when we start to see more of the Cole Scott combo, but they elect to keep their freshman quarterback out there. And was that a pick? No, it was incomplete. Sydney Woodman thought she might have had a little bit of a silver lining, an Easter egg in the basket, if you will, but just wasn't able to officially haul it in.
I think you got to get out of your own red zone before you start putting in a Cole Scott. If Kaiser defends it well, you're going to be punting in 3 plays. You got to make sure that you kind of have a little bit of space here before you start to do that, but I may be wrong here. There's a Cole Scott and a lot of motion going on here. Kaiser's defense a little confused.
A Cole by herself running strong side, and the flag pull made by Alexis Santiago.
Nice job there staying with her. Right now, I mean, it's the clock's going to roll no matter what. It's just that those run plays take a little bit more time to develop, and you'll start to notice it's going to be about 15 seconds or so before we get that off there.
And of course, got to reach the 20 to get the first down. Third down now. Cole will roll to her left and will pitch it out to Scott. And Janae will fall short. It's Caprio with the flagpole.
1 yard, but that keeps that 25 seconds moving there. But you really do need the first down. Well defended by Kaiser Head, and they're going to punt there on 4th down. That's the downside of running a Cole Scott. You got to make sure that on this one you get off a booming punt.
Kiana Cole, especially dating back to last season in this short history of the Nighthawks, longest unofficial punt was 51 yards. But here, they may just settle for something that's within Kaiser territory.
She's going to take her absolute time making this kick, though.
This one will be fielded by Cavallati. And Cavallati still on her feet. She's got some room. Cuts around the other way. And her flag has been pulled. I believe it was by Delva. Was one more hip move away from taking it to the house.
That's what you did not want there. A rather short kick there. And just can't make the play there.
Aaliyah Wood with the snag to save 6. And now Kaiser is on the move.
Takes a couple minutes off the clock, though, and at this point where you're up by 3 scores, it's worth every penny.
Twins tight by Kaiser, and this one's caught to Foster, has some room with the first down and more, and they are back in the red zone again.
Just as soon as I talked about having the freshman on, the Wiley Jr., she's a little out of place there trying to go for the pick play, a little hero ball, and just can't make the play instead of keeping the ball in front of her.
Roden takes some time. She's going to go for the end zone through 3 Nighthawks, and it's picked again. And guess who? Giselle Jones with her 3rd pick of the day.
Has not been Jasmine Roden's day here. And we'll get another heavy dose of a Cole Scott more than likely. And man, when teams start getting desperate against Thomas is when this defense really, really feasts, and you can feel it now. Thomas wanting that rematch, wanting to avenge yesterday's blanking to the Ottawa Braves, are 8 minutes and 9 seconds away from getting that date with Ottawa.
And that game is set for 2:30. A little bit of a bobble snap, and now we got a late flag come in. I'll say it's going to be a false start, so that actually would technically save the Nighthawks a little bit. That bobbled snap would have probably been back to the 1, but with it being half the distance, it'll probably be moved a 1/4 inch.
About to say that ain't much difference from where the ball landed in the first place. I mean, you got to get out of your own end zone. This is dangerous territory.
Scott going to the right as a Cole runs to the left with the ball, and will pick up a few.
It does get your quarterback out of the end zone, but that does not buy you much except for a running clock and 25 seconds to stand around and wait. But right now, the clock is your friend. You've got 5 minutes and 42 seconds if Kaiser doesn't score.
That's right, too, because, again, anytime it's 19 points or more and you reach the 2-minute mark, that's what the NRSA rules considers the mercy rule, as Scott gets the pitch handoff, and she'll find herself getting several yards, and the flagpole made by Adriana Cavallati.
Scott with some nice moves there, showing some nice burst around the edge. Can't get around the second one, but a good job hipping her way out of the first. Here's another 25 seconds as the clock drips away slowly, and there's, I mean, Kaiser does have a full slate of timeouts, but at this juncture, I mean, is there any point to use them? Except for pride.
Absolutely. And as the clock continues to roll, now 6:51 and rolling, it's a Cole will slice her way through, but not before the flagpole was made. It was by Cavallati again, assisted by Sydney Woodman.
It's going to be another punt here for Thomas, but eats up another minute and a half, 2 minutes worth of clock, and every second that drips by makes it ever harder that Kaiser's going to be able to score 3 times and come back on you. On this next drive, Roden's just got to play a little smarter there. Not try to force the ball. Oh, blocked.
And this one a blocked punt. And that just might add the spark that Kaiser needed, the last gasp spark to potentially save their season. It would start right now with 5:58.
I don't think I've seen a blocked punt in this particular tournament. I don't know that I've seen more than a handful in the games that I've covered.
There have been several blocked punts dating back to last year for Thomas, as Roden's pass a little too high for Foster.
A little bit too much gas on that one. Yeah, block punt is those are few and far between, and you always feel lucky when you see one happen.
Five and a half, they go back to the 2 quarterback motion. Haley Young will take it herself, and she'll pick up a few.
Not going to do much for you here with the running clock going out of bounds. Does earn you a few more yards. But right now, Kaiser's season is about 3 minutes away from turning into cheerleaders.
It's back to Young. Throws it back to Roden. And she's going to look for Ramirez, and just can't connect with the freshman.
I do think, though, that in this case they're not as concerned with scoring 20 as they are with scoring 6. I think they want to, 1, play the whole game, and 2, show a little bit of pride getting that goose egg off the scoreboard. No one likes to be blanked.
Fourth now, keeping the drive alive. Young is going to find Kennedy Foster, a go-to receiver, and who else but the junior that leads your team in receptions and yardage.
Moves the sticks for you. Didn't need anything fancy there. Like I said, Kaiser's not going for 20 here. They just want to not have 0.
So it'll be a 1st and long. Looking to reach Pater. Young is going to take off with this, finds a lane, and it's Nakara Brown with the flagpole.
Nice pickup there for Young. Sees a wide open swath of grass and heads forward. That's as good as any pass right there. Does need to be a little more careful with the football, holding it kind of like Jaramane style.
On the 2nd down, Young back to Roden. Nakara Brown on the rush. Roden finds some room. She's got open daylight in the middle, and Roden is gonna score the touchdown. There will be no shutout for the Nighthawks.
Glover went for it, didn't quite get it, and we said at the beginning of the game, Roden does have a lot of athleticism. It's not her first option to run, but when she does, she can scamper.
Can't exactly remember the last time we've seen Roden take off slicing her way up the middle for about 21 yards, but it's been all quarterback rushes for scoring today. And for the Seahawks, they finally get that first score on the board as the PAT is Roden. Looks around, finds Rodriguez, and converts. Kaiser not done just yet.
And you know, you never know what can happen. A pick 6 here, a fast set of downs there, and Kaiser could be back in this game, buying an extra 2 minutes of game time with that score.
And now you look back at the initial method for Chelsea Palmer and the Nighthawks to try to run this clock out. Now it's critical to try to get past the 20 and keep the chains moving.
I think I still run a Cole Scott here.
And it looks like they're going to go back out with Alexa Wilson.
And my reasoning there is that there's no fumbles in this game, but there sure are interceptions.
This is a big decision here. 5 on the play clock. It's Wilson. She's going to look for a Cole quickly. Kiana gets around one defender, will actually get a few more yards, but a Cole will go out of bounds.
That is the thing, though, about having Kiana Cole not at quarterback. You do give her a little bit more space to play with, and so maybe you go back to a Cole and Scott if you're able to make a first down here.
So again, Kaiser avoiding that shutout. The only other time in program history they were shut out was earlier this season at the TU Soccer Complex, as Wilson throws it low and just off the feet of Santiago.
And up to the 2-minute warning in about 40 seconds or so, that's really not going to matter much for you, as you've still got that running clock. But Now we get a Cole Scott. You got 1 yard to gain. Should be able to pick it up with your goal line combo.
Knight checks into the slot on the left side. Kiana keeps the sticks moving. And that will approach us to the 2-minute warning.
Nice job there. Always said, if you can't figure out a way to get 1 yard, you ought not win the game. TU finds a way to get 1 yard, and they're going to take it to the 2-minute warning. Maybe a little bit past.
Yeah, just a little bit past. Should be at 2 minutes, but regardless, Nighthawks in control with this possession.
There they go. They reset the clock to 2.
But another first down, and the Nighthawks will be heading back to the championship series. A Cole with another good rush, a pickup of about 8 or 9.
And now you'll start to see the timeouts coming. First one there for Kaiser. Kaiser just trying to slow this down a little bit and see if it's kind of akin to fouling in basketball at this point. Just to see if you can force Thomas into a mistake that's going to allow you a chance to come back. It might be a slim chance, but at this point, you've got to take any chance you have available to you.
Timeout taken, first one this half by the Seahawks. Trying to see if they can stop the clock for another opportunity back. But again, you know, unlike regular NFL football, you know, there's no opportunity to get onside kicks or get the ball back. You have to hope that you make a good stop here with the timeouts, score quickly, and have just enough time to where you'll be able to stop the Nighthawks from scoring 6 yards to get the first down.
Yeah, absolutely. And even there, you would punt if you were within the 20. But like I said, not taking the timeout reduces your chance to darn near 0. Calling your time, you can't take them with you into the next game.
A Cole on second down, and that'll be the quarterback keeper. We'll get about a yard or so before Woodman's there for the flagpole.
And there's another timeout there.
And then again, partner, you think about just on that last possession, the 21-yard scamper by Roden to keep things alive just a little bit longer for Kaiser.
Yeah, definitely a clutch run there by Roden. Hasn't been able to get it done through the air today, but found a way to get it done on the ground.
Officially 1:44 on the clock. But again, I want to remind our viewers that we have the NJCAA National Championship on the horizon. It's Florida Gateway, the Timberwolves taking on the Larks of Hon College, as we had the privilege of calling the last round robin game, which was against Florida Gateway and Fort Scott. And in that contest, Fort Scott almost came away with the upset.
Absolutely. Had a lead at halftime, if I remember correctly. And
Florida Gateway had the lone loss, and that was a 39-0 defeat to the team in green you see on the screen, Thomas University. When you look at those two teams as well, you look at Thomasville, Georgia, and how it's just about 20-25 minutes away from the Georgia-Florida border. Then you got Florida Gateway that's located in Lake City. And because they're a junior college, you got to be thinking that there's going to be that connection between the Nighthawks and the Timberwolves in terms of how short the distance are, and perhaps maybe some transfers for the Nighthawks once you get done with the 2 years at JUCO.
And to your point, it also helps if the coaches of those two teams happen to be friends. Chelsea Palmer being the mentee of Florida Gateway head coach Ricky Hufty, you definitely imagine that Hufty is, you know, giving Palmer a real inside baseball look at, hey, these are the ones you definitely want. These are the ones you might want to soft play.
And Gateway too, and to let our viewers know that their 12-1 record has been a mix of NJCAA opponents and NAIA opponents. You know, you think about some of the work they've done, most recently a notable 20-19 upset win over Kansas Wesleyan earlier this season. But Gateway has a solid team that can compete at a high level. As on this 4th down, a Cole will look to punt this one away. It'll be Kennedy, Foster, Cavallati, and Ramirez back to punt. A low scamper at that, and it's going to be Cavallati picking it up. And she'll make a hip move, and it'll be pulled by, look like NAIA Glover.
Definitely a good move. You are able to burn through all of Kaiser's timeouts. And now basically you're saying, all right, you have 89 seconds. You have 61 yards, and that's just to get within a score. No way for Kaiser to stop the clock. Gotta be careful. Can't make any mistakes there if you're Kaiser.
Second and short, back to Young again on the far side. Can't connect with Rubino, covered by Scott.
I don't know about you, partner. That almost looks like to me that Scott really just wants to pick the ball off.
Janae Scott already having some critical picks. The last time she made an interception, you look at that game yesterday, and despite it being 19-0, Scott providing that silver lining and making a red zone interception, as the reception here for Kaiser's complete to Caprio, picking up the 1st down.
But they were able to, Thomas was able to make that at a cost of time to Kaiser. And there's a flag.
Looks like could be a false start there on Kaiser. But we'll get the word from the official head ref. Well, definitely is a false start then. About 5-yard penalty back. Delay of game, they're going to say.
Can't really be delaying the game too terribly much if you're Kaiser. There's not much you can do to delay the game much more.
Young over the middle and open. Rodriguez will find some more yards. Somehow got out of a flagpole from Scott and able to fall just shy of midfield.
It looks like Florida Gateway has entered here, ready to start warming up. We'll have about 45 minutes or so break in between games.
It'll be a nice little break again when you're down to 3 teams, soon to be 2 for NAIA, and then the national championship on the horizon. It's coming down to the coup de grace. Young is going to take this one herself, will get the 1st down. 53 seconds left.
Thomas is not making it easy on Kaiser here. There's no getting chunk yardage here. Kaiser is having to earn every yard.
It's Roden on the 2-quarterback system. Young is going to check it down and can't connect with Rubino again.
Scott just looking for that game-ending pick. She's gotten her paws on 3 here on just this last drive alone, but can't quite get it in.
And again, that pass just so close. Young, this time out of the hands of Rodriguez, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
Good read there for Young, watching Scott crashing yet again toward the sideline, which of course is the smarter play to try to get out of bounds, but that opens up that inside, but can't complete it.
Double quarterback this time, lined up on the weak side. Young back the other way. They'll send Delva, and this time it's to Rodriguez. Not able to get the pitch out in time.
Surprised that wasn't holding. Must have kept going for it, but anytime I see articles of clothing stretch in that manner, I look around for a flag.
Clock is rolling. They're going to exchange centers. Adriana Rodriguez came off a little bit limping. And it's Roden. They'll have Caprio snap, looks like. And so now it's back to Young. They'll look for Caprio. She's got the reception, and here comes a flag. Caprio trying to get out of bounds. She does.
And that's going to give about 10 more yards for an illegal contact on that one. And that sets up Kaiser for one more play, make this one look a little bit better here than 20-7. 20-14 does look a lot better in the scorebooks than does 20-7.
Perhaps, partner, even if you're that more daring, you may want to try to go for a 2-point conversion for the absolute pride to make it as big as a 2015 contest.
Absolutely, man. You can say it was a 5. It was only a 5-point game. I don't know what you're talking about. Right now, it is definitely, it is all a point of pride for Kaiser to try to work towards next year and see what you've got. There's a lot of pieces coming back for this Kaiser squad. We'll see whether one of them is the quarterback, Jasmine Roden, or not, or whether it's going to be Haley Young taking snaps next year.
One last play for the Seahawks. Roden's going to go for the end zone, and just over the head of Kennedy Foster. The Nighthawks now with 6 straight wins over the Seahawks and come away with a 20-7 win, and we will have another rematch of last year's national championship game this afternoon.
Great game by both teams. Thomas just was able to take advantage of the Seahawk mistakes, was able to turn those into touchdowns. We'll have to see if that level of play will translate into this afternoon's contest against the Ottawa Braves, who you have to beat not once, but twice in order to take a red banner back to the Rose City.
Speaking of red banners and material, the Nighthawks will at least now be taking home some form of hardware. The question is, will it be another runners-up title, or will they be able to take home the golden trophy and the red banner, just as Corey mentioned? All will be discovered at 2:30, and then of course, if Thomas were to defeat the Braves in that contest, we will have the if game at 4:30, and perhaps maybe even take a game all the way into Saturday evening.
That would be fun under the lights at the Mercedes-Benz. But we will be back after this for a JUCO game, as we take a look at a couple stats here. Man, 24 of 48. Jasmine Roden, just not for lack of trying.
But still, you think about the 4 interceptions thrown, Giselle Jones with the hat trick of interceptions, and then of course Kiera Knight's first half ending interception in the end zone has been key. But nevertheless, though, Kaiser's still moving around with the ball, still coming up with 273 yards. Meanwhile, on the Nighthawks side, you know, Alexa Wilson got 22 of 34, 181 yards finished. And then rushing, Alexa Wilson gaining 18 yards, and then Kiana Akol working the rushing area with those 3 scores for the Nighthawks. And it was just a matter of strategy and playing to the weaknesses of the Seahawks.
245 yards for Thomas on 50 plays. It's a little less than 5 yards a play. 266 on almost 60 plays for Kaiser. Both teams offensively, in terms of output, were roughly similar. It's just those 4 interceptions making short fields for Thomas. That's the difference in this one.
And so that will do it for us here. Again, stick around for the NJCAA National Championship on the horizon. Want to give a few shout-outs. Our staff producer, A.D. Drew, for this contest. Kat, our broadcast producer, getting us in and out. And then, of course, our NFL flag team providing all the video production coverage. But for Corey Thorpe, I'm Angelo Pontello saying so long for now, as we will be back for the NJCAA National Championship between Florida Gateway and Hon College.
will begin with announcing the roster of the designated away team, the Lawrence of Hon College. Number 1, Caleb Phillips. Number 2, Lizzie Fox. Number 3, Jada Stiller. Number 8, Samantha Espinosa. Number 9, Cheyenne Laser. Number 10, Sylvia Boger. Number 12, Kalia Baker. Number 20, Paige Weber. Number 22, Carter Stennis. And number 23, Trinity Ramirez. The Hon College was coached by Max Switzer and is assisted by Alexis Edwards.
And welcome to the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational Championship game presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. I am Corey Thorpe, your play-by-play. Angelo Pontello will be up with me shortly as the Florida Gateway Timberwolves take on the Heston Larks. Florida Gateway, the home team and favorite here. Phillips looking to take the snap for Heston, gets it off, caught ball, and that'll be a first down there for Kalia Baker. Florida Gateway comes in undefeated in NJCAA play. Their only loss on the season is to a national NAIA finals participant in Thomas, Georgia, a 39-0 loss. The Heston Larks come in at 8-6 as they get started. This is the first year of NJCAA flag football. Phillips faking the pitch out there, and the flag is pulled. That's going to be about a 3-yard gain there, pass complete again to Kalia Baker. That's going to bring up third down here early for the Larks. The Larks coached by Max Switzer. The Timberwolves coached by Ricky Hufty, the flag football legend in Florida. Third down for the Larks. Phillips takes the snap, looking, rolling back to a right, gets the pass off, tries to get around, but nothing doing as the pull is made by Claudia Taylor, and the Larks will likely punt here. Phillips with a good pass, but just nothing doing, bracketed above and below by Claudia Taylor and Kayla Dismartin. And they are going for it, are the Larks, from the 29-yard line. Single high safety for Florida Gateway. Phillips takes a receiver in motion. Weber takes the snap, rolling to her right. Pass is incomplete. And now it's fourth down. I apologize. Have my downs wrong there. And the Larks will punt here early with 9:45 left in this opening quarter of play. So how did we get here is a good question. We have had pool play for the last couple of days, and in that, Florida Gateway College has amassed a 4-0 record as a high punt. Comes down at about the 26-yard line. Pitched out there and across the 40, cutting back, and is still going. And that'll be downed there at about the 30-yard line, where Florida Gateway will set up shop. Nice job hipping around that tackle, getting the pitch off there, and the beautiful cutback, not allowing the Heston Larks to get in position. Florida Gateway, a 4-0 record in pool play. Heston College amasses a 2-2 record in Fort Scott Community College. 0-4, takes the snap to Smith, looking, finds a receiver, and hard to pull there. That's going to be a first down. That ball caught by Janera Shahid there. And coming into the broadcast booth here with me after calling the team's rosters here is Angelo Pontello. Angelo, talk to me about this first year of NJCAA football, flag football.
It is an experience, but usually with first-time experiences, you're going to have your growing pains. And although it would have been ideally nice to maybe see a few more NJCAA teams participate in the Wins Flag.
And that's going to be a Phillips interception, and the quarterback is getting away from the Florida Gateway offense turned defense, and the flag is going to be pulled down at about the 27-yard line. And it's there that the Heston Larks will get possession, and that turn of events buys them a good 20, 30 yards off of the exchange.
Great execution, great heads-up play there. Was able to find it, weaving her way around the defenders. Gateway had to try to hustle back to get the flagpole. Did see a little bit of the short pull there Fortunately for Florida Gateway, the referees didn't quite catch that or deemed it warrant enough for an extra 10, 15 yards. But you're starting to see a little bit of the similarities we saw from yesterday with the slow starts from Florida Gateway, but maybe an opportunity for Hon College to take advantage.
And Phillips barely gets the ball away. Nice pull there, caught by Kyra Steps. That's going to get a couple yards there for second down for the Larks, who on their first drive forced a punt after an early first down. Phillips brings the receiver in motion, takes the snap, rolling out to her right, and that's going to be through the hands of Steps, the wide receiver. Unlike what you saw from Fort Scott and obviously what you see from Florida Gateway, there is a wealth of different states on Heston's roster. You've got students from Oregon, Kansas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Illinois, Colorado, just a very varied roster here for Heston.
Well, when you look at it, that's just the dynamic of head coach Max Switzer trying to gain that variety, and there's always something to be had from different regions. Each one of these players provide a different kind of contribution to this Lark squad.
As the Wichita West native Kyra Steps makes another grab, and that's good for a first down, and the Larks will be into the red zone here on Florida Gateway, who, again, against Fort Scott yesterday, got a 13-0 deficit. A little pop pass there, and attempted to be lateraled off to Paige Weber, but Weber can't quite come up with the pitch, and that's going to go for effectively no gain.
Yeah, I think though the mindset was correct, but Weber just wasn't aware that there would have been a potential pitch option out there, and that can happen sometimes if there's miscommunication.
Bunch formation. Phillips throws it a little low. Attempted for Kalia Baker, but is not able to connect there, and it's going to be third down and 19, almost 20 here for the Larks. Got to start seeing if you might be able to get a little bit deeper into this red zone and make a fourth down a little bit easier on yourself. Phillips rolling left, tosses it off, caught ball, but not terribly much more there for Zalia Boburn there. And it's going to bring up fourth down and about 12 yards here for the Larks on their opening, or on their second drive of the game.
And give credit to Kaylee Phillips again for that huge interception to set them up in this red zone opportunity. We'll see what they do.
Phillips takes the snap, leaves two blockers in, rolling right, directing traffic, heaves it up, and that is going to be, that's going to roll away there, hit the ground harmlessly, and Florida Gateway will set up shop there at the 12-yard line. Again, in their first possession, Florida Gateway ended on an interception. Kaylee Phillips with the pick for the Lark. Let's see if Ashley Smith can do any better on the second drive. She takes the snap, looking, tosses, caught ball, but a very quick pull there, minimizes the yardage. Mackenzie Fillion there on the grab.
Yeah, and again, it was a good red-hot start by Heston to get into the red zone, but just wasn't able to come away. But now Gateway going to have to get a couple of yards here. They got the 20 to reach.
Empty set there for Gateway, and goes right back to Philly, and that's going to pick up the first down. And I got to tell you, partner, you may be right here. There's a lot of what Florida Gateway does here that looks a whole lot like what Thomas does on the NAIA side.
Well, that's what you anticipate when you have the master learn from the Padawan, and even when the Padawan has different ideas on how they want to generate the offense. It's also about even the player setup. Now, of course, again, with junior college players, it's interesting because sometimes you might find some players here that are just that much better than what other teams are recruiting. Case in point, the schedule with Gateway going 12-1 this year, including a couple of wins against NAIA teams.
And a caught ball there on second down. That's going to gain about 5 yards on the play, going right back to Philly, and after an incomplete pass to Jasmine Thompson. I got to say, for Ricky Hufty's team, the one thing that stands out to me is height up and down this roster. There's no one shorter than 5'5", and only one of those, and center Jasmine Thompson is 6 foot flat. As a catch there, it's made by Gateway's Destiny Lockett. And it's going to be 4th down here for Gateway, not able to pick that up. It looks like the Timberwolves are going to punt.
It's a little surprising because, I mean, it is a manageable 4th down, at least from what we can see here, but plenty of time. I think they're just wanting to play conservative at this rate.
High punt taken by Steps, and Heston will start out at about the 23-yard line, 1st and 17 here for the Larks out of Kansas.
But, you know, alluding to what we were just talking about earlier, you know, when you think of NJCAA championship game, it would have been nice to have more than 3 teams participate in this tournament. But again, with 10 teams starting out, you want to make sure you're starting the build-up, and 3 teams is certainly better than none.
Phillips dancing around, looking to her right. Intended there for number 8, Samantha Espinoza, but thrown a little bit too low there from Phillips. And you're right. You would have hoped for more than 3 teams, but you do. This does encompass 30% of the available teams. So usually 25-30% is what you're looking for a season ending. And goes right back to. Oh no! And number 10 comes up. Zalia Boburn comes up limping a little bit off of that caught ball from Phillips, and she's gonna come back onto the field after making that snag and limping off the field. And I suppose with the roster size that you've got on these first-year squads, there's a little bit of walk it off that occurs here.
It happens sometimes, and I mean, you have to find a way, and just like we talked about yesterday, regardless of if you have a small amount of players, you still got to find a way to win a national championship. There's no excuses.
Interesting little move here as Heston keeping 2 players in the block. Lizzie Hines, one of those. She gains a yard as the Heston rush nearly makes its way home. But being now 4th down, the Larks will elect to punt.
Yeah, not too much on that drive, but nevertheless, it's the first step for the Larks to maintain status quo with the mighty Timberwolves of Florida Gateway College. If you can do that, you give yourself a fighting chance.
Side-to-side spinning punt there, a difficult one to handle for Ariana Coleman, and she can't quite come up with it. And the Timberwolves will start their next drive here at the 31-yard line.
You know, this kind of reminds me a little bit of, and this is more like a quick movie connoisseur, but it's one of those situations, if you've seen the movie Facing the Giants, this could truly be a Richland Giants versus Shiloh Eagles matchup. Gateway heavily favored to beat Heston in this situation, but if they can keep up with them with the small amount of roster they have, you never know what can happen.
Smith throws a little off her back foot and just not able to come up with it as the receiver. It's going to be Fillion. Just throws a duck off her back foot and just not able to step through with the rusher in her face. Checking out now is Ashley Smith. Looks like we've got Claudia Taylor and Destiny Lockett back. We did see this option look yesterday against Fort Scott as Lockett will take it and pitch off to Taylor there, and That'll get a nice gain of about 6 yards and set up a short 3rd down. Boy, I didn't realize, calling this, just how similar that is, even having the second that second quarterback on that option look very similar to how Chelsea Palmer runs it.
Right, and even not just with Thomas University, but with some of these freshmen, with Florida Gateway already, you know that some of these players have the strong potential to get into any NAIA school after their time at Gateway, after the 2 years to transfer in. But you talk about the poise and the, not necessarily professionalism because we're still in the collegiate realm, but after 2 years with head coach Ricky Hufty, they'll be prepared to play with just about any other NAIA school out there. Or perhaps, who knows, maybe the NCAA may look to try to get on flag football in the next few years or so.
It definitely is an option as the game is growing, and obviously NFL teams from around the country, from Tampa to Atlanta, obviously, Cleveland and San Diego are in on these. NFL teams are really starting to invest in women's flag football. But at the end of 1 quarter of play, we still have no score here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. The ceiling here, though, on flag is very high. It's a additional spring sport that a lot of high school athletes can participate in. It helps transition through to the end of the year for maybe some of your basketball players from your winter sports there, or even soccer from the fall. Takes the snap, does Lockett. She reaches out, and she's going to be just shy, gaining only about a yard here. And that's going to bring up 4th down and about 1.5 for Florida Gateway. Let's see if they go for it, or if they, I do believe they're going to go for it here.
Yeah, it's unconventional for Coach Hufty to start playing conservative in a situation like this, especially if this is your only chance.
Bunch formation, going to go power up the middle, and that's going to get the 1st down. Not by much, but that's all you need to move the stick from the 40 down to the 20.
It's amazing how, just looking, again, based off of the past 2 games we've just did, Corey, that you look at NJCAA style of play versus NAIA. In the junior college realm, we have seen more slices up the middle, or quarterback draws, if you will, and that go straight up the middle when you're going toe-on with the rusher that gets you only a couple of yards, versus NAIA where they try to use more option routes and the double quarterback systems and open up the field a little bit more.
You wonder if some of that goes to not having completely full rosters, as Smith fakes the handoff and throws pass complete there to Jasmine Thompson, the center. If maybe as these teams are able to fill out their rosters, you might see some more 2 quarterback systems in place. It's something that, it's a luxury when you're able to have 2 signal callers that you can trust to make the right read down the field. In the first year, that's hard to find. In motion is Lockett, fakes, throw, again off to Jasmine Thompson, who pitches the ball off and gains another 4 or 5 yards there off the pitch there. Claudia Taylor, that's going to bring up a 3rd down and short for Florida Gateway, who all of a sudden has found a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of mojo.
And all it takes is a couple of good plays, a couple of small plays to build up that confidence and either possibly go deep for the end zone, or maybe open up Heston College's defense a little bit to attack.
All depends on what you're able to get it on 3rd down. You might want to look for an intermediate route to set yourself up well on 1st down. Motion here, and it's given off. Fired, caught ball there. Nice job, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Shanaira Shahid there on the catch, and that really sets you up now in the Heston red zone. 1st down and about 11.
Just a handoff jet sweep pass, and just right there, Shahid right in position to make the play. Heston, of course, was right there as well to get the flagpole. But now in a 1st and goal situation, you know, Heston, you might start to see them play a little bit more zone, but that could be Gateway's opportunity to slice and dice through the middle.
Motion here, no handoff. Looking at Smith. Smith gets her flag pulled, and that's going to be a sack there for Heston. Pulled there by number 9, Cheyenne Blazer. Gets in and makes it home on Ashley Smith.
Just a blazing run there by Blazer to just get the sack pulled and force Florida Gateway to back up a couple of yards. I mean, that is huge momentum there. And for Gateway, who, at least from what we've seen as of recent, sort of struggles a little bit when it comes to the red zone, where it either ends in a defensive turnover or they can are only able to move it a few yards. But now that they're spreading the field out a little bit more, we'll see if they, again, try to go with an option or try to see if they can go short to slowly get their way to pay dirt.
Lockett in motion. Give it off. Around the edge. She's going to take it herself. She's going to cut back towards the middle of the field, slice towards and try to see if she can dip in through. She does make a nice pickup, about 10 yards, and will end up at about the 5-yard line, third down and goal from that 5.
And we talk about JUCO players potentially making transfers to NAIA. I fully expect Destiny Lockett at the end of next year. She is going to have several, if not more, NAIA schools coming to call and asking head coach Ricky Tuff, hey, what can we do to get Destiny Lockett with our squad? She has so much potential and is another one of those multi-threat players.
Trips to the far side looking as Smith goes back across the middle and looks like backing in. Touchdown, caught there by Ariana Coleman. Backs into the end zone using her body as a shield. And Florida Gateway opens up this scoring with 7:09 left in the opening half of play in this championship game.
A little bit of a lofty pass, but nevertheless, you could see that prevent coverage, if you will. Heston backing off on their coverage, really not as forceful or attacking the middle. And that way, all that Ariana Coleman had to do, you keep it in front. She just backs her way into the end zone for 6.
Lockett and Taylor there on the option, caught by Jasmine Thompson. And we've talked about the centers for 3 straight days being a matchup nightmare in the red zone. Man, when I give you a center that's 6 foot tall, that really is a matchup nightmare.
And the one-hander by Thompson, too. How often do you see right there? Usually see one-handers where they breadbasket it in, but in this case with Thompson, she just kind of let this one catch off her body. Not very often do you see receivers that have that capability to make a play like that, but nevertheless, a good PAT for the Timberwolves.
We didn't see a lot of Thompson in the game against Fort Scott, but really getting her involved early here is Florida Gateway. Phillips takes the snap, 2 rushers there, and they get it off to the running back. And that's going to be a flag pull there by Kyla Dismartin. Not able to do much is Lizzie Hines.
Yeah, and usually that's what halfback dump-off players are when you put them in that position. Very rarely do you see them get any more yardage unless if they're shiftier. But at least something to keep the yardage moving a little bit, inching a little bit closer to the de facto 20 for a first.
Steps at center. Phillips takes the snap, looking, tosses up a ball to nobody in particular. Kalia Baker, the closest receiver, but that's going to be a penalty on Florida Gateway, roughing the passer, which is going to be a first down for Heston and gives you a new set of downs and a little new life.
See, the thing is with Gateway, they operate physically as a team. They have the talent and potential, but they can't start getting into early bad habits of making these silly penalty mistakes, roughing the passer, you know, getting too physical. It's you cover when you need to, but then you back off whenever it's not warranted anymore.
Phillips takes the snap, looking, goes over the middle, tipped and almost intercepted there by Claudia Taylor. Was looking to stop the Heston College drive in its tracks, but can't quite pull it in.
Stubbs trying to reel it in, but just couldn't do it with the one-hander. But anytime you get those tipped up balls, it always sets up a potential opportunity for a turnover. You buy some more time for the ball to be in the air. And for Gateway, almost had a golden chance of forcing a turnover with that interception.
And Heston College will take a timeout to talk about what to do on 2nd down and 13 here. Florida Gateway leading 7-0 with 6:04 left in the opening quarter of play. A lot of young players here, mostly freshmen, a couple sophomores here. And depending on what roster, Heston even shows that they have a couple of juniors on this squad.
I believe the Desmartin sisters, if not twins, are the only sophomores for Gateway. But like you mentioned, a fairly young team, in a matter of speaking. I mean, all JUCO teams are young if you think about it. But, you know, to have an all-freshman squad, that's usually how it plays out with not just NJCAA teams, but NAIA as well. You think back to the Kaiser Seahawks, for example, or even like a Weber International Warriors, where you may have an occasional sophomore, but at the same time, it's still relatively young. You don't start off your programs with juniors and seniors unless if it's been a more established sport around the country.
Lizzie Hines can't quite reel it in, was looking to try to add some yards after the catch there before she fully secured the football, and that's going to bring up a long third down and 12 or 13 or so yards to go for the Larks. Phillips looking downfield. She's going to throw one over the heads of everybody, intended for Zalia Boburn there. That's going to bring up fourth down, and Heston's going to have to punt this one away.
Phillips trying to go for a good target, and Boburn seemed like she had the room to potentially make the play, but unfortunately for Phillips, just overthrew her receiver. And in big-time games like these, you don't want to be making too many overthrows, because if you do, you know, that limits your chances of really trying to score and give you those premium opportunities to gain points.
Steps on the punt. It's a spinner there as the last one was. And a good flag pull there by Phillips right at the 25-yard line. Just stops the returner in her tracks. Coleman on the return again. 4:48 left in this second quarter of play. Again, Florida Gateway leading Heston College 7-0. As the Timberwolves take over possession again and look to see if they can drive the field and make this a two-score game.
Looks like a typical 2-4 defensive scheme for Heston.
Smith takes the snap, puts it off short, and a flag pull there. Destiny Lockett on the catch. That'll gain about 5 yards here. Nice job reading, going underneath, and then letting your athletes get upfield. And Destiny Lockett is just that, and that's going to bring up second down and about 6.5 yards. Three receivers on the weak side of the field here. One up top, snap to Smith, goes over, and that's nearly picked off. Had a hand on it, did Samantha Espinoza. If she had, there was a lot of green grass on that side of the field.
Very fortunate for Florida Gateway and Smith that was not picked off. That was just, you know, looking at that, it was a questionable read at that. Not exactly sure what Smith saw with that throw towards the drag route, especially with two defenders on top. But Espinoza, had she hung on to it, I don't think anybody would have caught her going the other way.
Third down and 6 here for Florida Gateway. Snap to Smith, looking, tosses it off to the center. And a nice pull there, again by Espinoza, stopping Jasmine Thompson in her tracks, and that's going to be fourth down and right about 4.5 yards or so. And Florida Gateway is going to go for it with 3:07 and counting left in this first half of play.
Interesting decision here by head coach Ricky Hufty to now go for it when you do have that touchdown lead. I know we were mentioning earlier that you might have seen a little bit more conservative play early on, back and forth, but now a situation to go for it when you do have the lead, it's a big gamble. You know, it's one of those things where obviously it's a decision worth noting, but at the same time, based off the yardage, you're looking still at about roughly 5 yards, and not exactly sure what they're going to draw up here. I'm not sure if they're going to try to pull the rusher off sides or go short or maybe fake it for a long play. I mean, the sky's the limit in terms of the possibilities.
They will take a timeout and chat about it. Maybe an attempt to see how Heston was going to come out and then adjust accordingly. It's always the question in that huddle of, do you change what you do defensively to try to play back against what the opponent who took the timeout has already seen? Or do you come back with the same play that you had originally that they have watched you line up in?
Right now it has been quite the game plan for this Heston team, and give a lot of credit to Max Switzer. He's been doing a whole lot trying to stop the mighty Timberwolves.
And that's going to draw off sides. Great job there, Blazer, off sides, and that's going to be a first down for Florida Gateway. And the freeze play works.
Who's to say you still can't add a little bit of football elements to a flag football game? I mean, that's where the discipline comes into play. And for a championship game, you got to be on your P's and Q's when it comes to discipline at the line of scrimmage. And that time you just gave up a free first down.
Florida Gateway still in a tight twins formation. Smith takes the snap, looking to her left, trying to float it over, and caught again by Destiny Lockett. Lays out for the grab. Man, there was no defending that, but Destiny Lockett lays out for the snag.
See, usually on those corner routes as well, if executed perfectly, you should be able to have your quarterback reach out just long enough to where you can get that extra angle to where even if you have a defender on you, you still have the trajectory of the pass, which is far out of reach to block it down, and that way executed perfectly by Lockett.
Smith looking for pay dirt, has a receiver open, but just overthrows Mackenzie Fillion.
Again, the idea is there, the route is there. Again, just that connection from the quarterback Smith and trying to get it to Fillion this time. It's got to be a little bit better. You know, I'm not sure if Smith feels like she's rushed in the pocket or if she is trying to let the play develop, but either way, it's another missed opportunity for Gateway to walk into the end zone.
3rd down and 5 here for the T-Wolves. So going a balanced gun. Snapped. Smith rolling to her right, looking. Caught ball, first down. And more as Fillion gets past a couple of defenders. And Florida Gateway will get into the red zone and start first down at their own 7-yard line and goal to go.
Again, Fillion has started to become a go-to target in this championship game. Nice couple of moves, but if you're Heston, you got to do a better job of containing them. You can't just go for the one hand, and you got to make sure you stop them at all costs.
Lockett and Taylor with the twins to either side wide, and that's going to be Lockett looking. Tosses it off and picked off again by Phillips. Missed on the flag pull and tries to get past Thompson and does not. And this is the second time that Phillips has ended a Gateway drive with a pick with a long return.
Yeah, going back to this play, you see the hesitation with Lockett, and she has to make a decision at the last second, but I'm not sure if I would have still tried to force that play in. It would have been better to keep it and possibly maybe take a sack or only get like a loss of yards or get back to the line of scrimmage. But in that situation, you gave up a big opportunity like that, and that's what's going to fuel the Larks even more to try to come down for a score.
Larks switching to what looks like maybe a 2-quarterback system with Boburn in the backfield. She catches it. It's not in. It's a forward pass there, and she is going to get quite a lot of yards off of that. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of momentum here on the Hon College end as they try to go in the hurry-up offense with 1:09 and counting left in this first half. The snap to Phillips. Phillips looking, rolling right. She's going to take off, and she's going to get out of bounds right about the 36-yard line. That'll stop the clock with 55 seconds left.
Yeah, now if you're Heston, you got to start playing that 2-minute drill. And for Florida Gateway, you still have to have that composure and still try to play your best game, but you don't try to get on the level of Heston College. You try to get out there and play your zone defense. But for Heston, right now, they've got all the momentum, and it's a matter of trying to find a way to slow them down.
Heston trying to even this game up at 7 before going back to the locker room. Snap to Phillips. Phillips looking and almost picked off. So close there. Desmartin almost took it right back. But that'll stop the clock with 51 seconds. It'll be second down for Heston. They're going to run quick as Phillips takes the snap again, looking. That's going to be over the head of Boburn again. This has gone from first to third down quite quickly.
I wish we had another opportunity to look at that Kyla Desmartin play. She read the pass like a book, and it was just waiting for there at the right time. But then on this following play too, Heston had an opportunity to try to gain a few yards, but again, it's very crucial. If it hits your hands like a routine dump-off play, you got to make those catches to keep the drive moving.
And Max Switzer will take a timeout here and chat about it with his Larks. 46 seconds left, trying to tie this game up at 7. Florida Gateway leading by that margin, 7-0. Larks exit back onto the field. On comes the Gateway defense. Need to make some gains here to keep marching as Phillips takes the snap, goes right then left, and she's going to take off, and a sack there at the hands of Zamaria Granado, and that's going to trigger another, I believe, a Heston timeout.
And this is typical textbook 101 flag. Anytime you're trying to go east to west, you're just giving the rusher another opportunity to come down with the flagpole. Zamaria Granado was initially beat. Kaylee Phillips was able to take off, and if she would have cut up north, maybe would have had at least another 6 more yards. But whenever you're going to the side like that, you're always giving those defenders an opportunity to get a second breath and try to cut off your angle and limit your yards to no more than 2 or 3.
So when we come back, it'll be 4th and 10 here with 36 seconds left. Heston trying to manage what remains of the first half to try to go into halftime all knotted up as Fort Scott did yesterday at a 13-13 game at the half against this Florida Gateway College team. The snap from Steps to Phillips. Phillips rolling right. He's going to go for it all, and that's just going to be overthrown. Pass intended for Espinoza there. Espinoza almost looked like she had turned in for a post route before she had to skinny it up.
Again, it's about routes and communication. You see Phillips, she tosses it up there, and for Espinoza, maybe it was just a little bit thrown out of her reach, but you could tell Phillips is trying to arch it just enough. You got 2 of the safeties for Gateway trying to close in on Espinoza, but it's one of those things where, again, it goes back to practice. You got to be practicing the cadence and even counting up the seconds. From Kaylee Phillips' standpoint, you got to know how many seconds it's going to take for Espinoza to get to 10 yards, 15 yards, 20 yards. So that way, regardless of if you're feeling pressure, you're allowing Espinoza to get to where she is, and all you have to do as soon as you throw the ball, you know where Espinoza should be at that said point in time, and it becomes clockwork. And nobody is going to be able to beat that cadence if you perfect it.
30 seconds left in this opening half. First down and 10 yards to go for Florida Gateway. Heston taking their final timeout of the half. 3 receivers to the strong side of the field, 1 here to the weak side at the bottom. Smith takes the snap, rolling left, trying to drop it over the top, and just too much for Destiny Lockett. And like you said, partner, some of the timing just not quite there on either side, as we've seen a couple of overthrows here that, if properly timed, should have dropped right over the outside shoulder of the receiver.
Yeah, Cheyenne Blazer, too, was able to get through 2 gateway blockers and right at the last second add that extra second of pressure. I'm not exactly sure if Smith was trying to go to the left initially, but she kind of shied away from the 2 blockers, giving Blazer another angle to get at her. Not very often do you see that from a quarterback.
Second down, chased, and that's going to be gotten off. But the flagpole there on Claudia Taylor will not go for much, and it's going to be 3rd down with 13 seconds left.
You would think after playing a team twice, especially within the past 2-3 days, you would already know what their secrets are and know how to game plan against them. And again, give a lot of credit to Coach Switzer and his coaching staff for honing down on this Florida Gateway College Timberwolves team. There's a huge difference between going into the locker room trailing by 7 instead of trailing by 3 or 4 scores.
And that's where we will hit halftime here. Florida Gateway College with a 7-0 lead over the Heston College Larks here with a 10-minute halftime. We will be back after this with the second half of NJCAA flag football in the Flag Football Invitational presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. And welcome back to the second half of the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational Final. Here you're seeing some sights of the first half of play. A couple of highlights here, including the touchdown from Florida Gateway. That gives them a 7-0 lead at the break over Hon College. For Florida Gateway, honestly, Angelo, at this point, you've just got to settle down and play your game and try to limit some of the mistakes and the forced plays that we saw in the first half.
Right, but just from basing it off of the game we saw yesterday, Florida Gateway seems like, especially late in this postseason, they've had really slow first half starts, but then when you get to the second half, they start to get a little bit more into their motion, they start to get a little bit more of their groove. And then the challenge, on the other hand, would be, can Heston continue to keep up with Florida Gateway? But the first thing is first. You still got to come up with an equalizing score. But with Gateway getting the ball to start the second half, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, you got to make a defensive stop and try to see if you can get this ball back too. I mean, a tall order for Heston, but they've been up to the challenge so far.
See what the Larks look like in the second half as they try to find a way to get the ball and equalize the score. Florida Gateway trying to take that 2-score lead. Smith takes the snap, a long corner blitz, and thrown behind Jasmine Thompson. You usually don't see corner blitzes in flag football a whole lot.
It's usually a risk you take, but if you go with the corner blitz, that means you're expecting your linebacker to shoot out and cover the receiver, which, unless if it's a speedster, not very often do you see it run successfully unless you're looking at it from a zone perspective. You are trusting your outside linebacker to get there quick and possibly get some help up top from a safety to cover and compensate for that cornerback blitz.
2nd down and 6 here. Takes a snap to Smith, rolling to her right, looking. She's going to take off, and she's going to just get the first down. Ball gets over the marker, and so that'll be a fresh set of downs for the Timberwolves.
And again, just that quick first down. When in doubt, just get the first down anyways. If you think that there's not a play that's going to develop, keep it yourself. And a good read there by Ashley Smith.
Balanced gun here for the Timberwolves. Takes a snap to Smith, looking. Caught, and oh, a beautiful hit there if you're playing the conventional game, but that's going to bring out a flag in this game.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if Jasmine Thompson would have considered that a beautiful hit. She just got rocked on that play that time.
That is what you call jacked up. That will be a personal foul. And she's going to hobble down to the 32-yard line. Yeah, imagine she's not feeling too good after taking a shot like that.
And also even with turf, you got to be. That's why one of the key things with turf is obviously every flag football player is going to be wearing cleats in the right mind. But even when you see teams playing recreationally, there's teams out there that will have basketball shoes out with turf. And when you get turf with basketball shoes, that is never a good combo because there's so much slipperiness.
Smith dumps it back off to the center. Few yards gained there. Right back to Jasmine Thompson. That'll bring up 2nd down and 3. Espinoza on the pull there. 2nd down, Smith takes the snap. Lots of blitz, lots of space there. And that's going to be Destiny Lockett. Talking about a singular corner blitz being difficult, but 2.
And you'll watch right here, just letting the play develop. Heston is bringing all their defenders back, opening up a pocket underneath the middle for Lockett to just come out with the dump it out to Lockett. She'll get you an extra 5-6 yards, and Gateway just eating up some of that more yardage.
Snap to Smith, looking to the left. And she's going to take off and run it herself, tucks and runs. And that pull is going to take place at about the 21-yard line. Nice job on 1st down to take a lot of yardage there out of that, and to set yourself up for the next quadrant being the red zone.
Yeah, and at least in this case, really not sure that it was intentional, but the fact that Ashley Smith felt a yard shy, now you can get yourself some extra yards to pick up the first down.
It's not the worst thing on second down to only be a yard shy. Throws, looking for everything, and that's going to be picked off by who else but Kaylee Phillips. Phillips needing to watch out, spiking the football like that sometimes brings out a flag. But Phillips with her 3rd interception on the day.
You can't convince me otherwise, Corey, that Kaylee Phillips is single-handedly taking down this Florida Gateway squad and shutting them down, whether it's the red zone or pretty close to the end zone. I mean, she has been playing lights-out defense and now looking to try to make an opportunity to make some noise on the offensive end.
Lake Worth, Florida native, finding her way to the JUCO ranks of Kansas. Try to take down Florida Gateway as she rolls to her right. Low throw, incomplete. Kalia Baker holds her hands out like, how was I supposed to catch that one?
Yeah, and again, it's all about communication at the end of the day. I'm not exactly sure how many times they practice that play, but again, you got to be crisper and tighter with your throws and make sure you're connecting. You don't want missed opportunities going by the wayside.
High snap for Phillips. She reels it in, caught ball. That one's going to be back to Zalia Boburn, the other Florida native from Palmetto on this team.
And again, just wide open there by Boburn, able to get some yardage back here, and now you got a 3rd and about 9.5 to convert. But just take it little bit by little bit. You got under 8 minutes now in the 3rd. Don't try to do anything fancy.
Florida Gateway really pressing up here. Everyone within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And now Phillips not at quarterback, and the pass off to Phillips, and the flag is pulled there. Couldn't quite tell who was the quarterback there until, see if we can get a replay here. That's going to be 4th down for the Heston Larks, and they're going to punt.
I want to say initially it seemed like it was number 2.
Was he Hines? No, that was 12. That's
Kalia Baker.
Be Kalia Baker, yeah.
Did see a 2 in there real quick, and I thought it was Kalia Baker initially because I saw the black shirt, but couldn't be too sure.
Kick, a wobbly one. It's going to bounce over the 40, be taken back at about the 32, and pull happens at about the 37-yard line. So right about at midfield is where Florida Gateway College will begin their next drive with 7:04 left in this 3rd quarter.
Good favorable bounce there for the punt team by Heston. Not only were you able to get some deep yards, but you went from what should have been inside the Lark territory, and now it's back in Gateway squad just at about the 36-yard line. And that could be a little bit of a difference, but also a blessing in disguise for the Timberwolves for the quick first down.
In motion. Takes the snap to Smith, right back to the center. Pops it off there, and a fumble. And that's going to be down right there at about the 42-yard line. Claudia Taylor couldn't quite hold on to it after Jasmine Thompson makes the catch.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a first down either way. You know, just great play overall, and you can see right there in the corner, Coach Max Switzer trying to communicate with that defense again. Anytime you have that pitch back, you got to make sure that you're cornering them off and not gaining the extra 3-4 yards.
Snap to Smith, looking to her left, staring down, and gets away from one pull. Had her dead to rights, and she takes off and is going to get a lot of yards out of that. About 10 yards. No more, like 13 or 14 there on the run after a missed pull. Heston had her dead to rights in the backfield.
Ashley Smith is not the most mobile quarterback out there, but you never know sometimes, again, when it comes back to the hips, dips, moves, and all it takes is a little hip jolt. And you could have somebody, a speedster, catch up, but if they don't know how to pull flags, that could go from what should be a 2-3 yard gain to something as big as 15 or 16. And give a lot of credit to Smith for keep going and not stopping until the blow the whistle.
2nd down and 4.5 here. Motion here. That one's going to be off to Lockett. Lockett going to try to get around, but a great pull there by Steps, getting into the flags of Lockett and stopping that one short of the line to gain.
So you get another 3rd down situation. Gateway has not been as proficient on these 3rd and 4th downs. It's just trying to make sure that you can get just enough yardage you need to move the sticks. Don't worry about trying to get to the end zone now, especially since you still have this 7-0 lead.
Lockett in the backfield with Smith. And that's going to be either a delay of game or a timeout, and it's going to be a delay of game here. That's going to back up the Wolves 5 yards. So instead of being at the 24, you're going to be at the 29. Man, at this point of the season, even if it is a freshman-laden squad, you think you would have had that communication worked out by now.
Could be communication, but then we also could see it as a strategical move. Maybe they have the play already in place, but maybe they want to take 2 plays to get the 1st down instead of just the 1.
Snap to Smith, looking. Caught across the middle. It's going to get them about right to where they were on 4th down here, with 3 or 4 yards for the line to gain with 4:35 left in this 3rd quarter. 4th down for the T-Wolves.
Yeah, and if Florida Gateway can get this 1st down here, then that penalty, that delay of game will have paid off. But now you see there's a timeout for the Timberwolves and some strategy to discuss.
4th down here with 4:23 left in this 3rd quarter. Florida Gateway will take a timeout and talk it over here, what their strategy is going to be on this 4th down play. Need to see if they can extend this lead over Heston. But if you're the Larks, of course, you get this turnover on downs, you might have a chance to go down and take the game back momentum-wise by knotting up the score.
I mean, you could think of all the scenarios in the world. Up here, we believe that it may just be one of those clock run out, maybe a strategy thing, but down there on the field, we're not exactly sure what could be going through the minds of Coach Hufty and Coach Switzer in this 4th down situation. But you also look at that time, and like you mentioned, Corey, it's 4:23 to go in the 3rd quarter. If Florida Gateway can somehow get this 1st down, do we start to see plays that show signs of milking the clock?
If Chelsea Palmer has learned well, then absolutely yes.
You'll know exactly where she gets the strategy from.
Absolutely. Snap to Smith, dumps it off to Lockett, but Lockett cannot hang on to it. And that'll turn into a turnover on downs. The Heston Larks will get the ball back at right at the 24-yard line, 1st and 16. And it's a great stand there by the Larks. Gives you another chance.
That was not a mistake by Florida Gateway. That was a blunder. Not very often do you see it happen, but again, when you have a toss play like that, Destiny Lockett, you got to bring it down. You know, Heston right now really with a gift-wrapped opportunity off that turnover, and now they got to find a way to make it up and capitalize on it.
Phillips trying to find a receiver in space. Is not able to. That falls incomplete. 2nd down here as the clock ticks under 4 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. Going with twins, top and bottom. Phillips, the snap. Rolls right. Caught ball low again. But about a 3-yard gain there. So much to be said in the game of football, whether it's the conventional game or whether it's flag game, about where you put the ball on your receiver. It seems like if the ball had been a little bit further up, there might have been a chance for a few extra yards there.
Yeah, possibly. And You know, it all depends on how you move the ball forward and if you just make sure that you're keeping up with what you need to do.
Blitz for Florida Gateway, gets the pass off, does Phillips, and finds Kalia Baker. And that's going to be very short, about a yard short of that first down. Going to be 4th down.
Yeah, you got to go for it on this play.
Oh, yeah, you're down 7 points. It's nearing the end of the 3rd quarter. This is a go every time. If you can't make basically right at 2 yards, shouldn't win. And we see this bunch set that we've seen so often from the NJCAA teams.
I would not look to try to run it up the middle, though. You gotta
Phillips going off the side, and that's going to be a sack there. Great job on the pull. Phillips tries to throw it away there, but the Florida Gateway defense comes up strong.
Formation-wise, I'm not exactly sure if this was well thought out. You got 2 receivers on the end trying to go for their out routes. You got the outside linebacker situated, and all you have to do is send the outside linebacker blitz, and that play was blown up right from the get-go. Nothing for Phillips to really do except to try to run on the outside and run back, but that's got to be better managed in terms of a play setup.
Smith had 3 up top trying to go over, and that one is picked off again by Kyra Steps this time. The 4th interception on the day for Ashley Smith. Single-handedly, she is keeping Hon College in this game.
You took the words out of my mouth, partner. How do you go from making a stop and right on the very next play you give it right back to the other team? I mean, that's one of those things now where Florida Gateway's defense thought that they were going to have some breathing room in the process, but now they got to go right back out again and make another stop. I mean, at that point too, you got to start looking at the confidence factor of this defense. They have to feel confident that the offense is going to help produce points and not have to worry about maintaining a defensive stand with it being a 1 score. But you said it right there. The interceptions are keeping Heston in this game. And now for the Larks, it's again making sure that they're doing their due diligence, and now with another 3rd, 4th opportunity to try to tie this game up for the first score.
Oh, to be a fly in that Florida Gateway huddle. Immediate timeout called after that interception.
No, right now what we're seeing is Florida Gateway is out of sorts. They need to start getting a little bit more disciplined. And it's more or less on the offensive end than the defensive end, because defense is fine. But on the offensive end, they have to start working together and coordinating to where they can start moving the ball and not just taking deep routes. Now, give a credit again to Kyra Stubbs. Excellent one-handed interception, but the reads just have to be better.
Heston gets another shot at this with 2:12 left in this 3rd quarter of play. Phillips with the snap gets the ball off and almost picked off there by Kyla Martin, trying to go back to Stubbs there at the center position. Shaking her hand a little bit there. Stubbs maybe got hit a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think Martin may have gotten a little bit of hand along with the ball. High snap. Phillips is able to haul it down. Pump fakes. She's going to go. And her flag is pulled about 1.5 yards, 2 yards shy of that first down. It's going to be 3rd down for the Larks again.
See, and even now, not sure if it's supposed to be designed that way, but the Larks on offense trying to run the ball and Gateway continuing to shut them down on the outside. And you get to 3rd down now, it's can we see it again, or Gateway's really, doing business with the shutdown defense.
Gateway not fooled by that pump fake. Nobody moved. Phillips tosses it off to her blocker, and that's going to be a 1st down. Caught there by Lizzie Hines, and, well, that's all you need. Gets you a few yards.
Yeah, it was only inevitable before they got the 1st down to even try to get 2 stops when you're 2 yards away, 1.5 yards. That would have been some serious defense. But new set of downs, Gateway can regroup, and Heston has another opportunity to keep the sticks moving.
Phillips takes the snap, rolls right, caught ball, trying to make her way up the sideline is Samantha Espinoza there. A nice little gain, moves it up to 2nd and 11 here for the Larks.
You notice how they're now going a little bit more short in this case. All it is with this being a 7-0 game and with time running down, get the 7-8 yards. It goes back to the typical dink and dunk plays.
Just take what the defense gives you, and we will take you to the 4th quarter of play. Our score unchanged from the halftime line. Florida Gateway College, the Timberwolves, have a 7-0 lead on the Hon College Larks right here on the NFL Flag YouTube channel for the NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational. "12 minutes left in this national championship contest here between the Timberwolves of Florida Gateway College and the Larks of Hon College. One team will receive their rings and the championship NJCAA trophy. One team will watch as the other team celebrates.
Absolutely, but either way, both of these teams are coming home with hardware, whether it's the Champions Trophy or the runners-up, and
looks like Heston might have started running too soon with a false start there on the Larks. That definitely is not advantageous to you there, as that turns 2nd and 11 into 2nd and 16.
Yeah, not exactly the most ideal start you want coming out of a quarter. Now it's just a matter of regroup quickly and then get the snap off, make sure you know what you're doing, and start going down there and getting yardage.
Ooh, high snap. Had to jump for it, did Phillips. Gets it off. That's tipped away. Great job there, tipping it away. There's Ariana Coleman, and that's going to bring up 3rd down and 16. That was almost a pick.
Great start to this 4th quarter by the defense. You make Heston hesitate. You make them get the false start penalty, but now as they're coming back here, long 3rd down situation, Gateway's in the clear.
3rd down, another high snap. Phillips comes down with it, finds her receiver. They wanted a flag on the play there, but none came out, and Kyra Steps may be hurt there on that one.
Might have took a hard hit. I don't think it should be that much. Maybe got the wind knocked out of her just slightly, but looks like she'll ultimately be okay.
Indeed it does, as Heston will punt, and she happens to be the punter, so she has to be at least relatively okay.
Just a random thought occurred to me, Corey. When you look at even championship games, you usually see silence. Like even in a regular season game, it's just we focus on the game, but there's been music constantly playing all throughout the games here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
A little bit of music that they're not really used to, as you cut up the field here by Destiny Lockett, and Florida Gateway will start at the 23-yard line. But no, you're right. It has been constant music. You are used to generally if
there's music in between breaks, but when the actual play's going on, I think it's a little bit of a different environment that not most teams, if any teams, are used to.
That is correct. So I have to figure out which teams are able to shut out that distraction. And it might have been a distraction there as a poor handoff from Destiny Lockett to Claudia Taylor. That's going to set you back a little bit for the Timberwolves, who are now at the 19, looking to go midfield at the 40, 2nd and 21 as the clock ticks. And we'll see if they try to milk the clock here. They do not. Lockett taking off with it, pitching it off to Taylor, who gets a few yards here. Makes up the original difference. And a little bit more. Now situated more at the 26-yard line. Third down for Florida Gateway. Takes the snap. Looking for a large chunk play. Gets it and more as Fillion is trying to weave her way through, and she'll get her flag pulled inside, just outside the 20-yard line at the 21. And Florida Gateway is looking to seal this game with a 2-score lead after Fillion picks the wobbly pass from the air.
I feel like this has been the first big play for Florida Gateway since back in the first quarter, especially in particular for Philly, and just being able to get open that deep. And now an opportunity for, like you mentioned, the Wolves to really try to capitalize on this drive.
Lockett and Taylor in the backfield here. Taking their time now, draining the clock. Lockett takes it, pitches, and popped away by who else but Kyra Steps, getting in and knocking that away, keeping it back.
Yeah, Stubbs definitely got a hand on it, which clearly tells you just the wrong decision to try to go out with the option, and Gateway very lucky that that wasn't a 5th turnover for them.
Absolutely, and if that happens and Steps steps in and gets a hand on it,
usually 99% of the time that's going the other direction for 6 points.
that game is going to be deadlocked at 7. It is not the case. Almost looks like there's a timeout, and that's going to be the Timberwolves' 3rd and final timeout of the half here with 7:37 left in this contest.
Right now, and you know, right now I'm thinking about the comment I made earlier in the broadcast where it's like, if you think of the facing the Giants, of the Richland Giants, who have been sweeping their way through like Florida Gateway has this season, really no NJCAA team really could compete with them. And you got a team like Hon College, which is kind of like an underdog team per se, but at the same time a team that is capable of pulling off an upset. And right now, with 7:37 left to go, at least in regulation, they still have a chance to tie up Florida Gateway. But with all these mistakes that the Timberwolves have been making, they are continuing to keep the Larks in this contest. And that could come back to bite you if at the final, and within the final seconds, if it ends up being Heston having a true opportunity to tie it up, or worse, perhaps even take the lead and win this thing.
Heston has played Florida Gateway 4 times this season. None of the contests have been any closer than a 26-point ball game, and a 27-point offensive output is Florida Gateway's smallest in any of those 4 games against Heston. The Larks defense really coming to play here against the Timberwolves. 2nd down and 2 taken. 1st down and a lot more. Lockett taking it herself.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to do what you can to just get those extra yards. And again, this time just a better decision by Lockett. Wasn't going to try to force anything, but just gain yourself a couple of yards, pick up that 1st down, and give yourself a new set of downs for goal line situation.
Getting a touchdown here will almost end this ball game. Lockett takes the snap, going to her left, pitching it out, back to Fillion, but a great snag on the pull there by Cheyenne Blazer, and nothing doing there.
Yeah, Blazer got it, and again, we talk about flag movement right there. For Fillion, got that left arm up to make sure that there wasn't a potential of her arms being down and possibly getting herself a flag guard penalty. Because we've seen it a couple times already in this tournament where we have seen some players call for flag guarding based off of their handling positions. You always want to make sure, again, that their flags are accessible to pull.
Second down here, snap to Lockett, who goes left and then right, tries to cut up the middle, gets a lot of yardage, and that pull never occurs, and the runner is down at about the 3-yard line.
Yeah, Lockett practically ran into the last defender. Just another reason why it wouldn't be called for a penalty on Heston is just when you're running your way through, it's sometimes you're trying to get that outreach body, but Lockett was already going on the way down. Not exactly sure if that's what the referees are discussing, if that's going to be a penalty or not, but to me, looking at that right there, I think it's a clean play.
They still haven't moved the line of scrimmage, talking to head coach Ricky Hufty. Now they move the cones, but nowhere near the amount that where the player was called down.
I would love to see an instant replay on this to see if we may have missed a flag pull or perhaps something would have happened like a knee down or something that would have warranted this play to move back to about the 15.
That would have been about a 10-yard step off there on third down now. The Timberwolves motion here, fakes it, gives it. That's back to the center, Jasmine Thompson, who makes her way into the end zone for a touchdown. And Florida Gateway now has a double-digit lead, 13-0, pending the extra point.
I'm pretty sure Samantha Espinoza is going to want to look at an instant replay. She feels firmly justified. She pulled the flag before she crossed the line, but no, Thompson was already, her hand was already across pay dirt and got the end zone. That's a good touchdown for Gateway.
All you got to do is get the nose of the football across the plane, the goal line.
And finally, we see the Timberwolves offense come to fruition. It's been a struggle all day today, but they give themselves another score, and now they have some cushion room.
Smith at quarterback, motion for Lockett. Smith looking, finds Lockett in the end zone, and they get that PAT, extending their lead out to 14-0. And with 5 minutes and 46 seconds left in this championship contest, Florida Gateway extends their lead to 14-0 over the Hon College Larks. And we'll have to see how the Larks can respond, see if they can stay in this game and cross the goal line themselves. It would be the first time in this contest for the Larks.
Yeah, and they got to act quickly here. They have to start moving fairly quick, because if they can't get anything going on this drive, expect to see Gateway try to milk this clock out as much as possible.
High snap and almost into the end zone. They might spot that down at about the 1-yard line. It's been high snap after high snap for a couple of drives now for Heston. This has been the first one that Phillips hasn't been able to corral.
Yeah, and not exactly sure if that's because of the momentum from the touchdown just scored by Gateway, or if they're acting a little too quick because they're a little bit fast for themselves and trying to get down there and go for possibly a no huddle or just get a quick offensive rhythm going. But again, another situation where you don't want to start off your drives with penalties or a bad snap or anything that's going to result or produce negative yardage.
And Heston will be back at the 2-yard line, so a 12-yard loss on the bad snap. Plus loss of down. Man, that adds insult to injury. But an opportunity here for Florida Gateway. If they can get the ball back quickly and then work quickly on offense, they may be able to hit that 19-point mark by the 2-minute warning.
It is a possibility, but again, it ultimately depends on what Heston can do. And they've had some opportunities where they've started deep in their own end zone, but still have managed to come away just enough to get the first down. But now that it's third down, that possibility is looking very slim.
Phillips with the incomplete pass, unable to come up with it, is Baker. And third down here. Twins to the bottom side here. Snap to Phillips. Looking, and that's almost going to be a safety, and a great pull by Destiny Lockett. Weber was already looking downfield to see where she could get, and Destiny Lockett said, well, you're not going to get past me.
Yeah, and again, like I mentioned before, and I'll say it again, Destiny Lockett is just another season away from being on one of these NAIA teams that's going to make an immediate impact. You see the way she's been playing right now and stepping up in championship situations and making the plays that really count that a team needs.
And Steps punt this one away. A short kick fielded at about the 30 and will slide down to the 30. Wilfillian, and with 4:17 left in this contest, Florida Gateway will set up there. Another score by the Timberwolves will push the lead past the Mercy Rule spot. You've got 2 minutes and 17 seconds to try to get past that mark.
It is possible, but again, we'll be interested to see how he approaches the situation. I do fully expect Gateway to try to milk as much clock as possible. You don't want to get the quick score too early, and at the same time too, you want to make it that competitive, but you don't want to do anything that's going to spoil your chances of giving the ball away.
Smith hands it off right over the left side, and a pull there by Steps. Believe that was Coleman there. No, correction, that's going to be Zamario Granado there on the handoff. Under 4 minutes left in this ball game. Second down and 7 yards to go. All receivers to the top of your screen. Lockett pitches it back, hits the turf there. Granado can't come up with it. It's going to be third down here. About 3 yards. Granado just can't quite keep up with the quarterback.
Can't keep up with it. So you look back at that play just now, and that's just Granado wasn't able to keep up with it. Once the pitch happened, she was bobbling with it, and just one of those things where she just sort of collided into one of the Lark players.
Lockett, only one in the backfield. Tries to go around the left side, gets the first down, and a little bit more here as the ball will be spotted about the 17-yard line with 3 minutes and counting here in the fourth quarter, but getting the touchdown.
That's what you call locking it up with Lockett.
Absolutely, getting that first down big here as Granado checks out and Taylor checks back in. Be a lot of hurry up and wait here. Lockett takes it right up the middle, gives the dead leg, gets across the middle. The flag finally pulled by Phillips at about the 3-yard line as we approach that 2-minute warning.
That would be, I would think at this rate, adding insult to injury if right off the 2-minute warning or first play of 2-minute warning, you end up getting the score that puts it into a mercy run rule. That would be sort of one last indignity for this NJCAA championship contest.
I've seen it happen. And Lockett goes around and does not quite get it. I don't know.
No, they just gave
give it to her. And Destiny Lockett punches it in, and Florida Gateway leads 20-0. And that will seal the deal, and the Timberwolves from Florida Gateway College win the inaugural NJCAA Women's Flag Football Invitational here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Soak it up, Timberwolves. You are gonna get that ring here in Atlanta. The trophy is heading to Lake City. And there we see it. The hardware going home to Lake City. The championship hats, the championship rings, and that championship trophy that should probably get its own seat on the bus back to Central Florida.
It'll ultimately depend to see if they had a spot reserved for the trophy to begin with anyways. Not exactly sure if they rode vans to get up here, if they had a charter bus, but if it's a charter bus, they'll definitely have room. They'll probably have its own little row.
And Ricky Hufty gets the Gatorade shower, the cold shower of success. Rolls down his spine.
Yeah, Ricky Hufty once again on top of the flag football kingdom. This time it's from the junior college realm of things. And it's good to see this man back on top. You know, he has done so much with this program. And dating back to when Florida Gateway was initially announcing its flag football club, as soon as they made that hire for Ricky Hufty, you knew Gateway was destined for great things.
And we see the fired up huddle here. And the Timberwolf call resounds through Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That championship Wolf call, hugs, tears all around here. You know, partner, it doesn't matter whether it's JUCO, whether it's NAIA, whether it's professional. The girls on this Florida Gateway College team, no one's going to be able to take those rings away from them. It's an experience that they will never forget. On the biggest stage in the inaugural matchup, everyone will always say Florida Gateway was the first.
There can always be that first team, and just like Ottawa 2 years ago when they won that inaugural championship for NAIA over Kaiser, here Florida Gateway, nobody, like you said, Cody, nobody is going to take away this inaugural championship from the Timberwolves.
A lot of bling there on that table. I do like this move. You see Max Switzer. Obviously they're going to honor the runners up there, but it's a move there to make sure that your team watches the celebration and creates that feeling of, I never want to be this close and come up shy ever again.
That is true, but regardless, at the end of the day, I mean, the runners-up are going to be recognized regardless. Last year it was medals. This year, not sure if it'll be the same thing, but take your due diligence, get lined up, accept your runners-up participation stuff, and then, you know, we'll see if they stick around for Gateway's presentation. But either way, you got to recognize the runners-up in this NJCAA tournament. But still, give a lot of credit to these Larks, and especially with a player like Kaylee Phillips, who played her heart out with 3 interceptions and taking the Larks all the way to the red zone on these offensive possessions.
Congratulations to Florida Gateway winning the 2023 Women's Flag Finals, the NJCAA champs. I'm going to go ahead and introduce ISO. Thank you. And can we give these ladies a round of applause, both teams? As you said, I'm the CEO of NFL Flag Player, and I got the opportunity to play football at every level and be a part of this arena, being an NFL player. And so one of the things that we had to do with NAIA, and this is the 3rd year, obviously that championship game is coming up as well. And they got a chance to be a part of that history of being the first collegiate association. And so now, fathers and these young women, you are now part of history. So you both winners in this. You both are going back and all these things. You open the door, you're courageous, you're part of this history. Congratulations again to you both. And so, great game. So, again, glad to have you, glad. Hope to see you come back. Hope to see you do this next to the bout. How about we get the bout? Again, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Now, let's give a hand to the winners of NJCAA 23 Women's Flag Finals. Let's get Coach Max Fitzgerald here. Max. All right, number 1, Penny Phillips. Give it up, Penny. And number 12, Aaliyah Baker, everybody. Number 2, Lizzie Hines. And number 10, Salia. And number 9, Cheyenne Laser. And number 22, Iris S. And number 3, Jada Spinner. Number 20, Paige Weber. Number 8, Sam Espinosa. And Trinity Ramirez. And your assistant coach, Alexis Hector. All right, guys, let's do it. We're going to go runner-up, the NJCAA 2023 Women's Flag Finals runner-ups. And one more time, congratulations to the NJCAA 23 Women's Flag Finals runner-up. Big round of applause, everybody. They fought hard all week. All right, guys. Number 2, Tyler Des Martin. And number 14, Zavaria Granada. And number 12, Kayla Des Martin. Give it over to number 1, Ashley Smith with the lead. And number 11, Mackenzie Phillips. And number 4, Destiny Lockett. And number 7, Claudia Taylor. Number 3, Camille Perry. Number 6, Shanera Shahid. Number 17, Ariana Coleman. And number 19, Kiana Hamilton. Guys, give it up. Big round of applause for your NJCAA 2023 Women's Track Finals winner. All right, we got one more for the team. We got space for me, coach. All right. And your full valuable player is? Number 4, Destiny Lockett. Yeah, give it up. Okay, and now what y'all been waiting for. Guys, here's the big trophy. The NJCAA 2023 Women's Track Finals winners. Give it up one more time for your NJCAA 2023 Women's Track Finals winner. And we got one more award to give. Coach of the Year for the NJCAA, Coach Ricky Huckney. Congratulations, Coach. Well done. guys. What do you need? We still got some more work to give out. All right, I got both teams, Heston and North Carolina. We got some more awards again. We got the alternative team awards to give out. If I can have both teams come over here, please. All right, guys, we got a couple more awards to give. 3 more awards. I can have your attention. Alternate team offensive athlete, NAIA Devon. There you go. All right, I got one more over here. Alternate defensive athlete. Alternate defensive athlete. Destiny. Destiny. An alternate MVP from Heston, Katie Phillips. And your alternate athletes right here, guys. Give it up with a big round of applause. attention everybody, in about 5 to 10 minutes we're going to announce all winners of the NAIA tournament and all tournament teams. About 5 minutes, guys, 5 minutes. ahead and start on the offensive side. Alternate quarterback. We got Madison Carrera from Ottawa. All right, guys, give it up for Madison, everybody. All right, next up, we got alternate center, also from Ottawa, Alyssa Nicholas, Ottawa. All right, now we got alternate team blocker, Kiana Ako from Thomas. All right, now we got a couple of receiver awards to give out. From Kaiser, Brianna Ramirez. And we got another receiver from Kaiser, Kennedy Foster. And our third receiver from Ottawa, Jasmine Camacho. All right, one more word last but not least, the alternate offensive athlete for KWU, Brianna Hernandez Silva. All right, and now moving over to the defensive side of the ball. From Thomas, Jada Reed, with all tournament rushers. Alternate linebacker, Brittany Silva from Thomas. Alternate safety, she's not here today, but we want to announce her from Weber. Sigmundi from Weber, give it up for her. Also, alternate defensive back, Amari Logan from Warner. And Sydney Holmes, alternate team defensive back. And for KWU, Angel Roman, alternate defensive back. And from St. Thomas, winning the alternate defensive athlete, Kashuma Washington from St. Thomas. Guys, give it up for your alternate team, alternate offense, alternate defense. Big round of applause.
And welcome. 1 year plus a week ago, last week, we had these same two teams, and now we match up, Thomas and Ottawa. Let's meet the rosters. First, number 0 for Thomas, Jada Reese. Number 1, Sanaya Glover. Number 2, Emmy Sadoun. Number 4, Nija Seals. Number 5, Kiera Knight. Number 6, Kendall Dapprell. Number 7, Aaliyah Wood. Number 8, Britt Delva. Number 9, Janae Scott. Number 11, Margarita Pena. Number 12, Kiana Cole. Number 13, Alexa Wilson. Number 14, Alicia Washington. Number 15, Shelby Hartley. Number 18, Giselle Jones. Number 19, Denijah Turner. Number 20, Nakara Brown. And number 21, Ariel Wilcox. And that is the roster for the Thomas Nighthawks. And now we will read and go over the roster for the Ottawa Braves. The back-to-back defending national champs looking to three-peat here with a win. 1 win and 2 takes home a three-peat for the Ottawa Braves. 00, Hope Humes. Number 2, Bailey Hodgins. Number 3, Alyssa Linkus. Number 4, Haley McKay. Number 5, Alyssa Gillespie. Number 6, Jukani Washington. Number 7, Addie Osborne. Number 8, Nina Grave de Peralta. Number 9, Abby Brown. Number 10, Maya Quinn. Number 10. Number 11, Hannah Serquina. Number 14, Suze Kaufman. Number 15, Jazz Camacho. Number 16, Kim Ibarra. Number 17, Courtney Will. Number 18, Tatiana Dos Santos. Number 20, Lauren Clark. Number 21, Madison Carrera. Number 22, Mandolin Scalisi. Number 23, Farron Malouf. Number 25, Madison Berg. Number 28, Dakota Darby. Number 30, Randria Gamble. Number 31, DJ Paris. And rounding out the roster, number 34, Hayden Oakes. The coach of the Ottawa Braves, Liz Sowers, assisted by Katie Sowers, with a couple of graduate assistants, and that's how they'll line up today. We will have playing of the national anthem here in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask now that you please rise, remove your caps as we honor our country with the playing of the national anthem.
We're about 1 minute from getting this game underway. Here is the game situation. We are in the last, we had the last two teams here between the Ottawa Braves and the Thomas Nighthawks. If Thomas wins this game, we will go to a 4:30 game between these two teams, an elimination game for the red banner, the NAIA championship banner. If Ottawa wins this game, it is over and the Braves are crowned a dynasty. 3 straight championships. That's what's on the line. Yesterday, these two teams met, and, well, the Thomas faithful were very disappointed with how that turned out. A 19-0 blanking, the first ever in Thomas history that the team has been shut out, and also that the team has been mercy ruled. Let's go over the starting lineups real quick. First, for the visiting Nighthawks on offense, quarterback number 13, Alexa Wilson. At running back, number 12, Kiana Cole. At center, number 11, Margarita Pena. At wide receiver, number 8, Britt Delva. At wide receiver, number 18, Giselle Jones. At wide receiver, number 5, Kiera Knight. And at wide receiver, number 20, Nakara Brown. Defensively, at rush, number 0, Jada Reese. At linebacker, number 9, Janae Scott. At linebacker, number 8, Britt Delva. At corner, number 18, Giselle Jones. At corner, number 20, Nakara Brown. At defensive back, number 7, Aaliyah Wood. And at safety, number 5, Key Knight. For the defending back-to-back national champion Ottawa Braves, here's how they'll line up. At quarterback, number 21, Madison Carrera. At center, number 3, Alyssa Linkus. At running back, number 7, Addie Osborne. At wide receiver, number 18, Tatiana Dos Santos. At wide receiver, number 2, Bailey Hodgins. At wide receiver, number 10, Maya Quinn. And at wide receiver, number 15, Jazz Camacho. On the defense, at rush, number 31, DJ Paris. At linebacker, number 14, Suze Kaufman. At linebacker, number 9, Abby Brown. At defensive back, number 8, Nina Grave de Peralta. At defensive back, number 6, Jacani Washington. At defensive back, number 23, Farron Malouf. And at defensive back, number 4, Haley McKay. Ottawa has won the toss. They have elected to defer. And we'll see how we get started here in this elimination game for the Thomas University Nighthawks. Both teams getting ready to rock and roll in a game that could crown a champion or send it to one final game. Here alongside me in the broadcast booth is the trusty sidekick, the dynamic duo back for another year. Angelo Pontello going to be my color guy today. Angelo, how you doing?
Doing good. They got me doing double duty on as well, Corey. Playing Voice of God for the intro for both teams was an absolute pleasure, but it's going to even be more of a pleasure to see this national championship rematch. This is a game where the Nighthawks have had this game circled on their calendar for about 371 days now, and now they finally get back to that opportunity. They fight their way back after a win over Kaiser today to get another crack at the Ottawa Braves, but they're going to have to get 2 wins to claim that national championship.
They made it a little bit harder for themselves in that 19-0 loss did the Braves, and the Braves will start out with the ball with quarterback Alexa Wilson and the rest. Today, Alexa Wilson has to be on point.
If there's anything she would have learned from yesterday, it's trying to make sure her nerves are calm, and as much film prep work that Chelsea Palmer instills in these players, it's one of those things where it has to be a fast turnaround time for quick learning.
Wilson takes the snap, caught ball, and a quick pull there. Britt Delva on the catch.
I expect to see the Nighthawks do what they did similar to begin with the Nighthawks. Expect a little bit of the dink and dunks, the short routes. Bait the Braves in a little bit more so that way you potentially can hit the deep ball.
2nd and 2 here. Wilson with the snap. Goes right over the middle to a Cole. A Cole almost gets loose, if not for the pull of Farron Malouf, but it's a first down for the TU Nighthawks.
Yeah, and again, not to try to play parallels with last year's championship game, but you think about that opening play with Kiana Cole running nearly 66 yards to take it to the house. She almost had a big play there, but like you said, if it wasn't for Malouf, that could have been 6.
First down and about 9.5 for the Nighthawks. Wilson takes a snap, quick off to Kiara Knight, who is going to be just shy of a first down here. Going to be 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
The key piece here, Corey, is if you're the Nighthawks, even if things somehow don't go your way early, do not shut down mentally. You need to keep fighting strong. If you're going to beat the Braves, you need to be on your game, not just on the field, but mentally as well.
Empty set here. Wilson takes it quick off to Delva. Delva with the flag pull, but gets a first down, and Thomas dinking and dunking their way down the field, and now they're in Ottawa territory.
And you can see now a little bit of this play. You know, expect to see DJ Paris make an impact again at that rusher position. But now with this empty gun, we'll see what the Nighthawks can do.
Wilson off just over the head of Key Knight there. That's the first mistake we've seen early here for the Nighthawks.
Again, you had a great set of 5-6 yard pickups, and just because there's that incompletion, do not start to doubt yourself. You have to keep the faith, in a matter of speaking, and pursue the storm. The Nighthawks knew it was going to be a storm. It was something Chelsea Palmer said in the opening.
Wilson gets it off to Kiara Knight, and Kiara Knight almost breaks it loose. DJ Paris there with the pull. That's going to be 3rd down and about 5.
Yeah, that's going to be a key thing for Thomas, too. Just like in any game, you do not stop until you hear that whistle, and that's exactly what she did. She kept going, and she wasn't going to let Ottawa dictate where she was going to stop.
Good start for the Nighthawks thus far. Wilson takes the snap, caught ball, and let's see if they give him the first down. They do. Caught again by number 8, Britt Delva, and the offense under the command of the freshman Wilson from Daytona Beach, Florida, is just keeping the stick moving here, and now it's 1st and goal from the 19-yard line. Wilson with the snap, looking, fires. Low but caught for Key Knight. Pulled there by number 9, Abby Brown. But again, to borrow a football parlance, it's 6 yards in a cloud of dust for the TU Nighthawks.
And Abby Brown's going to be another one of those outside linebackers that the Braves are going to be heavily relying on, especially when they go to the slot. She's been able to hold down her own all season, and now more than ever, they're going to need a stop.
Wilson takes the snap, right back out to number 8, Britt Delva. And TU really focusing hard on those slot receivers.
Yeah, and just again to allude to the point as well, Abby Brown being a big component piece leads the Braves heading into this tournament with 96 flag pulls and, of course, those 7 interceptions as well.
3rd down and 9 here. Wilson pump fakes, gets it off to Cole. Cole rumbles and stumbles there. That's going to be short, I think, yes. 2 yards. It'll be 4th and 2 here for the Nighthawks on the opening drive. This is something that we saw a lot of last game in this 19-0. The Nighthawks being able to drive the field but not being able to hit pay dirt.
The fact that Maloof missed the flagpole now gives the Nighthawks a huge chance here to capitalize. But if they don't get it here, it's going to be a huge stop for Ottawa.
Wilson going off. We're going to see the Acole-Scott combo here. Expect to see Kiana Acole get the ball and try to run it in to break open the scoring here for the Nighthawks. Cole takes the snap, bobbles it, goes back a little bit, and her flag is pulled by Suze Kaufman, and that is a turnover on downs. Shades of Friday for the Nighthawks.
Yeah, you can't be trying to do anything fancy on 4th down. You could tell bobbling already with a call. As soon as that happened, that gives Suze Kaufman every opportunity to beeline at the sophomore. And again, a good stop by Ottawa, and we're starting to see shades of Friday all over again.
So the Braves will start out from the 9-yard line. All-tournament team quarterback Madison Carrera will have her heels at the goal line. Calls for the snap, looking, rolling to her left. She's going to take off, and she's going to get almost all the way to the 20, if not past the 20. And that is going to be marked down at the 19-yard line. Carrera, a very dangerous dual threat option.
And right there you can see Janae Scott keeping up with Osborne. There was that temptation to try to grab Carrera, but had she had stuck with Carrera, that pitch back to Osborne could have been 15, 20 yards easily.
2nd and short here for the Braves, checking their playbooks. Linkus with the snap. Looking, Carrera, looking, dancing back and forth, and throws it in the dirt. Incomplete pass there, but very close to a Giselle Jones sack. I don't see Jada Reese out there right now, the all-tournament team rusher for Thomas. It looks like Giselle Jones is in at the rush position. So 3rd and a half yard here for the Braves. Takes the snap, looking, fires, caught ball, and a little bit more here. Caught by Bailey Hodgins. That's going to move the stick here for the Braves.
Yeah, and just, again, when you're that close, at some point, they're going to be able to get you on those out routes. And Ottawa, again, coming up with the game plan. Thomas has to be a little bit tighter in that coverage, but now with the new set of downs, a new opportunity to try to shut him down.
Carrera checking the play. Calls for the ball. Dances left a little bit more, directing traffic, going back to the right, goes back to Addison Osborne, who's going to get a lot of yardage, and a missed pull by Sanaya Glover and by Janae Scott. Eventually pulled right at the 40-yard line. That's going to be just short, 2nd and short, and the Braves are putting themselves in really good situations.
Yeah, somehow everything so far is going well. Delva got the flagpole, but the only thing I think at this rate that Thomas is missing is you still need a spy on Carrera. A big difference between rushing the quarterback and then either spying Carrera or spying Osborne, because between one of those two, it's been absolutely lethal, and they will always get at least 6-7 yards at a time.
Second down and 1. Carrera looking, dancing, going to the left. She's going to take off with the ball. She's got a first down and a good bit more. She tries to see if she can cut back, but it's going to be for naught as she's pulled by NJCAA Brown. That's going to be first down, and a lot going on for Ottawa. And Chelsea Palmer is going to call a timeout and see if she can settle down her defense.
Yeah, again, it seems like Ottawa's getting an early start here, and Carrera has been eating them up with the legs. Osborne's been getting some receptions as well. But you're starting to see that Kaufman sack on fourth down really start to play a factor in terms of the momentum. And that's, again, why you see Chelsea Palmer calling a timeout. She doesn't want the pendulum to swing too far in the black and gold's favor. You got to find a way to swing it back to the green and white. And already, even as we're looking at the time with 4:35 remaining, this first quarter has been going by real quick.
And in the game yesterday, that was the same way. Carrera, very dangerous with her legs, almost more so than she was through the air. First down and 7 here. Carrera with the snap, looking. She's going to try to go deep, and that's going to be batted down. Nothing doing there between Maya Quinn and Tatiana Dos Santos. Both had a chance at it, but neither one of them could come up with it.
Yeah, Carrera tried to zip it through the center, and that's a very tight throw even for as somebody with Carrera's caliber. It was blocked down well by Sanaya Glover, NJCAA Brown with support, but expecting Maya Quinn to snag it through 2 defenders of Glover and Brown is a tall order.
To look at it from yesterday, Madison Carrera had 9 attempts for 62 yards. As Hodgins goes in motion, high snap for Carrera. And that's going to probably draw a penalty flag, and it does. That's going to be free yards for Ottawa and an automatic first down. Sanaya Glover just too much contact too early.
And again, Sanaya Glover is one of the more physical players at Thomas, and it's very easy for her to try to shut down a player. And yeah, no, you can't grab Bailey's head like that. I mean, that's the kind of plays that are going to kill you early on, and you got to stay disciplined if you're Thomas. Ottawa right now having most of that momentum, and now that it's first and goal, new set of downs, the Nighthawks defense has to come up big.
Definitely need to do what Ottawa just did on the other end and hold them to a turnover on downs, but the Ottawa offense looking to open the scoring and open that account. Carrera gets the snap off to Linkus, who's got a pick man there, but Sanaya Glover with the flag pull and doesn't get terribly much, but enough to keep it with the stick here as we're going to have second down and looks like about 13 yards.
And again, Ottawa's not doing anything fancy. It's just textbook in-out routes, typical textbook routes where players are opening up, you're letting the play develop, and they're just doing their job.
Motion here for Quinn. Fake the handoff. Going back, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. And that's going to be, no, not an incomplete pass. They're going to call that a lateral. And what a break for Thomas, as that is going to put the line of scrimmage back, and it's going to be third down and 18.
Yeah, it seemed like even from the beginning jet sweep motion, it looked like there was just too many moving parts for things to go as quickly as Carrera was trying to speed up the cadence. And as a result, just forced that throw a little too much quickly for Osborne, and that's where you see the disconnect.
Third down, 18. Carrera takes the snap, looking, rushing, going for it all, and just through the hands of number 15, Jazz Camacho, and it's going to be fourth down and 18.
Oh boy, that's a throw that Carrera's going to wish she had back. Camacho had every intention. She was open, had the extra step on. Glover had the distance, the separation, but you got to make those catches if you're going to go ahead. And now, fourth and goal, you're going to be looking for another deep throw, and Thomas right now looking to try to make that big stop.
Be a huge momentum changer here for the Nighthawks, just as it was on the other end for the Braves. Carrera taking the snap, looking, dancing, going deep and looking for it all. And it's going to be through the back of the end zone, and the Nighthawks will survive the opening Ottawa drive.
Interesting how they chose to go with Maya Quinn on that play draw. I was expecting a little bit more of maybe a check down either to Linkus and maybe try to get the pitch game going, or even trying to look at Camacho a little bit. Yes, they're going to be keying in on one of the key receivers for Carrera, but again, to Maya Quinn early on, that's a bold call for Liz Sowers.
Empty backfield for Wilson, takes the snap, throws it, caught ball, but a quick pull there by Abby Brown. Going back to that same well is Thomas. Well, it worked for you on the first drive. Why not stick with it?
Absolutely, and even if you're going against the side of Ottawa's lead flag puller, again, it's just trying to get a little bit yards. You got to regain that momentum and find a way to get to the red zone for another shot.
1 minute and counting down here in the first quarter. Fast-moving first quarter for these two squads. Wilson with the snap. Looking, trying to find something in space, and oh my, just through the hands of Aaliyah Wood, and Thomas continues to have an on and off case of the dropsies in the worst possible situation.
Alexa Wilson did everything right that time. That should have been in Aaliyah Wood's hands, and for her caliber of catching, I'm surprised she didn't get that one hauled in.
Wood may have been gone if she hauled that one in.
Oh, without doubt. She found a beautiful seam. Aaliyah Wood ran it properly, and it was a good connection freshman to freshman, but you got to haul it in. I mean, that's the other part of the catch.
Wilson takes the snap, looking, fires, caught ball, no pull, keeps going, and that gets back a lot of necessary yards there as Britt Delva rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles her way down to the 39.
And you can see once we get to the instant replay, especially when Delva gets the reception, watch closely as Britt does her spin moves. When she takes the spin move, she's going to try to look for that pitch option with Nakara Brown. Ottawa's anticipating the pitch, so you see here, she's looking to get that pitch off to Nakara Brown. Abby Brown is expecting it to get off to Nakara. That's why you see her body move forward. And so with Delva cutting back the other way, she almost had a chance to break in for more than 15, 20 yards.
And that'll be the end of the first quarter. We have no score here after 12 minutes of play. Thomas and Ottawa University's deadlocked at 0. Thomas driving with the ball on their own 39-yard line, 3rd and 1 for the Nighthawks. Empty gun for Wilson, again 5 wide. Wilson takes the snap. Delayed movement here, caught by Wood again, but the flag is pulled quickly there by Maloof. That was a little bit of an odd delay there.
I think that had to have been intentional. There's no way if Alexa Wilson is rolling to the right that they're trying to take off. And even when you look at that delay call, Ottawa's going to be expecting you to come to them. That's how their defense has always been in the past. That's how they've been able to win all these games, is they're expecting teams to come to them. They're not expecting to go to you. And that's been part of that mindset there. You let the receivers stand, and as soon as they back up, boom, you have those automatic yards.
Wilson takes the snap, handles the pressure, and caught ball. Great catch there by Britt Delva. Bobbles it a little bit, is able to take it and get possession of it down to the ground.
And again, that almost looked like for a second that bobble scared a little bit of Nighthawk fans, and there she had possession of it, and it should be a good catch nevertheless, but you got to haul it in. Britt Delva did just that. Make sure you're staying in control of the possession. That's the #1 priority for Thomas.
2nd down and 7 here for the Nighthawks as they look to get the play from head coach Chelsea Farmer. Snap to Wilson. One-man rush, looks, fires, and caught ball. Great snag. And they're going to call that incomplete. The ball hit the ground. I thought.
We need another look on this because this is huge.
Laying out for it.
No, it bounced out eventually over there. She had to hold possession of it. But yeah, no, that's a good call.
1st down now for the TU Nighthawks. They did give her the catch. So 1st and goal from the 16 here Wilson throws it, caught by Wood, looking, pitches it back to Key Knight. Not much there off the pitch, but that gets some solid yardage for the Nighthawks.
And the idea of the pitch game is you got to see it's going to be a potential route to get you more yards. More and more, especially as we get deep in this tournament, the pitch game is more or less give me an extra effort rather than trying to gain the extra yards to keep the play alive. And most of the time, we're seeing these well-executed defenses covering that second option pitch.
Nice job by Grava de Peralta to stay with Kiera Knight. Second down and 11 here. Wilson takes the snap. Looking, flushed, caught by a Cole, little bobble, tries to go back to Margarita Pena, and that's going to be a loss of yards here off the pitch that went wide of the center.
Yeah, here it looked like Thomas was an extra step ahead of Ottawa to begin with anyways, and then again, Kiana Cole trying to hang on to possession. It takes a step back, puts everybody on an even space, and then when she tries to pitch it out to a receiver option, just wasn't able to connect with Pena on that one, but open room and could have been a potential for a big gain.
Wilson takes the snap on third down, looking, fires, tipped away by Abby Brown, and that's going to bring up another fourth down and goal here for the Thomas Nighthawks. Nice job getting her hands in the passing lane for Abby Brown.
What this freshman will learn quickly on is you do not gamble against Abby Brown with the impact that she has had. There's a reason why she has those 7 interceptions this season and 7 pass breakups.
Fourth down for the Nighthawks, looking to open the scoring here. Wilson with the fake, and the fake again. Takes the snap, looking, fires, caught ball, and touchdown Thomas! And Thomas opens their scoring with a touchdown pass to number 18, Giselle Jones, and the wide receiver redeems herself.
Yeah, especially when you think back to that opening play or the opening drive they had Friday and you had that wide open drop. She finally has an opportunity to haul it in, and of course the fans are celebrating here, coming all the way from Thomasville, Georgia, up here to Mercedes-Benz to see their team fight for a national title.
They will have to take 2 games to do it against this veteran Ottawa squad. A little bit different on the PAT here. You have Alexa Wilson in a bunch set. Wilson takes the snap, looking, fires to a Cole who drops it. But Thomas will take that 6-0 lead with 8:29 left in the opening half of play.
Yeah, and again, in that formation, you had the twins set there. Not exactly sure where Alexa Wilson was planning on getting that primary target, but DJ Paris right on cue. Excellent job to break it up in the backfield and force Wilson to make a decision.
And so the Ottawa offense will set up shop on the 14-yard line. We'll look to see if they can move down and break into the end zone themselves. Carrera with the catch there. Tatiana Dos Santos pirouettes around, and her flag is pulled at the 19.
Yeah, it's a good look, good read, and I want to say even a smart play too, not to try to get the first down, knowing that you could get another yard to buy yourself another play or two. And that's going to be one thing we enjoy about these games, Corey, is anytime it's Thomas, Ottawa, St. Thomas, Kaiser, the higher end teams, you're going to see the smarter decisions being made for flag football.
Snap to Carrera, rolling to her left. She's going to go for it. There's a flag in the backfield. That's probably going to be on Thomas. Added on to the first down there on the run by Carrera. No, that's going to be on Ottawa. Let's see what the actual call on the field is. A personal foul.
So I could see maybe Giselle Jones falling. So unless if Giselle really sold the personal foul on Osborne you could see was just backing up, really didn't initiate any contact, but good solid play for Giselle Jones to sell the penalty and put Ottawa in a tough second down position.
That nullifies the first down run of Carrera. Second down here for the Ottawa Braves. Carrera takes the snap, dancing around, tosses the ball short to Linkus, and immediately pulled by Scott.
Yeah, and again, just all the options. You can tell they're already blocked up for Carrera. Can't run, can't get it to your default options that are a little bit deeper. So what do? You check it down to Linkus if all else fails.
Linkus, the leading receptions and yards here for the Braves from the center position. 3rd down and 8 here for the Braves. Takes the snap to Carrera. 2-man rush there, and she's going deep. And that is just out of the reach of Jaslyn Camacho. And man, if that was in her catch radius, that would have been a solid gain.
The Nighthawks, they're sending 2 this time against the back-to-back defending KCAC Player of the Year. And that's where Carrera, now that she's getting a little bit more pressure in the mix, she's going to have to rework some strategy here, talk it over with the coaches, and try to figure out how to get ready for the next offensive possession.
And Ottawa will punt it away. High arcing kick at the 35, and Janae Scott, the wily vet, will down it at the 39-yard line, and Thomas will take over right near midfield, leading 6-0, looking to cash in for more. 6:14 left in this opening half.
And of course, we talk about time, Corey. It's already 6:14 to go in the first half. Things are flying by fast. A completely different game setup than what we've seen on Friday, where Ottawa was controlling most of that possession clock.
Empty gun. Wilson throws high, but still complete to Britt Delva, who looks to be a little bit hobbled as she comes off that ball.
Hard crash there between her and I believe that was number 5, Alyssa Gillespie. But again, it's one of those things where, or not Gillespie, but there's a different Ottawa defender. But still, Delva just went in there. She tried to make the catch. And again, it's going to be a physical game. So you're going to make sure you're going in full force with the flag. And so you want to make sure you can counteract that as much as possible.
Four to the strong side. Empty gun for Wilson. Wilson looking over the middle and almost picked off. A collision there in midfield. And Aaliyah Wood can't come up with it, and neither can the Ottawa Braves. That's going to bring up a 2nd down.
Excellent breakup as Suze prevails with the stormy seas of Giselle Jones coming through there, but just an excellent effort by the junior transfer from Weber International to be in the right position for the breakup.
Long 2nd down. Here's Wilson, takes the snap. Key Knight gets it, but again, Kaufman gets that flag, and it's going to be a long 3rd down now for Thomas. They're going to need to get some yards here if they want to keep it moving.
And right now, again, even as you're trying to get on Kaufman's side, you're treading a little bit of waters here and there when you're trying to get to that angle, because Kaufman's another deep one, just like Abby Brown, that you got to be careful when you're going on that outside trying to make a move. It's a gamble to be playing on their side.
3rd down. Wilson fires, caught by Delva, and Delva will run into the end zone for another Thomas touchdown. The TU Nighthawks flipping the script here in the first half against the Ottawa Braves, now with a 12-0 lead pending the PAT.
And tell me emotions aren't riding high with this Thomas University Nighthawks. Obviously, that would have been a penalty, but that'll be negated because of the touchdown. But that's right there that you can see on your screens. That's emotions building up from last year's national championship game and Friday's blanking, that it's all building up now. And tell me that head coach Chelsea Palmer didn't find a way to fire up her squad heading into this contest.
I don't know there was much that Palmer needed to do to properly motivate the squad after that 19-0 win there by Ottawa. Wilson again here in the shotgun for the extra point, and offsides for Ottawa. No, she caught herself as Wilson goes back to the left, looking, fires, caught, high pointed by Pena, and the center says, what Linkus do, I can do also. And Thomas takes a 13-0 lead over Ottawa with 4:20 left in the half.
It's been a long time since we've seen Ottawa down by 2 scores in this position, dating back to last year. And right now, they're going to have to figure out something to do. But that's where, again, if you're the Braves, you're expecting the poise and the veteran championship leadership of Carrera to slowly guard this.
And it's to Linkus, who gets the first down, and Moore looking to go for it. She's still on her feet as Britt Delva finally takes the flag off of Alyssa Linkus. And there's a flag there after
come on,
the
referees.
play.
I don't know about that, unless if there was something else that was behind it. I think that was just Linkus just backing her way into Glover that time. I mean, you'll see it on the instant replay. I don't think there was any malintent. Yeah, I think
they are waving it off.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's one of those things where I think, you know, and Linkus is not a flopper by any means, but again, when you have that unexpected body that comes into the back of you, sometimes it's just bodies not knowing what's going on. It's a fast-paced game, so even when you're looking at that, very tick-tacky, both sides are going to be looking for calls left, right, and center.
Maya Quinn, the utility quarterback, Herrera, and now we've got a timeout, I think, by Thomas.
Yeah, there will be a Thomas timeout.
Thomas has taken the timeout, and Chelsea Palmer is coming out and giving her defense a little what for here.
Yeah, again, it goes back to at the same time, Ottawa jumping out early on, a nice pickup from Carrera to Linkus. You gain more than at least, you know, ballparking again, because we just have the box increments we're looking for, but you're looking engaging at about 15 yards easily off of that reception, and even more with the hip and dip movements of Linkus.
Got to calm them down here if you're Chelsea Palmer. They're adjusting the line of scrimmage here a little bit.
And we knew emotions were going to be riding high into this contest. And right now, what you normally would see the Ottawa's faithful chirping up and trying to say something, you're not hearing that as much anymore. But maybe once Carrera gets something going, you might start to see that brave spirit come out again.
Quinn in motion. Carrera looking, and Linkus just cannot pick it up. That's going to be second down and 2 here for the Braves, and like the idea of trying to eliminate the rush. Obviously, that's still Giselle Jones. We still haven't seen Thomas's all-tournament rusher, Jada Reese. Maybe you
can't help but wonder if Thomas firmly believes that they're going to win this game and they're going to bring in Jada Reese for the second game, like in softball or baseball where you get your ace pitcher in the second contest.
Quinn, catch by Carrera, and that's going to be a first down for Ottawa. Not often that you see Carrera on the catch. But when you've got Janae Scott breathing down your neck, you got to get rid of the ball.
See, and now you're going to start to see the Braves try to get some audibles and think about some quick adjustments on the fly. They're not a team that panics. They're just a team that knows how to make adjustments quickly.
Scalisi on the catch and Scott on the pull there. Now Mandolin Scalisi has checked in for the Braves in the backfield, replacing Addison Osborne.
And now at this rate, you definitely have your all-star squad of receivers if you're the Braves right now. And again, you got Scalisi in the backfield to be a block dump-off option.
Quinn in motion. Going to the slot on the other side, rolling to the right. Caught ball, but can't get out of it. Nice catch by Camacho, but can't fight away the pull there. And that's going to now be a 3rd down and 9 for the Braves.
Yeah, and again, you can tell that they're bunching up everything on the right side. We saw Thomas do a little bit of this yesterday as well. But the key piece here is if you're going to do that, the idea is you're pushing everything forward. You're not picking up just 2 or 3 yards, but you got to gain that forceful momentum to keep the drive going.
Carrera with the snap, looking, dancing, rolling to her left, throws, caught ball, and I believe that's going to be short of the first down. And it is, and it'll be 4th and short here for the Ottawa Braves. Just under the 2-minute warning here.
Bailey Hodgins just making sure that she got just enough for the toe tap. That one-on-one coverage against Delva, that's pretty big. But that's just, again, that championship mentality, knowing where to be at the right time and making sure that you're practicing this and making those key moments happen.
4th down and inches here for Ottawa to get into the Thomas red zone. Carrera takes the snap, fires, caught by Scalisi, and a little bit more, but she gets it. Nakara Brown on the pull there, but Scalisi coming in clutch on the short yardage situation.
Mando coming in clutch, and another reason again why we've seen a lot of improvements from this flex option player. Anytime you give her an opportunity, she doesn't know how to, she not only can block for you, but she knows how to come off in key situations, and right there on the 4th down security blanket, Scalisi comes through for the Braves.
Minute 40 and counting here as Carrera takes the snap, looks, fires, and caught, and touchdown Braves. Jazz Camacho brings Ottawa back within a score of Thomas University with 93 seconds left in this half in the all-tournament. Wide receiver was not going to be denied for much longer.
Again, this is where that championship caliber comes into play. Ottawa acts like they've been there before, and it doesn't matter if they're down by a few scores, they have to find a way to regroup. And again, not very often you see them in these trailing positions, but they know how to be calm, cool, composed, and get back into the business and get back into motion. And right there, again, just as cool as, say, Tom Brady. You know, that's what Madison Carrera is doing, just calm, cool. She's not going to let anybody rattle her nerves.
Cool, calm, Carrera puts it off to Scalisi, and Scalisi will add the dot to the exclamation point that is the Ottawa touchdown here. And with 1 minute and 33 seconds left in the opening quarter, or the opening half, pardon me, it's Thomas 13, Ottawa 7. Thomas now has a little bit of time, but only one timeout to make their way down the field.
I am curious here with a minute 33. This is a little bit of an interesting situation if you're Thomas. Do you take a chance and try to get down the field to score a touchdown, or do you try to milk as much clock as you can to try to regroup, knowing that the Braves are going to get the ball in the second half?
Wilson takes the snap, caught ball by Aaliyah Wood, short of the first down. Thomas not in any particular hurry, it doesn't look like, but it's going to be second down and short as the clock drips under 1 minute 20 seconds.
Yeah, as long as Thomas continues to find a way to move the ball and not stop, this will help them in this first half situation.
Wilson with 2, gets it, no, low, and Delva cannot pick it up off the turf. That will stop the clock with a minute 4 left, but that's going to bring up 3rd and short.
Yeah, right now on Thomas's end, you can't let that Carrera Camacho hookup in the middle of the end zone get to you. This is one of those things where you have to fight through it, just like when they scored an Ottawa bounce bout.
Aaliyah Wood does pick it up. A little bit nervy there as the transfer from hand to hand looked a little bit bobbled there, but that'll move the stick there.
And again, even in the freshmen that are participating in this game have a lot of growing up to do, and they have really stepped up to the plate here today.
50 seconds here. Thomas needs to hurry. Wilson finds number 8 there, and Delva stays in bounds. 40 seconds here for Thomas. Only one timeout, and they're going to burn. And no, Ottawa's going to take a timeout here.
See, with second down already, I mean, there's a lot of strategy to think about, because Thomas is in a position where they could potentially start driving down the field. They've been gaining that momentum. And again, that championship caliber coaching experience of Liz Sowers could sniff that out, try to stop the game a little bit, maybe get a chance to reset on both sides and see if you can gain an advantage. On second down here and still relatively 15 to go, it can give you an opportunity for your defense to just get that quick charge rest, come together, and get back to playing Braves defense.
39 seconds left in this, the first half. Thomas attempting to drive down the field to see if they can put an exclamation point on what has been a very solid opening half of play. Empty backfield. Wilson takes the snap. She's going to dump it off, and that's going to be very short there. Almost a timid throw from Wilson, intended for Aaliyah Wood, and that's going to be 3rd down now with 35 seconds left on the clock.
Not sure if that was intentional by Wilson to loft it like that, but again, it's got to be a little bit crisper and faster. You can't afford these lofty passes against a quick Braves defense that will look to try to break it up or possibly maybe even get an interception. You got to be firm and quick with these passes. And you look at even last year when Shelby Hartley was under center, the passes that she was making was a little bit hard, almost too hard for the receivers to handle, but at the same time, you got to get those quick zips in. You can't give the defense a chance on a turnover.
Wilson, pass incomplete on the run and intended for Kiera Knight, and it's going to be 4th down. And Thomas is going to have to punt here with 32 seconds left in the half.
That was a big, bold decision, again, to try to go with the passes instead of trying to move the ball up quickly. And now, with 32 seconds, and you get that timeout, Thomas's defense is going to have to try to make the stop, because if Ottawa comes back and scores, that's huge momentum heading into the second half, knowing that you get the ball back to start.
Kiana Cole on the punt for the Nighthawks. It gets off not a good kick. Orsborn takes it at the 38. The flag is pulled there by Scott, but that was shanked off the toe, the side of the foot, really, of Kiana Cole.
And now you look at 23 seconds to go in the first half, and you have about 41 yards to go. This is mincemeat for Carrera.
Definitely is going to test the mettle of the TU defense. Orsborn back in, this time as a wide receiver. Quinn in at running back for the Braves. Linkus snaps it to Carrera. Carrera moves right, caught by Linkus. And she's still on her feet. She's able to get around the pulls and the pulling attempts of Nakara Brown and gets out of bounds at about the 33-yard line. 17 seconds left, and Ottawa is going to try to tie this game up, or better yet, they're going to try to take the lead here at halftime.
Yeah, that time just again a good out route by Linkus, forcing Brown to chase behind her.
Snap to Carrera. Looking, caught ball, and right out of bounds by DeSantos. 14 seconds, being very efficient, moving down the field on these out routes.
Yeah, see, even with Ottawa, they're not really concerned about trying to go for the deep ball. They're just taking as much as they can, going quick, slowly making their way down the field. They're not trying to do anything fancy. It's just quick, efficient, eat up a little bit of yardage at a time and make it a manageable final play.
Carrera moving to her right, thrown, and that ball is knocked away. Intended for Hodgins, defended there by Aaliyah Wood, and it's 3rd down, 9 seconds left to go in the second quarter. 3rd down and 8. Carrera taking the play back to the huddle. They're going to have to hurry. 3 seconds on the play clock. Snap to Carrera. She does get it off. Nancy, she's going for it all. And that's going to fall harmlessly incomplete with 3 seconds left. And Ottawa will get one more play here on this 4th down to try to knot this up at halftime. But they will take a timeout here and talk over what their play is going to be.
You know, after a good 2-3 plays of just picking up short yardage slowly but surely, I'm surprised the Braves decide to take a chance downfield. Carrera has the capability for it, but it almost seemed too predictable that the Nighthawks were going to feed that out, or they were going to sniff that out, that something was coming as they were trying to bait them on the inside. You know, with Carrera, she's capable of getting the plays going, but in that situation, it is a little bit surprising and slightly uncharacteristic of Ottawa.
And now you're left with very few options here with 3 seconds left. And it being 4th down, you have to take a shot.
And you got almost 30 yards to go to the end zone, so expect the Nighthawks to get that prevent defense going.
And they do, as Delva's lining up with her feet on the 14-yard line. in motion. And back is just Santos. And it'll be going for it all, and it's going to be picked off. Aaliyah Wood, and the flag pull will be made again by, I believe that's Camacho. It is, but that's going to take us to half. And at the half, Thomas University holds a 13-7 lead over the Ottawa Braves.
Yeah, good half there by Thomas. And again, not surprisingly, fourth down, you're expecting Camacho to get to the end zone in 4.3 seconds, like a 40-yard dash, and the Nighthawks were just waiting for that play to happen. But not the first time we've seen Ottawa trail in a half, but this second half is going to be critical to see how both teams come out. And with the Braves getting the ball in the second half to start things off, that is definitely an opening drive matchup you don't want to miss.
We'll step away for a quick second and be back with second half action here on the NFL Flag YouTube channel for the NAIA Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. We'll be back after this break. They say that history repeats itself, and so far in this game, that has been the case. A year and a week ago, we talked about it to open the game. These two teams matched up. Well, that halftime score was Ottawa 13, Thomas 7. In this game, the roles are a little flipped here. Thomas University is leading the Ottawa University Braves, but still 13-7. Both teams have been very efficient offensively. Thomas with 172 yards on 31 plays, 5.55 yards per play. The Braves, on the other hand, have achieved 143 yards on 28 plays, good for 5.1 yards per play. It's really, Angelo, come down to who has been able to get the ball into the end zone and getting it in the red zone percentage.
And it does come down to that as well. But another factor I also look at with this game is Thomas is trying to make sure that they can keep one step ahead of Ottawa. Despite everything you see going on, even when Ottawa was down, they still found themselves in positions to potentially tie the game or put themselves in position for a go-ahead possession. And for Thomas, they still need to break away from that distance. It's a one-score difference, but Thomas, if they're going to make sure they have a hold on the Braves, they got to put more points up on the board. And the key to beating the Braves is you have to have a complete, firm hold on them. If you just have a hold on them, they're going to slip away. They've been able to do this time and time again whenever they've trailed in big games. Here, you cannot let your foot off the gas pedal. And obviously the Nighthawks know that. But with the Braves starting off in this second half, the key is going to be making sure you limit Carrera, you limit this offense that is going to be going full force.
So far, Carrera has been a force on the ground, 3 attempts for 28 yards. You know, that's almost 10 yards per run. That's very efficient, especially in flag, but has not been quite as good through the air, 13 of 24 for 110 yards.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised either with the way this has been set up again. You got two players. The two players who have scored the touchdowns for Thomas happen to be prophetically for the Nighthawks, two players that have been seeking redemption against an Ottawa squad. You got Giselle Jones, who, again, and not that we're trying to constantly mention it, but didn't have the best performance, rebounds in fitting fashion. She got the hat trick interceptions against Kaiser and now scoring the first score for the Nighthawks. And then Britt Delva, who's always wanted another crack at Ottawa, and they've been really honing down on Delva too if they've been trying to focus on one player to stop. So I know Britt has been just itching for an opportunity to break out and really do work against the Braves.
So Ottawa gets the ball here in the second half, looking to tie the game up here. Osborne back in at running back. And they're going to go to the other side of the field here. We'll flip our field.
Because I was going to say, I was pretty certain that it was the other way around. So I'm thinking, because sometimes depending on the games with NRSA flag rules, it can be set up to where you're on one side for the first and fourth quarters and then the other way the second and the third. But sometimes they'll flip it around alternatively with the quarters. And it looks like with here, it's going to be the same sides from the second quarter.
Sidecar left and right so far for the Ottawa Braves. 3 wide receiver sets as Thomas flips their linebackers. Carrera takes it, and they're going to run with Carrera out the gate. And Janae Scott gets the flag pull there. Minimal gain, going to be second and a 2 or 3 here. A little bit different look from Ottawa.
Definitely a different look indeed, and you can't help but think that this is probably part of what head coach Liz Sowers was trying to adjust at the half. Trying something slightly different. You're not reinventing the entire wheel, but you need something that's going to be efficient for you to continue moving down the field that the Nighthawks have not seen yet.
And now an empty set for the Braves. Takes it. Sidearms it, caught by Osborne. Flag pull there by Janae Scott. And for Thomas, we are still not seeing all-tournament rusher Jada Reese in. We are still seeing Giselle Jones there at the rusher position, as Ottawa has a 1st and 13. Carrera takes the snap, throws it to Hodgins, who tries to sneak away from Wood, but Scott is there again to clean it up. So far on this drive, she has been the quicker picker-upper, getting in very quickly to pull the flag.
Yeah, and that's where inexperience comes into play there. Aaliyah Wood was able to body up on Hodgins, but that spin move still, she should have been able to grab that flagpole, but just missed the attempt. He's got to be a little bit stronger. You got to be in there a little bit more to box up to limit her ability to get the spin move.
2nd and 6 here for Ottawa. Snap to Carrera. Carrera looking to her left. She's going to want to go long, and that ball is picked off by Sanaya Glover, and that ends that threat for Ottawa. Thomas will take over at the 16.
I'm not sure if Carrera's been trying to pick up on Glover all game, but now that they took a chance with Maya Quinn there, Sanaya Glover's finally holding her own. You think of, from an NFL perspective, it's like throwing it to a Richard Sherman or even back to a Darrell Revis or a Jalen Ramsey, if you will. You're trying to take a chance on that side, and you could tell that Carrera's been picking on the side of Glover all day, and that time Sanaya was able to take a chance. And
in through the hands there. Haley McKay almost got the touchdown there off of the pick 6, but can't quite hang on. Thomas going with the empty set there, 5 wide across the beam. Haley McKay just breaks in on the route.
And again, you're looking back at the decision making for Wilson. You got to make sure that you're watching everything that's possible. You can't afford to be too loosey-goosey with the pass.
Snagged there by Delva, gets the 1st down and more. Finally, the flag pulled there by Farron Maloof, but that's going to be a 1st down and about 9 to go into the next quadrant there for the Nighthawks.
And again, by now, Delva has mastered the option of the pitch and has now have the Braves confused in regards to if she's going to toss it back or not. And when she keeps it, she's able to get a few yards. But anytime you see Jones and Delva on the same time, they got everybody thinking it's almost going to be a default pitch to Jones.
Wilson gets it out to Wood. Wood out, can try to make the 1st down, and it looks like she will be on the line just short there. Going to be 2nd down and inches. Actually, it looks like they're going to spot it maybe about 1 yard to go.
Yeah, sometimes on the forward progress there, depending on where the reach is, it ultimately comes down to where specifically the ball is, and that's why you see most players reach out. But with Wood's body going forward too much, the ball was still behind a couple of yards.
Wilson finds a Cole. And that flag is pulled there. Didn't hear the whistle, but that's going to be a 1st down again for the Nighthawks. And interceptions turning into good drives here for the Nighthawks, looking to take that 2-score lead.
Textbook flag pulling there by McKay. Great effort to not let a Cole juke her way out of the flagpole to take off for even more yards.
Again, empty set here for Thomas. They've barely deviated from it. Wilson goes back to Delva. Delva spins, and she's still going. It's a foot race, and that's going to be another Thomas touchdown. Delva spins, hips, jukes, does everything in the book to get back into the end zone, and Thomas has taken a 19-7 lead.
Very rarely do you see Ottawa miss flag pulls there, but as soon as she made that cut move against Grave de Peralta, she was taking it to the house. Abby Brown really couldn't get the step to keep up with Delva, and grabbing flags from behind is a whole lot tougher than trying to grab them from the side or when they're right in front of you.
And the Nighthawk Nation here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome are getting loud. Delva in motion here. And back to her, and the flag is pulled. They're going to be short there for the PAT. So with 7:41 left, Thomas has this 19-7 lead.
Yeah, the camera didn't show it all the way, but it looked like Suze Kaufman took an extra step. She was able to get away with that time. Very fortunate that the referees didn't see that. That would have attempted an extra PAT. But the Braves at least keep it a 12-point game and still relatively manageable for a comeback.
Ottawa does need to score here on this drive to answer back. Carrera tosses it off to Orsborn. Orsborn is met almost immediately. And it's Delva again on the pull coming up. That's going to be 2nd and 2 here for the Braves.
And again, when all else fails, check it back down to your go-to receiver and Addie Orsborn in the middle. And even if Linkus and some of the other receivers aren't open, you have that option with you at all times. That is your safety blanket for the Braves.
Sidecar right is Orsborn. Quinn in motion. That's going to be faked. Look back over to Orsborn. Orsborn's going to get the first down, and the flag is going to be pulled barely within the next quadrant, though, again, by the apparently out for revenge Britt Delva.
And it's still, the key thing here is, like I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, if you're the Braves, you're still continuing the audible, not because you're panicking, but you got to keep the Nighthawks guessing if you're going to find a way to still continue to move the ball at this rate. Nighthawks starting to gain a little bit more momentum, but you got to keep them guessing if you're the Braves.
Quinn in motion. Carrera takes the snap, looking, finds Quinn there, and it's going to be Scott there again. Aaliyah Wood missing the pull.
Andrea Gamble's first reception. Not very often do we see her get reps on the offensive side, but that time bobbled the ball, still was able to maintain possession, and it's a good pickup there for the Braves.
Sorry, there was Gamble. I called that Quinn. That was definitely Gamble.
Also notice too, Corey, when you see Addie Orsborn lined up, they're always getting prepared for a direct snap, another way to try to confuse the Nighthawks.
Tosses it back off to Orsborn. Orsborn is met almost immediately, though, by Janae Scott. And now the Braves are looking at a mid-distance 3rd down from about 6 yards away, approaching the midfield marker with 5:38 left in this 3rd quarter. Again, Thomas with a 19-7 lead.
So now we see we got Mando Scalisi lined up all the way wide left. Expect something to be coming big.
Carrera rolling left, and that is going to be a Ottawa 1st down. The pull from Janae Scott not quite in time for the TU faithful. And that's going to be a 1st down just over the line.
Big 1st down pickup there for the Braves. But at the same time, too, the clock continues to wind down.
This Ottawa team has faced adversity this season, having to come back against Kansas Wesleyan at Ottawa. Completed that comeback. Carrera takes a snap, rolling to her right, looking, fires. Caught ball by Camacho. That's a large gain plus a little bit more, and that's going to be Nakara Brown with the pull, but that gives a large amount of yardage to the Braves and puts them in a very nice 2nd and about 5.
Again, all that experience coming into fruition. Carrera, and this is exactly what you see with even on the AFFL level with teams that have played together in tournament for so many times. When in doubt, you go through these plays repetitively, and when the play breaks down, you have to figure out what your second options are. If you can build that quarterback-receiver chemistry to know where they're going to line up, if Carrera rolls to the right, Camacho already knows where she needs to be to get the reception.
And Orsborn with the catch again. Wood with the pull, but that's going to be a 1st down and goal here from about the 12-yard line for the Ottawa Braves, who are threatening and are trying to get back within a score of the Nighthawks.
And again, slowly but surely, this is the Braves offense that you're used to seeing. You're not looking to try to take any deep shots. If it continues to work where you're dinking and dunking it yourself, the more the better.
The TU faithful chanting defense here as Carrera takes the snap, looks, goes back to Orsborn. Orsborn goes over the middle, and that pull there quickly again by Delva, going to be 2nd down and probably about 8 or 9 yards.
A little quick no huddle there, already calling out the audible in the play, knowing what play to call specifically.
Seeing a lot of gamble on this drive up top. Scalisi all the way to the bottom. Carrera takes the snap, rolling to her left, rolling, looking, fires, caught ball, and the pull, nicely pulled there by Sanaya Glover. Gonna be 3rd down and about 3 yards. And the Nighthawks are backed up right now to their own goal line. Ottawa trying to crack back in to respond to the TU touchdown.
And so you got 2 shots to get to the end zone, a few yards to go. So I'm expecting maybe a little bit of push out and possibly a little bit of rollout to Carrera, either to the left or right.
Carrera surveying the field. Snap, rolling right, looking, fires, and it is no good. Almost picked off, had a veritable flock of Nighthawks in the end zone. A little bit of discussion there amongst the Nighthawks about defensive positioning.
Yeah, and that one just behind Camacho there. Tried to make an effort through 2 defenders to get it, but again, just a really tough play to make.
4th down and 3 here for the Braves. 5 seconds on the play clock here. 1.5 minutes left in this 3rd quarter. Takes the snap to Carrera, looking, Scalisi wide open, touchdown Ottawa, and they come back, and they're now within a score of TU. No one accounted for Scalisi.
Again, and I think I made a mention of it last year, there are too many teams that underestimate Scalisi, and that's why she's lined up alone on the opposite side of where the play is. If you need to go to somebody when all else fails, Scalisi has been very successful in one-on-one coverage as such, and teams have always continued to underestimate her. They still do it today, and that gets you another score for Ottawa.
19-13, a 6-point lead for the Braves right now. An extra point right here would be very, very vital. Takes the snap, running, and that is out of the arms, outside the grasp of Camacho, and the TU defense steps up big on the PAT and holds this to a 6-point game here with 90 seconds left in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and at this rate, this next drive is crucial for Thomas. You cannot afford to give the ball away. You got to come up with points if you want to keep alive with the Braves. You start to see that momentum coming back quickly. The Braves do not go down quietly, nor do they go down without fighting, kicking, and screaming. And I got a feeling here, Corey, that if Thomas doesn't find a way to move the ball and gain that momentum back quickly, this Braves team and fan base is going to come alive like you wouldn't see before.
Wilson takes the snap, looking, fires, and through the arms of Nakara Brown. Going to be 2nd down and 6 here for the Nighthawks.
Throw just out of the reach of Brown that time.
TU again looking to be in the 5 wide set here, as they have been for most of the game. Less than a minute left in this 3rd quarter. 19-13, Thomas leading your score. Wilson has some time. She's going to look to run, and she is going to not get away from DJ Paris. About 1 yard gain for Wilson, and it's going to be 3rd down Nighthawks here at about the 16-yard line.
Looked like Wilson took a little bit more time than anticipated. You could see that she had something in place at first, and then just enough time for Suze Kaufman to come on that outside edge to really try to force Wilson to take off with the ball and try to force a play.
Coming in is Abby Brown, looking like they may be rushing multiples here. Wilson gets it away. It's to Delva. Delva gets the 1st down. Pull there by Washington. And that's going to be the end of 3 quarters of play. At the end of 3, it's Thomas University 19, Ottawa University 13. We have 1 more quarter left in this elimination game for Thomas, possible championship game for Ottawa. 1 more quarter to decide whether the Nighthawks are going to be able to force a true elimination game. $12 minutes left on this clock here. Thomas trying to make their way down the field to force an if necessary game. Wilson under duress gets the ball off to Wood. Flag pulled there by Farron Maloof. Gets a couple of yards here in the last quarter of this 2:30 matchup. And again, it's just the same thing they've been doing all game. I don't know that Thomas has deviated at all from their game plan of finding their slot receivers for 5 yards at a time.
Yeah, and right now, especially in this part of the game, you don't want to take a chance throwing a deep ball. Ottawa is anticipating it at any point in time, so you just got to, like you said, partner, keep it within the zone. Don't deviate from the plan.
And she does try to go over the top. And incomplete. Farron Maloof almost gets it. Intended for Delva. And now we're looking at a 3rd and 14 for the Thomas Nighthawks.
If you want to wonder why Ottawa's anticipating that deep ball or intermediate throw, you just saw it right there. Alexa Wilson, again, the soft throw. It's not coming hard, and you're giving Ottawa an opportunity to either break up the pass or come away with an interception.
They're waving that turnover chain. They want someone to take that chain. Wilson with the snap. Looking, fires, and that's knocked away again, bringing up a 4th down. Pass broken up by McKay, and that's going to force the Nighthawks to punt.
Yeah, again, not exactly sure what the decision behind getting it to Giselle Jones. McKay was on top of that, read that play like a book. And now you're starting to hear the chant come out. The Braves fans are waking up here with a little over 10 minutes to go.
Thomas with the punt. The last one was off the side of the foot, a shank. This one high, but not very deep, and that's grabbed by number 25 there for Ottawa, Madison Berg, the freshman. And Ottawa will set up shop in reasonable distance, 1st and 7. The 6-point deficit and just under 10 minutes left in this ball game.
And now here another critical possession here. Nighthawks got to keep Carrera and this Braves offense in check.
Carrera looking for Hodgins there, gets her. She goes out of bounds. That sets up an easy 2nd down play here. 2nd down and 2 here for the Braves. Ottawa pretty much feeding back to Thomas what Thomas is feeding to them. They're using the same idea. Carrera taking the snap, rolling to her right, looking, and that's going to be a sack for Giselle Jones, and that pushes the Ottawa Braves back here on 3rd down. Back to about a 3rd down and 10.
I'm thinking the idea here for the Braves is somebody was supposed to come along with Carrera as she was rolling to the right. Most of the play was going towards the weak side, and as Carrera's rolling opposite side, she's either expecting a receiver to trail with her to come up with the 5-yard out play or possibly take out, but Giselle Jones spied her all the way through, and what a way to make the stop.
3rd down and 9 here for Ottawa. Carrera takes the snap. Looking, that's going to be another sack for Jones. 2nd in as many plays, and now Ottawa will have to punt the ball right back to the Nighthawks.
The Nighthawks needed a big possession here defensively, and that's exactly what happened here, led by Giselle Jones. Back-to-back stops on Madison Carrera. And so now a little bit of miscommunication there, and now it's one of those they're going to have to once again reevaluate and figure out what the miscommunication was or the disconnect.
And the punt from Ottawa here. It's a nice punt just behind the 20-yard line, and that is where Scott will knee it down. And the Nighthawks will set up here, 1st and 1 at the 19-yard line.
Now, with 7:54 left to go, even though it's a one-score difference, it's very easy to believe if you're Thomas to just run with a Cole-Scott combo or try to run it out. But with a team like the Ottawa Braves, you cannot start putting it in cruise control. You cannot stop, or you cannot start milking the clock at this point in time. Even if it was 5 minutes or 3 minutes left to go, there is still a chance that they can come back and possibly turn around and win this game. So if you're Thomas, you need to play smart, play smooth, and play as if you need to get another score.
And they do. Wilson rolling left, fires, caught ball. Nice job there by Giselle Jones. That's going to be about a 10-yard pickup here. That's going to move the sticks and give a 1st and 10 to the Nighthawks. A little bit of a different look for the first time today with the Cole still in the block.
Yeah, and again, it just goes back to what you mentioned earlier, partner. Just a few dink and dunks. Do not deviate from the plays. And now with 2nd down, we'll see if they can do it again.
A Cole in the backfield. No empty set this drive for the first time since the beginning of this game. Looking, adjusting the play maybe. Wilson takes the snap and it's through her hands, and that is not what you wanted. And that's going to bring up a 3rd down and long here for the Nighthawks.
Very rarely do you see Margarita Pena misbobble the snap with Alexa Wilson and just not get it off there. That's something that's a fundamental mistake, and Chelsea Palmer does not tolerate fundamental errors, especially in championship settings like this.
That snap looked fine to me. I just don't think Alexa caught it. Second down, 18 here for the Nighthawks. Rolling right. Caught ball by Kiera Knight. Flag is pulled at about the 27-yard line. Going to be a 3rd and 13 here for the Nighthawks. These sort of plays with Wilson rolling out to the sides are much more indicative of how Thomas ran their offense throughout the season. Simplifying reads for Wilson and getting the receivers out in space. Backing off here is the Ottawa defense. Not sure who's going to rush. A little bit of it's Paris as Wilson looks to take off. She's going to scramble down. She's going to be right near the 40. She's at the 38-ish yard line. 4th down and let's see where they spot it. 1.
Yeah, I almost thought for certain on that play that Grave de Peralta was going to have that flag pull. She was doing well so far with the flag pulls, but a rare miss by the freshman, and now it sets you up for a huge 4th down play.
4th down and 1. The fake snap, nobody jumps. Snap to Wilson. Wilson looking, fires, caught. Aaliyah Wood with the 1st down, and that'll move the sticks there at a 1st and 15 for the Nighthawks. Under 5 minutes to go in this game.
It's always good to have a security plan in place. Obviously, the default was to try to see if you could get the Braves to jump off sides, but if that doesn't work, you have to make sure you come up with the plan because you still can't afford to give up a timeout if all else fails.
Back to an empty gun here for Thomas. Wilson with the snap, looks, fires, almost picked off. Abby Brown wanted that ball, got in there, and the linebacker is starting to figure out this 5 wide set.
You ever wonder what it's like to dangle a piece of meat in front of a shark? That's exactly what happened there. And Alexa Wilson is continuing to play with fire here in the middle with these Braves linebackers. If you're not careful, Abby Brown or whoever else is going to come through and pick one off when you least expect it. You got to play smarter from a quarterback standpoint.
And Ottawa's going to take a timeout here, their first, with 3:46 left in this game. A 2nd down and 16 here for the TU Nighthawks. We'll step aside temporarily. We'll be back with 3:46 left. It's Thomas 19, Ottawa 13, right here on the NFL Flag YouTube channel. And welcome back. The Thomas faithful are getting riled up with chants of TU echoing throughout the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Empty gun here for Alexa Wilson. 2nd down and 16. Wilson takes the snap, looking, going deep, ball a little flat but caught. And that's going to be a walk-in touchdown for Giselle Jones.
Looked like Ottawa's player grabbed the flag just before she could really come out. I thought she might have been able to escape that time, but Jamokeen Washington was right there. Good heads-up play by the defensive back to still grab the flag before all else failed. I mean, that's something that you don't see from good flag football players. That's something you see from great flag football players, and good adjustment by the freshman to prevent Jones from walking in.
Wow, and now...
And I think they even had the scoreboard people confused as well, because they gave 6 to Thomas when in fact it's a 1st and goal for the Nighthawks.
And they're going to have to take it off, and they do. But Thomas has a 1st down here from the 9-yard line. 3:38 left in this contest. Alexa Wilson, and that's going to be a direct snap to Kiana Cole. Kiana looking, and the flag is pulled there at the 6-yard line. And I think, partner, that there may be a way to run clock while still trying to get that 2-score lead.
It is possible, but remember, the Braves do still have timeouts, and not exactly sure if they're going to plan on taking timeouts on this drive, or maybe saving it up for the offensive possession or the ensuing defensive possession.
Swapping out Wilson for Scott here. Looks like we'll go a Cole Scott.
Well, they better hurry. They got 5 on the play clock right now.
A Cole trying to slice up the middle. Gets a yard down to the 4.
Now, just because the NJCAA has a bunch of quarterbacks that like running up the middle doesn't mean that that's the only association that does it. I mean, you still see it in NAIA every now and then, but that time Kiana Cole trying to slice it up the middle, gained a couple of yards, but with 2 opportunities to get to the end zone, you got to make it pay off. If you're going to run up the clock, it's got to end with points. You cannot afford to give the ball over still only up by 6.
Bunch trip set here to the far side. Cole takes the snap, running to that trip side, throws it off to Scott, and Scott will get into the end zone, and there is your touchdown for the Nighthawks, who will take a 25-13 lead pending this extra point with 2:05 left in this contest. And what a clutch touchdown there for Scott.
Janae Scott has always been a clinching type of player, whether it's runs, scoring touchdowns, or even just bulldozing her way through from a defensive angle. But now with the touchdown, Ottawa's perfect season very much on the line here, with an opportunity for the Nighthawks to go up by 13.
No team has ever gone defeated in the NAIA flag football. Thrown off and batted away from Ottawa. That's going to preserve a 12-point lead for Thomas, and Ottawa will take over at the 14-yard line 2 minutes and 5 seconds and 2 touchdown drives needed.
Yeah, and first and foremost, if you're Ottawa and Madison Carrera, this is not a time now to be going down, but it's like expect the wheels to start rolling off the junior quarterback from Riverview, Florida. They're going to find a way to try to open up a lane for her to take off.
Carrera looking near side, has DeSantos, and a little bit more as the flagpoles are missed. Finally pulled there by Brown at the 30-31 or so yard line. That's going to be 1st and 10, and that's going to be the 2-minute warning and stop the clock. First down and 10 for the Ottawa Braves. Carrera surveying the field, getting the play in. And the snap is over her head. And what a uncharacteristic mistake for Alyssa Linkus. Oh my, that is not what you want to be able to come back in this game.
Boy, that one almost ended up in the Chattanooga River if it was any further. It's one of those things where you cannot be making those kind of long snaps, and I'm not sure if it's the nerves or what the case may be in these tight crunch situations, but the clock is still rolling here on the Braves.
1:30 and counting. 2nd and long. Carrera pump fakes, rolls to her right. She's going to take it on the run. No, she's going to throw it off to Linkus, and the catch is made, and they're going to spot it back at about the 28-yard line. 3rd and 12.
Good reception by Linkus. It's very easy to start turning upfield as soon as you touch the ball. But right there you see, even if she had to stutter a little bit to make sure she had possession of the ball and then decide whether to go out of bounds or not, that's what you call a veteran decision there when you're a possession receiver.
She does step out of bounds, stopping the clock. 1:13 left in this 4th quarter. If Thomas does win this, it forces a deciding game at 4:30. Carrera takes the snap, looking, has a receiver, but that's going to be Delva with the pull there. And that keeps the clock rolling, but the Braves take their 2nd timeout here of the half with 59 seconds left in this ball game. The TU faithful getting loud.
This is what you call getting a taste of your own medicine. Last year when TU was on that side of the field, it was the Ottawa faithful in full force. Now you got TU fans that are just chirping right in the ears of the Ottawa Braves, something that they are not accustomed to seeing, being out there in the Midwest all season and being in part of that environment. So they had to make some adjustments real quick and not let the crowd factor into how they run things.
And now the cries of OU perk up, and I don't know that that's exactly what you want when your offense is on the field, but this is a championship matchup here. With 59 seconds left to go, Thomas leading 25-13. Snap to Carrera. Looking, she's going to take off. No, she's going to throw it. A wide open Maya Quinn, and a pull there by Sanaya Glover, but a 1st down and 49 seconds left.
I almost thought for sure Carrera was going to try to take off for the 1st down, but again, that veteran leadership, that smart field general style of play. Saw Maya Quinn open at the last second, took a chance, gave it to a wide open freshman, and she got some yards.
Carrera looking, dancing, going to her left, looking, she's gonna...
I think she stepped over the line.
That is an incomplete pass. Stops the clock with 37 seconds. The referees do not agree with you on being over the line, but she sure did make a very quick U-turn.
From a quick default perspective, it looked like she did, at least from looking at an initial view. I would love to see an instant replay on that, but it looked like, again, she was going to take off for the ball, but then a quick stop here and there, trying to keep the play alive, and that time just couldn't.
Ooh, it was close.
Yeah, very close. I mean, that's a judgment call right there by the line judge.
37 seconds left. High snap to Carrera. Carrera looking, wants it all, and is going for it. that is going to be picked off in the end zone by Kiera Knight. And Thomas, with 29 seconds, looks poised to force the if necessary game here in Atlanta.
Carrera deciding to throw the kitchen sink a little bit earlier than anticipated, but with 2 receivers down in the middle, Kiera Knight, very fitting, who was not able to play in the national championship last year against Ottawa. That is what you call a de facto difference with this defense.
And if this does go to an if necessary game, the game time is slated for 4:30 Eastern time. And Wilson will take it right back up to Pena and kneel the ball. I do not believe Ottawa will call timeout here as the clock drips away. Round 2 of this heavyweight fight has been decided. Thomas strikes back in this one, taking the game 25-13. Who will land the final blow, the knockout punch? We'll find out in about 25 minutes right here. You don't want to miss this one, guys.
And again, congratulations to the Nighthawks. That's just half the battle now. You get to win number 18 on the season, and now it comes down to a result of, can you do it again? Can you knock off the defending 2-time national champion Ottawa Braves? There will be no perfect season for the Braves. They still find a way to get the win, but now it's the second game that comes harder. Ottawa is warmed up. Thomas is fired up. And like you said, partner, can't wait to see what the final round of this 2023 season is going to look like.
We will be back in about 24 minutes or so to deliver the play-by-play of the final round, the final game, the ultimate in this Women's Flag Finals. Presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. We'll see you in about 24 minutes.
Next game will start at 4:30, and this will be the 2023 Women's and this will be the 2023 Women's Flag Final NAIA Championship. Time at 4:30.
No undefeated teams remain in NAIA women's flag. There is one game left to decide a championship. The teams have played twice up to this point in the last 2 days, each team winning one of the 2 games. The winner of this one goes home with the golden hardware and the NAIA red banner. This is Thomas, this is Ottawa, and this is the NAIA Women's Flags final game. Welcome in to the NAIA Women's Flag Finals, presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. I am Corey Thorpe. I'll be your play-by-play here this afternoon as we decide a champion here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Angelo Pontella, my color guy, will be with us, enlightening us to all the goings-on on the field. Angelo, what do we got going on in this game?
While Ottawa may not become the first perfect team to potentially win a title, there still is the curse of the #1 seed looming in the air. The past 2 championships, when they defeated Kaiser and Thomas, they were ranked the #1 seeds, and Ottawa, respectively, was #2. In this tournament, Ottawa was the de facto #1, being the only unbeaten team. Thomas was listed as #2. And on top of that, if you want to get all superstitious, this is the first time we've seen the Braves on this side of the field of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, as both times in the championship they were on the opposite side, but perhaps history could change. Meanwhile, for the Thomas University Nighthawks, they could become the first team to ever win a national title, having to win 3 straight games in 1 day. So still an early on legacy to be built here, but Chelsea Palmer as the head coach trying to join the Sauer sisters in the national glory reign of NAIA's ultimate animal.
Ottawa has won the toss and elected to defer to the second half as in the previous game, and Thomas will start out on offense. 1st and 16 as the ref calls both teams to the field. 12 minutes on the clock, 0s on the scoreboard, and we are ready for one of these 2 squads to hoist a red banner and a gold trophy.
And again, like we mentioned earlier in the first broadcast, this has been a day that Thomas has waited over a year to be in this same situation again, and they knew if they were back in this situation scenario that they wanted to take advantage fully, knowing that how close they were a year ago, just 30 yards away, before Abby Brown snatched that opportunity away from the Nighthawks. Now for Ottawa, after suffering their first loss of the season, it's do or die for the Braves as well.
Empty set for Wilson. Wilson gets it off. Back to Delva. She pitches it back out to Giselle Jones, who makes a large gain off the pitch. First down, Thomas, and 4 yards to go to the midfield marker.
See, in that time, picking up from the last game, Ottawa has really closed in on Delva. They left Giselle Jones wide open, and right there on cue, Giselle just waiting there. Johnny on the spot takes it about an extra 10, 15 yards.
This is the formation that Thomas used most of the last game, going right back to it. Wilson going over the top, got a Cole, and it's going to be a foot race, but that one is won by Farron Maloof. But another big play for Thomas, maybe lulling Ottawa to sleep.
See, from up here, you could see the view in full. Kiana Akol was trying to take off 90 degrees straight down the field, but I feel like if she would have angled off to the left and forced that foot chase with Farron Maloof, Akol possibly may have taken this one to the house. But either way, 2 big plays for the Nighthawks offense to start off, and they're really driving and rolling.
1st and 2 here for the Nighthawks. Wilson takes the snap. Caught there by Aaliyah Wood, and it's going to be another Nighthawk first down into the red zone of the Ottawa Braves. One thing to watch as we get deeper into this squad, this Thomas team has played 2 games today, having beaten Kaiser early this morning to face Ottawa. Ottawa plays players only one way. Thomas has some 2-way players. How will the fatigue factor be how big of a factor will the fatigue factor be in this game as Wilson takes the snap, two-man rush, going right up the middle, but the flag is pulled by Dejanese Paris. And that is going to set Thomas back a good 5 yards.
Yeah, Alexa Wilson was trying to look for that flag call, and DJ Paris did grab a little bit of jersey at first. Referees didn't see it, but either way, it's a good stop for Ottawa as they send in that Kaufman-Paris duo. Yeah, I don't know why the referees didn't decide not to call that one, but that was Ottawa got away with that one, and now with it being 2nd and goal, another chance for them to make a stop.
Wilson goes back to Delva. The flag is pulled, but it's back within the 20, right on the line there. It'll be 3rd down for the Nighthawks. Ottawa trying to take over on downs just as they did in the first game just a couple hours ago.
Deep 3rd down play here. Still lots of possibilities in terms of how the Nighthawks want to take this down. Right now, at the point in time, we'll see how the Nighthawks offense sets up. But it seems like Ottawa's stepping up. They're pressing a little bit more. Not a lot of players in the secondary.
Wilson takes the snap, looking. Going to try for it all, and that one's going to be knocked away. Stepping in front of the ball was number 8, Nina Gravide Peralta. Maybe a little bit more height on that throw might have been the key for Key Knight.
Yeah, and just even a little bit further ways. I mean, anytime you throw your receiver and you have the defender that is in front, that's a tough situation to try to make a play on. And now with it being 4th down, Nighthawks have to hit the end zone early, and Ottawa's going to be ready full force.
19.5 yards to go to pay dirt. 4th down, have to get it into the end zone. Wilson looking, goes over the middle, and there's a trio of Braves, but an interesting choice to actually catch that interception, because that gives you worse field position than if you just batted it away.
Yeah, I think now it's to a point where there's the hype and the celebration for that, but again, fair and Maloof right in the heat of the moment, just wanted to make sure that it was knocked down, and even in body sliding position, it was going to be tougher to try to swat it away from her than it was for the ball to be sucked in. So either way, just wanted to secure possession, but the Braves will have a little ways to go to reach the 20.
1st down and 17 here for Ottawa. Carrera taking off immediately, but sliding into Camacho, who does pick up about 10 yards on the play there. Camacho, an all-tournament winner here at wide receiver, along with her quarterback, Madison Carrera.
Yeah, right now, Corey, even though this is the 2nd game, looks like Chelsea Palmer still electing Giselle Jones to be the rusher. So it'll be interesting to see if we possibly see Jada Reese at some point in this game.
And that's going to be a pass off to Maya Quinn. She's going to get the 1st down before her flag is pulled there. That'll be a fresh set of downs for the Braves. Nothing fancy there, Angelo, just picking up the yards.
Yeah, and usually that's how it is when it comes to plays that are that close. And that's why when every team starts off from the 14-yard line, not a lot of teams are expecting to get the stop. I mean, it's a tall order, but nevertheless, you got to keep the chains moving.
Hodgins in motion. Carrera dancing in the backfield, looking, gets it off to Orsborn. Orsborn breaking off, and that's going to be a flag pull at about the 32-yard line. And that's going to set up a 2nd down. It's so hard to defend Madison Carrera.
Yeah, and again, that time you can see as the plays being developed, that was something that was not part of the game plan. That's what you call the broken play routine. And like we mentioned earlier in the last broadcast, sometimes you have to find a way to make something work, and that's an audible adjustment play from that veteran leadership.
And that is almost an interception for Janae Scott. Janae wanted it, but just couldn't quite get her hands around it, and that was a dangerous throw from Carrera.
Yeah, that time I think, again, she was relying too much. She was having a little too much faith in Orsborn on that specific play, but Janae was all over top of the junior.
3rd down and 8 here for the Braves. Snap to Carrera, rolling to her left, rolling, looking, and fires, and that is almost picked off. Britt Delva almost got her paws on it, and that's going to bring up 4th down and 8, and I believe Ottawa's going to have to punt this one away.
Again, I think Carrera's waiting as long as possible to let something open and develop, and at the last second, she just throws it on a wing and a prayer, hoping that Linkus was going to be able to come down with it, but Delva was right in front. Good thing for the Braves that Delva dropped the potential interception.
Low punt, but that's going to roll out of bounds at about the 8-yard line, and a great coffin corner punt here from Jaslyn Camacho, the punter for the Braves.
Despite how that drive went for Ottawa, that's probably the best play on that drive that the Braves could have, where he has a lucky or a favorable bounce, if you will, gets a good bounce that takes you within the 10-yard line, and forcing Thomas to try to work for this 1st down.
5 minutes and 12 seconds left in the 1st quarter. This is a scoreless affair so far. Thomas going back to the empty set here on this drive. Got to watch out, make sure the linebackers don't crash in as Wilson takes the snap, goes to a Cole. A Cole cannot handle it. Had to go through some traffic. Abby Brown trying to make life difficult for the Thomas offense there for Ottawa.
It was a clean rush on that last play for Suze Kaufman, just beelining towards Wilson. But even with that throw to Kiana Cole, should have made the catch.
Nice catch there for Delva. Delva gets about 5 yards on that play. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 6 yards for the Nighthawks. It's where they spot it. Thomas just needs to get out of their own back third here, or back quadrant. Wilson takes the snap, and a terrible throw at the feet of Abby Brown, and Thomas will have to punt.
Yeah, that one definitely slipped out of the hands of Alexa Wilson. She had the spiral going, but you'll see here, that one just left a little too early. A real fortunate play for the Braves, dodging a bullet there that time, and a 4th down punt coming up.
I have to see how Kiana Cole punts in the last matchup. She was a little off, as we generally expect her to punt here. A low line drive here. Checks up at about the 30-yard line. And Ottawa is going to kneel it down at about the 37. But the flag, I believe, was pulled. Let's see where they spot this one. Oh, they're going to give them the 37.
Interesting play there. I think the referees, if we had the capability of it, would like to see that again. I know we'll have the luxury of seeing the instant replay, but with the flag being pulled, even the Nighthawks are saying it should be back a little bit further. But one of the surprising decisions to let Hannah Serquina field the punt. We haven't heard her name called in a while, but nevertheless, she fields it well for the Braves and sets them up for a good, manageable 1st down.
Maya Quinn, the utility quarterback, looking downfield, caught ball, but and a flag there. Be interested to see who that penalty is called on. That's going to be on Thomas, adding insult to injury, and Ottawa on an explosive play gets into the Thomas red zone.
Yeah, Carrera able to escape there that time. Not exactly sure where the foul occurred.
Had to have been before the camera got over to Key. That penalty is declined. So we'll set up. 1st and 16 here. Ottawa looking to open up the scoring. Immediate pass off to Linkus. And the flag is pulled. About the 7-yard line is where it's spotted. 2nd and 7 here for Ottawa, and TU just needs to get these flags pulled a little earlier. Defense comes the chance of the TU faithful.
See that double quarterback in motion.
That's going to be low. Almost sacked there was Carrera. 3rd down and 7 here. A hard play to make, rolling across her body.
Oh, and again, I think with the way the throw looked that time, again, Carrera likes throwing that sidearm a lot, but I think on that throw that time, probably just a little bit of inaccuracy, not exactly the ideal throw she would have wanted to make to connect with Linkus. But either way, 3rd down, still in manageable position to cash in.
3rd down and 7. The cowbells of the TU faithful are clanging, and Liz Sowers decides that she's going to give it a little time to maybe calm down the Nighthawk faithful as she calls a timeout. With 2:11 left in the 1st quarter, we have still no score. Third down as the teams re-enter the field. 7 yards left to gain for a touchdown for the Braves. Snap to Carrera, dancing, left, right, left, fires to the back of the end zone and caught by Linkus. What a great catch. High points the ball for an Ottawa touchdown, and they take the lead 6-0 with 2:03 left in the 1st quarter. What a stunning grab.
This is where you call patience. You buy a lot of time here, taking time, and again, that corner route that always gets most of these teams, just a lofting one over the heads of Scott and Knight. And sure enough, the Braves capitalize on that one for the game's 1st score.
Ottawa looking to tack on the extra point. 3 receivers to the near side. Carrera looking, throws, and that one's going to be broken up. No flag there. Nakara Brown on the pass breakup. And a 6-0 score there. Ottawa breaking onto the scoreboard first, and this the national championship matchup. How big would it be for these Braves if the defense could stand tall and force Thomas to go 3 and out or barely get past the 20?
Thomas knew that this was going to be a situation that they would have to overcome if they were down, but now it's they got to find a way to continue to take charge, move it slowly, but not let Ottawa take advantage on this drive.
Snap to Wilson. Needs to get rid of it quick, does, and is not able to find Margarita Pena, who can't scrape the ball off the turf. Going to be 2nd and 6 there for Thomas.
And that's a risk you're willing to take if you're the Nighthawks. You leave the 2 rushers coming at you with Paris and Kaufman, but yeah, Margarita Pena, had that ball not scraped off the ground, that might have been an okay play, but still, had to get that ball thrown out quickly, didn't have enough time to set up. Excellent effort by the former Sun Conference rushers to get in there and force Wilson to make an earlier throw.
Buck 25 left as Wilson takes the snap, looking, finds Pena again, and that's going to be a TU 1st down. Goes right back to the well of the center.
See, a thing that I'm still interested and curious about with Ottawa's rushing is you got Paris and Kaufman going at it, but we're not seeing a lot of Andrea Gamble in the mix as well. You want to keep a rusher healthy and want to keep them fresh because you always need that constant pressure. But if you continue to send both Kaufman and Paris in there, you're leaving one less defender out in the open and an opportunity for Thomas to get a moderate gain.
Empty gun. Wilson calls for the snap. Looks, fires, caught ball, no, through the hands of Britt Delva, and she's gonna definitely want that one back.
Yeah, and this is starting to see a little bit of shades of yesterday as well as the national championship from last year. Little drops like that she should have been able to hold. It's very easy for Thomas to start letting that affect their confidence, but they can't let that happen. They got to shake it off and realize that there's going to be more opportunities down the road for them to make up for it.
2nd and 18 for the Nighthawks from the 22-yard line. Wilson takes the snap. 2 rush going downfield, and that one's going to be picked off. And going back for it, Delva makes the flag pull, but Fair Malouf grabs the interception, and little mistakes starting to rack up here for the Nighthawks.
You mentioned in the last broadcast, partner, that Thomas could not afford to deviate away from the game plan. Again, not exactly sure what went into the thought process of trying to throw that ball deep in that time being, but instead of maybe taking a couple more yards and possibly making it a 3rd down and 10 situation from midfield to start the 2nd quarter, Ottawa now has a chance to get a 1st and goal and possibly be back in the red zone before the end of the 1st quarter.
Mando Scalisi checks in here. Twins formation with Quinn here as the utility quarterback. Takes the snap, fires off, caught ball by Hodgins. Hodgins goes out of bounds. Let's see if they give her the first. That is going to be the end of the 1st quarter. They're going to call her shy. But at the end of 1, Ottawa has taken a 6-0 lead as the teams switch sides here. Ottawa will be knocking on the door of the Nighthawk red zone. Second and inches here as we begin this 2nd quarter of play. Ottawa up 6-0 and trying to make it a 2-score lead. Carrera takes the snap. She's looking unable to make the pull until the last second there. Janae Scott makes the pull, but that's going to be a 1st down for the Braves.
Yeah, referees for some reason still gave Carrera the 1st time. Would definitely love to see another replay on that. But that's part of the reason why Carrera is so efficient with running of the ball. You got to find ways to continue to gain those options. It's like, I think I mentioned it on Friday, but it's like in flag football. If we're going to do NFL comparisons, she could be the Patrick Mahomes of NAIA flag football.
She takes the snap. Looking caught ball there by Dos Santos. Brown makes the pull, and they're going to give her about the 17-yard line, 2nd down, and 17 to go.
This time you just see Carrera just check it down to Dos Santos. You know, yardage slowly but surely to make it a manageable 2nd down, and that's all you have to do to make it that much easier and a bigger chance to score on this drive.
Shotgun snap. Going for it all, and that's going to fall harmlessly between 2 Nighthawks in the secondary. 3rd down and 17 here, upcoming, as Addie Osborne checks back into the game, replacing Mando Scalisi. Nighthawk defense looking to stand tall here and keep this a 1-score game, give their offense a chance to get back on the field and go down the field and try to open up the scoring on their own account.
You got Camacho in the slot now. You got to be seeing Carrera going that way.
And that's what she does, but she's going to take off here. And a pull there by Delvin, but only at about, they're going to give her the 4-yard line there. And it's going to be 4th down and 4. This is dangerous position for the Thomas defense. Coming back to the huddle with the play is Dos Santos.
They got Linkus and Osborne still in the contest.
Empty backfield with Maya Quinn, the dump-off quarterback.
Osborne and Hodgins on the twin side. This will be an interesting scheme.
snap. Looking, firing, through the hands of Alyssa Linkus. And it's going to be turned over on downs. And Thomas will start back at the 4-yard line.
I'd probably just be as confused as to why Linkus couldn't have held that in. She had the step on Delva beat there that time. It was in her hands, the possession, and just as she was turning in, somehow lost control of the ball. And that is a huge stop there for Thomas off of a missed reception by Linkus.
So the Thomas offense retakes the field, 9:26 remaining in the first half, looking to drive the field and tie this ball game or perhaps take a lead on a PAT. Snap to Wilson. Looks, fires, caught by Wood there. A small gain there, marked down at about the 8-yard line.
Yeah, again, just keep it slow but steady. You're not really in a position right now to try to take deep throws. If you're Thomas, again, Ottawa's going to read that night and day.
Dumped off to a Cole, but a Cole can't hold on to a low throw at the feet of the Crestview native, and it's going to be 3rd down and about 12 yards to go.
And now you force yourself in a situation where you got to get a little bit of chunk of yards, but not necessarily 20.
Wilson with the snap, looking, one rush, tosses it up. Nakara Brown's got it, and that's going to be very close to the first down. They spot her just shy, 1 yard to gain. So the question is, will they punt or will they go for it on 4th and inches?
Good adjustment, though, by the sophomore from Niceville to come back and just make sure there's that possession opportunity.
Thomas staying on the field, gonna roll the dice. No, they're gonna punt it away.
Oh. Not very often do we see the Palmer squad play conservative here with this punt, but again, down 6-0. They're putting the game right now in the defense's hands early on in this first half.
Good punt from McCole, over the head almost. And that's out to number 30. We've seen gamble a little bit, but not a whole lot. And originally caught by Serquina here. And a nice return here by Ottawa. They'll set up shop at the 36-yard line, 1st and 4. 7:25 left in the opening quarter, or opening half. Empty backfield. Carrera takes the snap, goes up, 1st down, and that one, Sanaya Glover with the pull, but it will be a 1st down for the Ottawa Braves.
And now if I'm Ottawa, I'm back in a relatively comfortable spot. I don't have to worry too much. You got a new set of downs that get you over the field. Now I can afford to maybe get another player here, still continue to slice it through the middle, or perhaps get Carrera on a rollout option.
Ottawa giving Thomas a taste of their own medicine with the empty set. And boy, Janae Scott almost pulls an Abby Brown there. Both linebackers have come precariously close to picking off balls in the same fashion over the last 2 games. This one swatted away by Janae Scott, just couldn't get her paws on it.
Yeah, good stop either way by Scott. That pass definitely intended for Camacho, trying to get that quick 5 and out to maybe cut some distance from getting that 1st down.
2nd and 17. Carrera takes the snap, looking, caught ball by Dos Santos, dances down a little bit, and they're going to spot this one at the 31-yard line, 3rd and 11.
Good momentum there by Sanaya. She was not going to let Dos Santos have her way, and Glover there, even though the first move was made by Dos Santos, good recovery there by the Bradenton native to get up and jump down. Kind of similar to the last game when we saw Giselle Jones almost break it, but then we saw Jamokeen Washington on the ground still trying to make the flagpole.
Empty backfield, third down, rolling to her left and gonna go for it all. She has Maya Quinn, and it just bounces off the freshman's fingers.
That's the third time today that it was just in Ottawa's hands. And again, not sure if there's some butter on that fingers, but I mean, Maya should have had that. I think it was right in her hands, and that's where, again, the key thing whenever you're catching a ball over your shoulder, if you got to create the bread basket, they'll teach you to make sure that you cross your pinky so that way it gives you a better dexterity angle to make those catches. Otherwise, if it's over your shoulder and you can see it within your vision, that's where you got the diamond play. That time, the bread basket just wasn't cooking for Maya Quinn.
And with 5:06 remaining in the second quarter, Ottawa will talk about what they want to do on fourth down here. Fourth down and 11. They lead Thomas 6-0 here in Atlanta. And coming back, Ottawa's going to try to pin Thomas deep. Camacho is going to punt. And that is a very high punt, and I don't think that's what they were going for. Caught at the 24-yard line, bobbled and hits the dirt. And so Thomas will start at the 24. I don't think that's what they were intending on that punt.
Not very often do you see a blunder punt from Jazz Camacho, but that time you called it, partner. The intent was to try to put a lot of air underneath it so that way it might be able to get in the red zone. Instead, that punt probably went maybe 10, 15 yards.
Well, there was a lot of air under it. Just it didn't go in the direction that she was intending.
Right, no, and again, to that point, it's a lot of air underneath it, but just the distance, there was way more air at it versus the distance portion of things, but still, nevertheless, an unexpected punt could be a blessing in disguise for this Nighthawks offense looking to try to get the tying score.
So Wilson sets up from the 24. Pump fake, she's got to get away from Paris, and she throws it to Cole. No, they're going to say that Paris got the sack back at the 15-yard line, and that's going to bring up a very long 2nd and 25 here for the Nighthawks.
This is something that I'm not a big fan of with the officials, and granted, it's how you see it from in terms of a say. If you know it's going to be a flagpole, you got to try to make a quick judgment decision. It can be difficult depending on how you look at it because you want to make sure you make the right call, but if you see the play already developed, don't wait to blow the whistle 5 seconds after the fact. I mean, if you know it's about to be a sack, call it right then and there. You can look at it from a video replay, and you can keep the play moving.
Wilson looking, trying to loft it over the top, does find a Cole, and a Cole gets free for a little bit until she is pulled there by Farron Maloof, but a nice job on 2nd down of going over the top.
A very lofty pass, but reason that the Nighthawks were able to get away with that was Ottawa left the center open. Cole was able to get through like a hot knife through butter and able to catch it. Not very often will they get that play. Good thing for the Nighthawks that was open for them that time.
3rd and 1.5 here for the Nighthawks. 3:30 left in the second quarter. Caught there by Delva and Moore as Delva finds her way through the Ottawa defense, and very uncharacteristic sloppy pulling here over the last 2 plays for the Braves.
Yeah, Ottawa's going to have to tighten up on defense defensively. This is not what you expect from Katie Sowers' defense. And you know the assistant coach, twin of Liz Sowers, is going to have quite a few words once that defense gets onto the side. That's unacceptable with the way that they have been playing so far and with the high standards that that Braves defense has.
2:55 and counting, 1st down and 7 for Thomas. Backing off to safety is Maloof. Wilson takes the snap, rolling to her right. Caught ball by Nakara Brown, and not much doing on the catch there for Brown as her flag is almost immediately pulled there. That's going to be 2nd down and We'll call it 4 yards here for the Nighthawks.
So you got 2:24 and rolling coming up here. Nighthawks should definitely be in the red zone by the time the 2-minute warning hits, unless the Braves can somehow make a big play here.
Wilson finds a receiver. It's gonna be Delva. She gets the first down and takes us to the 2-minute warning here in the first half. Thomas knocking on the door of the Ottawa end zone, trailing 6-0 here at this 2-minute warning. That's gonna be the final timeout for Ottawa here at the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, and right now you can tell Katie Sowers very fired up, and this is a big, important defensive stop upcoming. Back in the red zone again, and you can tell how passionate they are right now and how they cannot afford to give up this potential tying score. It could be detrimental in terms of the performance and the momentum of this game, but this is one of those critical points where if Thomas can score within this realm, that could swing so much momentum on the offensive side, and that could potentially rattle the Braves or add some unnecessary pressure that they don't need to face when it comes to the ensuing possession.
So first down and 17 for the TU Nighthawks here with 2 minutes left in the first half of this championship game. Oh, and a false start on the veteran Britt Delva. The fake snap by Alexa Wilson. Fakes out her own teammate.
Yeah, and especially coming out of a timeout when this was supposed to be discussed. You have something like that happen, that is a huge deflator for an offense, and now trying to gain back that momentum and try again. We'll see how it fares out, but again, that's now 1st and goal, and you have about 23 yards to go. You're going to need some moderate pickups to get back towards the end zone.
Pena the snap to Wilson. Wilson chased and thrown low, but caught there at the 20. Aaliyah Wood with the catch, but 2 yards is not exactly what you're looking for.
No, but at least it's some yards, and now this will force a, I believe, well, I thought I saw 2nd down last time. Didn't see the marker move yet to make it 3rd down. But it will be 2nd down regardless.
That false start threw you off a little bit.
I think so.
2nd and 20 here for the Nighthawks. Wilson takes the snap, gets it off. Cole gets it. She's got some green space. She gets her flag pulled there by Farron Maloof. They're going to call that at the 10-yard line. 3rd and 10 here for the Nighthawks with nearly 1 minute left in the half.
Yeah, and again, that's exactly what you needed if you were Thomas. You had some kind of 10 yards or more pickup, and Cole let that happen. I'm surprised the Braves gave him that much room, knowing the circumstances and the dink and dunk situations. But if it works for Thomas, all the better. But meanwhile, there's just more pressure on the Braves defense to make 2 big stops.
3rd and 10. Wilson takes the snap. Looking, cross the middle. Nakara Brown. The flagpole is missed. Key Knight dives for the end zone, and they're going to mark it. It's going to be a touchdown. Kiera Knight, and Thomas University has tied this game at 6. There is a flag on the field. There is an Ottawa player down.
It might be a forward pass, potentially. Nakara Brown made the move. Check it out. Yeah, it's too fast to see. But then usually from a diving standpoint, usually diving is not allowed in NJCAA. You have to make sure you extend the ball. You don't dive out. And that's been a basic NJCAA rule when it comes to the end zone.
That is Susan Kaufman. That is shaken up, and they're waving off the flag and calling that a touchdown. But Kaufman is limping off the field, and partner, you called it. rushing 2 all those times might have had an effect.
And now, of course, head coach Katie Sowers, not surprised, going to try to argue a few things from what I just mentioned. But again, it's one of those bang-bang pitch plays that if it's not seen there evaluated, then they're going to call that see fit.
And that's going to be a PAT good. Kiera Knight on a throwback pass. Sorry, Nakara Brown on the throwback pass. Going to catch that one. And Thomas will take a 7-6 slim lead with 31 seconds left in the opening half of this championship final.
And now, right on cue, you got 31 seconds if you're Ottawa. Now it's a matter of, are you going to try to extend some plays and try to get some intermediate pickups? Are you going to try to throw the deep post route to Jazz Camacho?
You have no timeouts, though.
No timeouts, but either way, though, the Braves still get the ball in the second half, so they're not in complete panic mode, and they have no reason to be.
Rolling left. Caught ball to DeSantos. That's going to be a first down and going out of bounds here. 27 seconds left. They're going to give him the 21-yard line. 1st and 19 for the Braves.
This is where we start to see the smart 2-minute drill come into play. This is something that Ottawa's been preparing for, and this is part of the reason why they've won their back-to-back national titles is the play of the 2-minute warning. Again, I expect Madison Carrera to be composed in these situations and make some plays develop.
Scalisi at running back. Carrera going deep. And that is knocked away. Great play there by Kiera Knight. And Aaliyah Wood to bracket DeSantos over the top.
A little bit of a gutsy move there, especially with Dos Santos in the mix. But Kiera Knight saw it, ball hawk read it over towards that near side, and was able to make the nice clean breakup.
Thomas going into a prevent deep. No. Yeah. A little bit of confusion. That almost looked like a punt formation for Thomas, but it's only second down, so it's got to be prevent. Now they're pulling him back in a little bit. 20 seconds left here. Snap to Carrera. Dancing, looking. Linkus with the grab. She's just going to go out of bounds. At about the 15 or so yard line. 14 seconds left.
And see, after playing them back-to-back times, Delva already knows with Linkus, she's not likely to cut north and south, especially on those out routes and take it upfield. And especially with that, you're just going to continue to go towards the side. And Delva can read that to where it's not going to be that much of a difficulty to make the adjustment. But again, smart play by Linkus to still get it out of bounds and try to save some time here for the final moments.
Carrera rolling to her left, rolling, looks fine. Oh, nice snag by Bailey Hodgins, and that is going to be a first down, but the clock will start when the ball is spotted. 6 seconds left.
Excellent heads-up play by Hodges, again, just like we saw with Giselle Jones or Britt Delva in the last game. It's that hand-eye coordination that plays a factor.
And the spike there by Ottawa stops the clock with 4 seconds remaining. You've got, what, 1, maybe 2 plays left to run if you're Ottawa?
See, with 4 seconds here, there's so many options that you can pick and choose from if you're the Braves. You could try. I've seen this happen. It had to be Thomas that would call the timeout.
Because, yeah, Ottawa has none left. They spiked the ball. It's second down.
So if a timeout was called, it would have to be on Thomas. If not,
well,
then
the play clock's not moving yet, so it must have been a timeout. They're running off the field.
But finishing up the point, partner, with 4 seconds, there's so many different options. Obviously, Thomas is going to go into prevent, but don't be surprised if Ottawa either goes up with intermediate routes or perhaps maybe see some of the pitch lateral game come into effect.
They've put 2 more seconds back on the clock,
which is a huge benefit for Ottawa because now you can afford to get a quicker pass to get closer towards the end zone to shoot a one final Hail Mary play.
I don't know that I agree with 6 seconds because the last snap for the spike was at 6 seconds. Carrera takes the snap, lays it over to Scalisi. Scalisi looking for options there, and her flag's going to be pulled inbounds, and that's going to take us to halftime. And at halftime, Your score, Thomas University. The Nighthawks lead by the slimmest of margins, 7-6, over the Ottawa University Braves. We'll step away for a little bit and we'll be back with the second half of action here, calling the NAIA Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. Through 2 matchups of these 2 teams in this tournament, Thomas has won 1, Ottawa has won 1. In this, the deciding matchup between these 2 schools at half. It is by the slimmest of margins that Thomas is winning, and a very even game, almost down to the yard for these 2 schools. We are back for second half action here at the Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. Looking at some halftime stats here, like I said, almost to the yard. These 2 squads have matched each other yard for yard, and time of possession is almost equal. Alexa Wilson is 15 of 23 for 151 yards and 2 picks and 2 sacks. Has negative yardage. Madison Carrera 14 of 22 for 118 yards and a touchdown through the air. But the biggest difference in this game from game 2 has been Madison Carrera has not used her legs as much in this contest as the one before. Angelo Pontello with me. That's got to be something that they look to change in the second half, right?
You know, there's a difference between getting 3 or 4 rushing attempts and you're putting up 50 or 60 yards, but Carrera in this first half has had 2 rushing attempts for 10 yards. That is a significant improvement and a great job by this Thomas defense to keep Carrera contained. But on the flip side, you also see Carrera taking more passing opportunities versus taking and running the ball, which has been a little bit unusual for this Ottawa offense, where Carrera is a dual threat that can try to do it all, but it seems like she's trying to go more for the passing attempts and trying to go for the deep ball than it is for the running of the legs.
And we will see. Ottawa will start off with the ball here as we're with under a minute left, watching some highlights from the first half of play here.
And then, of course, to continue on that too, as we also talk about Carrera, then you got Jaslyn Camacho who has only seen the ball twice, but still has been able to produce 2 receptions for 38 yards. Is a tremendous stat line to have, but at the same time, she has been only open at a premium because the Nighthawks have been able to shut down the junior as well.
And off in the distance, past the TU sideline, we see the trophies, the golden trophy that both teams covet, both want. And we are 24 minutes away from finding out who will hoist it and the red banner here as our game starts in less than 5 seconds.
And one other thing to note about the first half, how about the play of Farron Maloof? You know, that's been very impressive what she has done so far, really stepping up from a defender role with 2 picks outside of DJ Paris, also getting 2 sacks as well. But Maloof has now become more of a threat on the defensive side that the Nighthawks have to try to stay away from. Again, we've talked mostly about Abby Brown being that go-to leader on the linebacker position, but Farron's been able to hold her own as well.
Absolutely been key in breaking up several passes here and coming down and getting key pulls and stopping explosive plays from turning into touchdowns. Sidecar left here for Ottawa as we get things started in the third quarter. Orsborn, that is not Quinn, that is Gamble in motion and faked there. And Carrera going up the middle looking for Gamble. And it looks like they will get the first down, if only by a hair. No, they're going to call it just. No, they are going to move the sticks, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, no, that is a first down. Carrera's right foot, as you can see, touched the chalk of the 20-yard line. I don't think that's what Carrera wanted to do, but nevertheless, it's a 1st and 20, and now Ottawa's going to have to work and get some yards.
Has every bit of the box to gain. Snap to Carrera. Looking, going deep, bracketed coverage, and knocked away there. Sanaya Glover coming in below to try to knock that one away. And it's going to be second down here for the Braves.
Once again, Carrera picking on the side of Glover, trying to take advantage, and Sanaya has been up for the challenge as she was going against Bailey Hodgins for that one. And now second down for the Braves.
Got to find a way to get some yards. It's okay to take that shot on first down, but you do limit yourself if you don't make it to making 3 plays for 20 yards. As Carrera snaps, goes back to Orsborn. Orsborn almost makes the edge there, if not for Janae Scott, to limit the gain to only about 5 yards. 3rd and 15 upcoming for the Braves.
Again, Giselle Jones holding her own at the rush position. She has just done a fantastic job containing Carrera.
Empty backfield for Ottawa, except for the utility quarterback Quinn. Takes the snap. This Carrera back, and then back to Carrera, and met there by, it looks like, Aaliyah Wood, who is slow to get up for Thomas.
Carrera was just trying to force her way to get some extra plays that time. I'm actually surprised. You know, I'm pretty impressed right there. I didn't realize that Maya Quinn also had a little bit of, or check that, Gamble had a little bit of an arm to her. But
that was Gamble, I apologize. And here's the punt by Camacho.
Much better job this time.
Caught, and it's going to be downed at the 20-yard line, placed down oh so gingerly by Britt Delva.
Hey, after Carrera's foot touched the chalk here at the 20-yard line, Delva's trying to get as scientifically close as possible, and you got the line judge on the far side watching her place it down, so you have to be extremely careful that not an atom of that football touches a little white sliver of that chalk, or otherwise, boom, it's a first down.
We've seen some pretty funny set downs from Sigmundi's just standing there to that gentle placing. Been some pretty funny ones this tournament. Wilson takes the snap. Looks, finds Aaliyah Wood, and her flag gets pulled at the 26-yard line. That'll move the sticks here for Thomas.
And again, just short route. Short route to Aaliyah Wood. Again, continue to pick up the short yardage gain. Just a little bit of a chunk, no problem. And now that we got Kaufman and DJ Paris with Abby Brown in the middle, not sure if we're about to see a double rush by the Braves.
Wilson with the snap, one-man rush. He's going to take off almost immediately for it and reach for a couple of yards. Design quarterback run there for Thomas?
Not exactly sure. I mean, at least if that's what the intention was. Alexa Wilson made it look more like a broken play as she cut towards the outside, saw DJ Paris, and felt like she had an opportunity to outrun to the right side. But as you and I both know, partner, you can't take a chance against the former St. Thomas rusher.
I don't think that was the intention, as Chelsea Palmer has her hands on her hips over on the sideline. Looks none too pleased with that.
But hey, even in national championships, when you are the quarterback on the field, you're going to have to make a quick set decision. That time for Wilson, it was her best bet. It looked like a broken play, and she had to make the best of it. And in that time, at least she was able to get a couple of yards. But with the play breaking down, not the most ideal thing for Thomas.
Not sure if we had a timeout on the field or what there, but Wilson comes back on here after a clock stoppage. 2nd down and 14. Wilson takes the snap, looking, fires, caught ball by Pena. Pena gets about 5 yards there. Brings up 3rd down and 9 for the Nighthawks.
Again, Wilson just biding some time. And even though there was Abby Brown and DJ Paris right on top, Pena was still in front. Zipped it into the sophomore from Kissimmee High. Or check that, Kissimmee, Florida, went to Liberty High in high school.
Wilson takes the snap, has a rush, gets it off, caught ball, gets it off to Nakara Brown. And they are going to say that she didn't quite get it off in time, but that's going to make a 4th down and 3 here.
Oh, no, very close
4th down and 1 for the Nighthawks.
That was close right there, Corey. Alexa Wilson just got it away before Suze Kaufman was able to get that flagpole.
4th and 1, 7 minutes left in this third quarter. Thomas looking to add to their lead. A 7-6 lead at this juncture. Going to take this one all the way down, looks like.
Either there's going to be a timeout or they're going to try to take a chance at this 4th down play.
They are going to take a timeout. Yes, taken by Thomas there. And with 6:39 remaining, Thomas winning 7-6 over Ottawa with a key 4th and 1 play at midfield looming for the Nighthawks.
You can't help but wonder where the timeout may have come through initially. You run a lot of clock now. It's the middle of the third quarter. You kind of wonder now to see what the Thomas Nighthawks might have cooking up here. But for the Ottawa Braves, I mean, like, it's one extra yard to cover. But if the Braves make this stop, the momentum pendulum swings right back in their direction.
That's true. I mean, it's a tough spot. You don't want to punt off of what's been a good offensive drive for you so far if you're Thomas. But at the same time, you know that you're in a precarious position defensively if you're not able to make it.
I mean, you think back to earlier in the game when it was on the 19th and it was 4th and 1 and Thomas decided to punt right then and there when it was early on in the contest. And here it looks like they're going to go for it.
Wilson takes the snap. She's going to run for it. And she's going to pick it up. The line judge gives it to her. First down, Thomas. The chains move there. Just by the hairest amount.
Again, and I'm not sure why, but per NJCAA rules, if you are reaching out with your arm, regardless of if you're diving, it's where the ball ends up. But because of that dive throw, it should negate a yard or so per NJCAA rules, because it should be just extending the arm out before she's falling down. So that's the second time today where the Nighthawks try to dive out and the call goes in their favor.
Under 6 minutes left to go in this third quarter. Wilson takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball by Delva. Delva spinning, but the flag is pulled at about the 29-yard line. But a nice first down play there for the Nighthawks.
And the graduate can't believe that somehow through all that, a Brave was still able to get the flagpole, and I believe that may have been Abby Brown or Farron Maloof.
2nd down and 9 here for the Nighthawks, trying to increase their lead. Ottawa just trying to stand strong here and prevent Thomas from gaining such an advantage. A little trouble with the play clock here. Wilson takes the snap, looks, fires, got it to Aaliyah Wood, who picks up again about 5 yards. It's been Thomas's MO all day against Ottawa, is just find someone and work down the field 5 yards at a time. 3rd down now, and just a hair bit more than 5 to go.
And a very manageable 3rd down here upcoming. Watch the potential double rush that the Braves may bring.
No rush at all, which is a little strange, but Wilson still finds Delva with it and having some problems getting her flags off. Thought there should have been a flag, says Kiana Cole.
Yeah, because Delva has both of her flags. She never went out of bounds. That was a interesting set right there. I mean, you'll see right there, Kaufman struggles. She pulls the jersey. More jersey pulls by Abby Brown. Referees, I don't know if they blew the whistle, but both flags are there. So either the play should still be going or there should be a penalty right now.
Holding.
And they're going to call a holding.
They are going to call the holding, and that's going to set Thomas up with first down right on the goal line, 10 yards away from it.
Yeah, because again, it's like if you don't see the yellow hanky out there and with all the jersey pulling, you got to let the play continue to go if you still see both flags on your side. You can't inadvertently stop the play. I mean, yeah, you could, but then you're going to cause a lot of problems for yourself from the administration side of things.
Wilson takes the snap, and there's a flag on the play. Looks like offsides.
Or no, the referee's going to say it's a false, or now it's an offsides.
No. An offsides on Thomas. Thought I saw the motion there towards the Ottawa bench.
Yeah, initially, and I think now because everybody's just in the moment, they want to make sure, you obviously want to make sure you're getting these things down right, but, you know, not everybody's perfect. I mean, we're all human.
So first down and 15 here for the Nighthawks. One deep safety here for the Braves. Wilson rolling right, thrown just out of the reach of Nakara Brown. Going a little bit different here for the Nighthawks.
Yeah, Wilson's throw to the right side just way off target, just out of the reach of Nakara Brown, who tried to haul it in, just wasn't able to do it.
To my recollection, that's one of the less than 5 times, maybe even fewer than 3, that Wilson has targeted an outside receiver in these 2 contests.
Well, that's the thing. When you're dink and dunking it, you're usually going to slot receivers, and you're trying to keep it somewhat in the middle, if not just on the right side.
Wilson gets it off, and that's going to be picked off by Suze Kaufman. Flag is pulled by Wilson at about the 15-yard line. Looks like she might be hurt. She might have gotten caught by a cleat or something by Kaufman, and she's holding her face.
Again, not sure what she may have been seeing when it came to that play, but she was better off just holding it. You can see she's running, but then she's trying to make the play happen, but Kaufman's right there in front of Delva. Not sure why you would want to make that play when you had all that momentum, and now you just gave it right back to the Braves.
Sidecars left and right here for Ottawa. Quinn in motion, takes the snap, tosses it off, caught ball to Hodgins. Not much doing there for the Braves. Going to be second down, maybe a gain of 2 or 3 yards. Second and 1, it does gain a couple. In motion is Quinn. Snap, rolling right is Carrera, back to the left and puts it at the feet of Osborne, who cannot haul it in. It'll be 3rd and 1 here with 2:22 and counting left in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation there. Carrera trying to throw as minimal force power as possible to Osborne just to try to flip it out, but that was just too low for Osborne to handle. But still on 3rd and 1, a situation where Ottawa should still be able to pick up this first.
Backs flanking left and right for Carrera. She takes the snap, looking, and that is batted down by Janae Scott. And that'll bring up 4th and 1, and what will the Braves decide to do?
Very rarely do you see Carrera make a situation that was a big-time error, and that was definitely a big-time blunder on the junior from Riverview, Florida.
She did think that Scott hit her hand.
Well, right, no, but nevertheless, though, regardless of the Janae Scott thing, you had Janae Scott right on top of you. You're trying to get it to Osborne. You were better off just keeping it.
And the Braves will stay on the field for 4th and 1 here with 1:15 and counting left in the 3rd quarter. This could be a very key play of the game. And it's going to be a first down, direct snap to Orsborn. Orsborn barely picks it up.
And we made a mention of it once already in this overall series between Thomas and Ottawa today, but there's a reason why when Addison Orsborn is lined up as a blocker, you will always notice her hands are already set to go in anticipation for a direct snap. It may happen 1 out of 100 times, but the past 99 times they didn't need it. That 100th time, she comes in clutch for the first down.
Carrera on first down, looking to go deep, and that is tipped and almost caught, but broken up again by Key Knight's NAIA Glover. Almost had a game-changing interception.
Yeah, anytime you see those balls just in the air and it gets tipped up high, you never know what to anticipate. Most of the times, especially between these two teams, somebody's coming down with it, but that time, it was in the hands of Kiera Knight last. She thought she might have been able to get the pick, but good read to Linkus. She almost had a chance at that reception, but that's the Thomas Nighthawks dodging a bullet.
3 quarters are in the books. The final quarter will decide a national champion. Will it be the Braves on a three-peat, or will it be newcomer Thomas University in their second year to ascend to the throne? We are 1 quarter away from finding out. Thomas holds a slim 7-6 lead over the Ottawa Braves. Second down and 19 here for the Braves on their own 21-yard line. Empty set. Carrera scanning the field, calls for the ball. A little bit of a low snap, looking, tosses the ball, and it's over the head of Maya Quinn. Third down now for the Braves, and a lot of yardage to get here in 2 plays.
Corey, you mentioned earlier there was that fatigue factor, and not to say that Carrera may be experiencing it now, but with some of these throws going high, are you starting to see maybe some momentum potentially shift back over towards the Nighthawks' direction?
We'll have to see. The Nighthawks have stayed strong defensively, which is where I thought they would fade first, where you would see it. Flanking left and right running backs on Carrera. Gets it off to Orsborn. Orsborn gets quite a few yards before the flag is pulled. And that's going to make a 4th and 10 pull there by Giselle Jones with 11 minutes left in this ball game. There's a decision to be made for Ottawa.
They send Jones and Scott after Carrera initially, and that allowed Orsborn to just leak out of there a little bit, get the typical dump off. You get a few extra yards. Somebody had to have been open there. And for the Nighthawks, they took a chance and allowed Orsborn to get a good, decent chunk. Now a 4th and 10 play coming up.
And they are going for it. Play clock rolling downhill. 10:30 left in this ball game. 4th down on the 30-yard line of Ottawa. Carrera rolling left, finds Orsborn. Orsborn gets around, is going to have the first down and more. She scampers down the sidelines. There is no, and Janae Scott just by her fingertips saves the touchdown for Thomas, but a huge 4th down play for Ottawa puts them in the Thomas red zone, prime position to take the lead here. Under 10 minutes to play in this ball game.
It looked like Orsborn was going to be down by Sanaya Glover. She dove out, and as soon as Glover missed, Orsborn ended up getting at least 30 yards or more, and that changes the course of this drive.
Big momentum swing here. 9:35 left in this game, and maybe a breath of fresh air for Ottawa. Snap to Carrera, looking, throwing, and it's going to be low. intended there for Camacho. 2nd down and goal from the 17-yard line.
One incompletion that sort of helps Thomas a little bit, because now you get to have a little bit more of a balanced situation from this goal line thing. If you see 2nd and goal or 3rd and goal from about the 17, there's a little bit of confidence from a defensive side. Gives you some confidence that maybe you got this drive.
And that's going to be a direct snap to Orsborn, and another diving pull from Janae Scott, Superwoman, going airborne yet again for a pull.
I thought you were about to say going Orsborn, partner.
Man, I am continuously. Janae Scott makes pulls that ain't nobody should be able to do.
Well, that's just the kind of player she's been, and that what makes her one of the more unique players in NAIA. It's that fight to the very finish that she has.
3rd and 11 here for Ottawa. Snap to Carrera. Pump fakes, rolling out left, throws the ball, and that is going to be caught. Linkus, touchdown Ottawa, and the Braves take the lead with 8:02 left in this ball game. Linkus with her 2nd touchdown of this game.
They let Linkus loose, and as you can see on the screen, as Carrera's scrambling around, what you don't see on the screen, Linkus goes once again on a deep out route, and she was wide open when she was going on the streak. Initially thought Carrera was going to try to shoot for Linkus in the middle, but Alyssa cuts back towards the right side, hits the middle of the end zone, and slides out while she makes the diving catch for the touchdown. What a way for the Braves to take the lead.
And there's a little debate here amongst the Ottawa team on whether they should go for 1 or 2. Obviously, 2 might be the right play. They are going to go for 2 from the 10-yard line. Getting a 2-point conversion puts you up by 7 and allows you to not lose the lead if Thomas were to score. I think the smart play here for Ottawa.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, Corey, you're taking that risk. If you do not get the 2-point conversion, it doesn't matter if Thomas gets a PAT or not. A touchdown will give the lead right back to the Nighthawks. But still, in championship situations, sometimes you have to take risks and gambles. Here for the Braves, they're going big here to try to get this 2-point conversion to make it a 7-point ball game.
Ottawa trying to get their crowd into it. Thomas with the cowbells. Carrera taking her time back here, switching Orsborn to the other side. Snap to Carrera, rolling to her left, looking, fires, and that ball is batted away. And a great play there, but I do believe that Nakara Brown might be hurt.
Now, sometimes whenever you're in that collision situation, you always want to give the players 5 to 10 seconds because everything's a bang-bang play as she collides with Kiera Knight. And sometimes just that initial shock of collision may need you to give you about 5-10 seconds to group over. But again, Braves unable to get that 2-point conversion. Thomas, if they can get this touchdown, they're right back over on top.
They have 8 minutes and 2 seconds to do it, to work their way down the field. No matter what happens, this has for sure been the best 2 teams in this tournament.
Oh, without question. And regardless of whatever happens in this game, both teams have fought very hard to get to this point, and there is no such thing as one team slipping up over the other.
Caught ball by Wood, and that is going to be a first down for Thomas. Just gets over the line to gain for the 20. First down, under 8 minutes to go.
I noticed something real quick on the corner of your eye, and as you look real quick, Corey, we saw Suze Kaufman. She was wearing the eye patch all this time. Now she's not wearing that eye patch anymore, and not exactly sure if it was just an eye injury or what the case was, but a little bit of a different focus Kaufman right now.
And that's a Cole over the middle, pulled there by Abby Brown. And I did notice that we were going away from kind of a Pittsburgh Pirates look there with the black and gold.
But now you got the second down and midfield to go.
2nd and 11. Wilson looking. There's nobody rushing, and she cannot find Kiera Knight. Ball thrown low.
Meanwhile, Kiera tells the official, watch the replay that's coming up, and we'll see if we can. You can't tell from there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You just cannot tell. But 3rd and 11 here for the Nighthawks, trying to keep this drive alive. Snap to Wilson, rolling to her left. Throws, caught ball, and trying to get over the line. They're going to call her short, I believe, on the 39. 1 yard, 4th and 1 with 6 minutes to go in this ball game. Thomas trying to keep it moving. Ottawa trying to seal the victory. Snap to Wilson. Wilson's rolling. Finds a receiver. That's Margarita Pena, and a flag to boot. Let's see. That's going to be on Ottawa, and that's going to be extra yards for the Nighthawks.
Be a holding call on Haley McKay. I think was trying to get her flag pulls on Pena. Instead of grabbing, again, textbook 2 hands, but ended up grabbing jersey instead of flag. And anytime you do it in front of the official, it's going to be a yellow hanky every time.
That's going to set up a 1st and 2 here on the 22-yard line for the Nighthawks. And a great turn of events from 4th and 1 to 1st and 1 into the next quadrant. Wilson takes the snap. And a good pull there. I'm not sure if she got that 1st down. Oh no, but it's very, very close. 2nd and inches here for the Nighthawks.
It's a big benefit for Thomas too, because now when you're literally inches away, you can just pick up the quick 1st down.
Wilson takes the snap, rolls left, finds Pena, and that is a pull there by Haley McKay, but that's going to be about a 7-yard gain and a 1st down for the Nighthawks. With less than 5 minutes left to go in this game, they need a score to take the lead from the Braves.
That's why, my friend, when you think about the positioning and every time, even if you have a chance to get a 1st down and they still choose to be a yard shy, it's for plays like those that we just saw on our screen.
5 extra yards for the Nighthawks as Wilson rolling right or left finds Kiana Cole. Cole has no flags pulled and finds her way into the touchdown, and the Nighthawks have taken the lead with 4:31 left, a 13-12 lead pending the PAT.
You'll watch Alexa Wilson roll to that left, but somehow Kiana Cole was just waiting in the center, and Alexa Wilson, just a little bit off the back angle, was able to turn it just enough for Kiana Cole to slice through the middle again. And what a play, a turn of events. It's a Cole who comes up with the reception, and Thomas now up top.
A Cole and Scott in for this PAT. Trips to the far side. A Cole going to that far side, and a poor pitch out to Scott, and that's going to be no good, but TU regains the lead with 4 minutes and 31 seconds left. And this is anyone's contest at this point. It's effectively tied.
With 4.5 minutes to go, I mean, this ensuing possession for Ottawa is going to be extremely telling. If TU can somehow get a stop here on the Braves, it's going to be big.
Carrera dancing in the backfield, looking, has a receiver wide open. It's Quinn, and the pull is made by Sanaya Glover at the 30-yard line. 1st down, and it'll be 10 yards to gain here.
Yeah, again, this is not a time for Ottawa to be panicking. You still have plenty of time to get down the field. It's not like you're down by 8 points and you have to worry about a 2-point attempt. Take your time, move down the field, even if it's about 5-10 yards at a time. Continue to chuck it along down and continue to do brave stuff.
Rolling to the left. Caught, no, dropped by Scalisi. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10 for the Braves.
Yes, Scalisi knew she had to have had that one. She'll regroup, but she's not going to let that one affect her. Right in the bread basket, wide open. And that's going to be something the Braves will wish they had back, but still 2nd and 10, nothing to worry about for Ottawa.
I don't know if there's any worse feeling than calling for the ball and then dropping it when it's thrown to you.
It may affect your confidence, but you got to just shake it off and have another opportunity.
Dancing is Carrera, looking, rolling back, directing traffic. She's going to run for it. And that'll be a flag on Thomas, I believe.
I think the backline judge may need to have another look at that one, because initially you tell Carrera had a little bit of initial contact to try to drive in for the 1st down, and Janae Scott trying to grab the flag. We'll have another look here and see what happens.
Giselle Jones.
Because Carrera charged in a little bit into Scott. Scott, when she pulled the flag, personal foul. We'll see how this one plays out. But again, that could be a call that could be tick-tacky. Again, when it's this close, it's tough. You know, national championship on the line. You know, both teams are going to fight hard and play out for it. Madison Carrera, a physical quarterback who fights for every yard. Janae Scott, the physical defensive player she is. It's something I think you should have just let go.
Approaching 3 minutes left in this 4th quarter. Ottawa with a 1st and 9 on the 29-yard line of Thomas. 3 receivers to the near side. Snap to Carrera, rolling to her left, rolling, looking, tosses it back to Orsborn. Orsborn can't get much. Scott is there on the pull, and that's going to be a 2nd down and short here for the Braves.
Yeah, again, when in doubt, you got Orsborn that will stick around long enough to be that safety blanket for you for the Braves, and you always need that dump down option. Don't just necessarily send everybody out at the same time.
Approaching the 2-minute warning, probably one more play left until. Snap to Carrera, she's rolling left. She's looking, she's got Jaslyn Camacho going up and picking that ball out of the air. What a great grab for the junior.
Yeah, as we now approach the 2-minute warning, it really is going to come down to a national championship feel. Carrera keeping it alive, and even with Camacho hanging on with Wood on top, it's that veteran leadership that comes through and makes a play.
1st down and 10. 2 minutes left to go in this game. Thomas with a 1-point lead, 13-12 over Ottawa. Ottawa knocking on the door of the goal line. Carrera takes the snap, rolls right, goes back, dumps off to Orsborn. Orsborn's got a lane, and that is a touchdown, Ottawa. And Ottawa regains the lead with 1:50 left, an 18-13 margin. And Angelo, do they go for 2 again?
You look back at the last time they did it at this point. You get the touchdown, 18-13. You go for 2 points just to get a 7-point difference. I'd say just take the 1 point here, because if you get the extra point conversion, which is a little more likely, it'll be a 6-point difference. And then you have to force, if Thomas ties the game up on the ensuing possession, you force them to go for the extra point, and you still may have a shot at maybe even turning this game into overtime. But with a 1:50 to go, there's still plenty of possibilities that can come up.
18-13 with a $1:50 left. A 1-point conversion ahead of us. Snap to Carrera. Looked like it might have been a false start up top, and they do find Scalisi with the false start. is going to make life a little bit more difficult for Ottawa.
Yeah, false start there, and of course you can't change your extra point attempt off the penalty, so now you're looking at the 1-point try, get from about the 8-yard line. Again, we said it before, it's like regardless of how this game goes out, this is, I should say, been an absolute classic.
An absolute war between these two squads. Carrera takes the snap, looks, fires, no good through the hands of Dos Santos, and it's a 5-point game. Thomas will get the ball at the 14 with a $1:50 left, needing a touchdown.
And it's almost deja vu all over again, partner, in minute 50 now, because you know with Chelsea Palmer and the Thomas Nighthawks team, now the ball is in their court. You got a minute 50 to try to drive down the field. The touchdown will win it for you. And thanks to Ottawa's miscues, you're going to probably look back at that 2-point attempt on their last touchdown and the missed attempt there by Dos Santos. And it leads all the way down to this drive now. This is right back to where we were 371 days ago. This time it's Alexa Wilson under center, 66 yards to go to potentially win this contest.
Looks like we're having a little chat here amongst the referees. Empty set. Wilson in the gun. Takes the snap. Finds Pena. The flag is pulled. It's a first down at about the 23-yard line. That'll stop the clock until the ball is spotted. Snap to Wilson. Wilson finds a Cole through the middle. And that pull will be made at the 24-yard line. Needs to hurry up just a little bit. Need to have a little bit of pace here as you spot the cones. Wilson takes the snap, looking, finds Wood. Wood has her flag pulled at the 35-yard line. These referees understand that they need to have some pace as well. 36, and it's going to be 3rd and 4 for Thomas. Wilson looking, finds Pena. Pena back to Wood. Wood at the 20. Wood at the 10. And she's tripped up at about the 5-yard line. No, they're going to say the 8. First down with 52 seconds left. Wood is a little shaken up, but Thomas in prime position to take this lead right back from the Braves.
And guess who, Corey, to stop that from being a 6-point ball game? It has been Maloof again with 2 interceptions so far early on, maintaining Thomas early on, subduing their offensive efforts, and now once again doing it in the form of saving 6. And within 10 yards to go, 52 seconds, it really comes down to the final plays.
An ESPN classic here as Wilson finds a Cole. A Cole gets her flag pulled at the 3-yard line, 44 seconds and counting. In comes Scott. This will be the Cole-Scott combo with 36 seconds and counting. Second down here. In goes a Cole. A Cole gets her flag pulled. That's a loss of 2 here. 26 seconds, 3rd down and 4. And Thomas will burn a timeout here with 26 seconds and 2 plays for pay dirt.
If you're not on the edge of your seat at this rate, I don't know what else to tell you in terms of the excitement here in NAIA football.
This is absolutely an ESPN classic of a game here between Thomas and Ottawa, the 2 heavyweights. Still exchanging blows, but who will land the knockout punch? 4 yards to go. Cole and Scott in the game. Trips to the near side. Now they spread them out. Kiera Knight, the lone receiver, to the top. Nakara Brown on the outside. Aaliyah Wood in the slot. And Britt Delva close to the formation. Pena the center. Cole takes it, and she will be just short. 4th down, 18 seconds left. And the clock is still rolling here. And someone needs to call a timeout.
Did Chelsea Parber not call a timeout here?
Just barely did, got it off.
What in the world? Unless if it was supposed to be intentional that time, that almost could have been a disastrous situation and a disappointing finish for Thomas after taking it right down to the 1.
So we will have the deciding play after this timeout by Thomas. Setting the scene for you. It is 4th and 1 on the Ottawa 1. 3 seconds left on this game. A Thomas touchdown wins this contest. An Ottawa stand seals the three-peat. This is the clutch moment. This is the deciding moment. This is what championships are made of. This decides who hoists the red banner. This decides who takes home the trophy and who is victorious.
And they did put 3 seconds back up on the clock.
The deciding moment. Nicole goes for it, and she is stopped short. No. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Maybe the play's got to go on the referee's watch. Nighthawks try to go quickly, perhaps.
1 second left on the clock. Maybe it was 1 second out of the timeout, and they had to fix the clock.
Oh my goodness! And the play happening right then and there. Oh, it really comes down to the wire here.
1 second. Last play. Cole in the backfield with Scott for Thomas. Cole with the snap. Takes it over, and that is going to be a flag on the play.
Oh my goodness, this doesn't get any crazier. And DJ Paris and rest of Ottawa can't believe it. Suze Kaufman believing that the three-peat has been made, but penalty flag there, a hard stop.
Boy, don't you wish that you could QB sneak if you're Thomas University.
Oh man, and if you're the officials, you do not want to be in this position to decide the contest off this penalty. Either way, one team is going to be looking at the officials after this game, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Personal foul Ottawa, and we will have one free play. How many times must we run this play?
So now you look at 2 extra plays at this point. When it was thought to be all said and done, Suze Kaufman stopping both times. Could third time be the charm for the Nighthawks?
Cole and Scott, no time left on the clock. Final play barring penalty. Snap to Cole, pitches it out to, and the flag is pulled, and that's it. Ottawa University reigns supreme once again, and the three-peat, the dynasty is secure. The Ottawa Ottawa Braves have taken the 2023 NAIA Women's Flag Finals for the third consecutive season. The trophy and the red banner will be heading back to Ottawa, Kansas.
I can't believe the call by Thomas. You had all different kinds of receivers. You still tried to do a Cole Scott with the trips. Ottawa was waiting for it. And I'm sorry, partner, I can't believe Thomas on fourth down after a couple of opportunities, they would still decide to try to do a Cole Scott combo when Ottawa was ready and waiting for full force. But it all comes down to hard decisions. And once again, the Braves, for the third time, reign supreme on top of the NAIA.
What a classic for the ages here in Atlanta. It has not mattered the format. 2 years of pool play, 1 year of double elimination. The Ottawa Braves have found a way.
It was overall a big play, but one other thing, if you're Thomas, you're going to look back at that ensuing drive on that, believe, a third or fourth down play when Carrera was trying to go for that first down against Janae Scott, and I believe it was John Key, the field judge, that made that flagpole or threw that flag to give the personal foul on Janae Scott that kept the drive alive for the Braves to get them the touchdown that they needed. But on the flip side, Thomas University had not one but 2 extra shots at winning it all, and they fall just 1 yard shy, and the Braves hang on for the three-peat.
What an incredible set of games.
Yeah, Madison Carrera right there says it all right there. It sums up this contest.
The Braves become the first team in the history of this tournament to have won the tournament from the 1 seed. The other 2 times they have done it from the 2. First against Kaiser, then against Thomas. They have proven they can do it from the 2. They can do it from double elimination. They've done it every way to Sunday. But what a game. Just to savor in the moment of the best 2 teams, very obviously in this tournament, exchanging blows for 8 quarters of play, 12 if you count the semifinal game on Friday, to decide who was going to be the national champion. Both teams should be extremely proud of themselves. Ottawa obviously for winning it, but Thomas.
And give credit to Thomas, as tough as it is to swallow for a second straight year. This was a very tough thing to come back from, and that's unfortunately what happens in double elimination when you play such a tight team as Ottawa. You can beat them, but even to try to beat them twice can be something that is. It's an extremely tall order with the way this Ottawa Braves team has played and the valiant effort these Nighthawks have fought to come just 1 yard shy. It was a tall order. But again, congratulations to the Braves. They almost lost it. They had every advantage in the book heading into today, needing to be beat twice. And it came down to 1 yard, but nevertheless, they found a way to muster up the strength and the courage to come away. And Corey, do we officially say that Ottawa's a dynasty?
Absolutely. You win 3 times in 3 years. Long live the Braves. The dynasty goes on. And we'll see with another year, all of their key contributors will be seniors. Next year, all of them show juniors on their roster. Right now, that's the most painful way Thomas could have lost the ball game. 1 yard short. And they will be forced to lick their wounds for another 371 days.
You couldn't have said any better, partner. I mean, if you're Thomas, this is an extremely tough pill to swallow after you spent 371 days to prepare for this contest. And then, as the script be told, as the script has been written, the flag football kingdom favored the eyes of the Ottawa Braves here today. And the Braves, playing as hard as they did, found everything possible from the play late from Madison Carrera, from the play of Alyssa Linkus with a pair of touchdowns, and then, like we mentioned overall in this broadcast, when all else fails, you had the security blanket of Addie Orsborn, and she has done just a wonder. And who would have thought the junior would have been the one they called upon to take home the national title, to get the game-winning score that the Braves needed.
And now, the Gatorade has been thrown, and Liz Sowers is a little wetter than she was previously. Working towards the presentation of the awards and the trophy. And the Nighthawks will be forced to take home that silver trophy once again.
They may just decide to leave it here in Atlanta with the way the firepower has been going over there at Thomas.
And there's another hit, this time for Katie Sowers, the defensive coordinator. Does not go unscathed there from the Gatorade.
Put your hands together for these two teams that fought hard all day today. Give it up for them. Guys, I just want to point out a couple facts here. We had 11 teams out here that participated in this tournament. A lot of games being played over the last couple of days. A lot of hard-fought games, close games, tight games, and it came down to the very end. This last game today went to two games. You know, up to the last play of the game. It goes to show the hard work that all these teams have put in to get here. Amazing to see how this sport has grown and where it's come to. I want to introduce our CEO, Isaiah Reese. I just want to say a couple of words real quick.
I just want to say, just great job to both teams. Young women continue to play. It's just been an amazing game to watch. And so let's please give it up for these young ladies from the Thomas University. These women are really champions. They play their heart out. This is a great game. I mean, to come down and play these two games and fight as hard as they fight, that was amazing to see. Amazing coaching on both sides. It's just great football. This is what flag football is. I mean, it's tough when the game's going to come down like this, but these women are amazing, and so just great job by both teams. Great job. And thank you to the Atlanta Falcons, the NFL, for making all of this possible. You know, what these women are doing, so just keep up the great work, young women. Keep it up.
All right, and now let's go ahead and announce the runner-up. I'm going to have head coach Chelsea Parker come up. Destin Parker. Assistant coach Destin Parker. Assistant coach Chris C. Assistant coach Chad Parker. Give it up for Kizzy Zay. And Audrey. Give it up for the Q round, everybody. Janae Scott. Everybody, give it up for Janae Scott. Alexa Wilson, everybody. Number 8, Brittany. Number 7, Aaliyah Wood. 18, Giselle Jones. Number 5, Key Knight. Number 1, Sanaya Glover. Number 0, Jada Reed. Number 12, Keanu Cole. Number 15, Shelby Hartley. Number 21, Ariel Wilcox. Number 14, Alicia Watkins. Number 6, Kendall Diego. Number 2, B. Number 4, Nadja. Number 19, Denasia Turner. Number 11, Margarita Pena. Number 10, Maxie. Guys, give it up for your results, guys. Thomas University, all weekend. Nothing to be ashamed of. But very hard game. Make the butts off this weekend. Good job, guys.
Heck of a team photo there for Thomas. Speaks to the amount of disappointment on that Nighthawk squad.
You know, despite just a disgusting feeling for the Nighthawks, there's just so much positivity for them in the future. Again, you got a young quarterback in Alexa Wilson. The future is really bright with Aaliyah Wood and the rest of this squad. You know, you got to keep your head held high as much as possible if you're TU. But meanwhile, you look at the Ottawa University Braves, a squad that has been together for a while. Again, they had the solid core group of people they needed. They picked up a couple of extra bodies around the area, and just not necessarily a rebuild, but a reload for the Braves, and they pull off another championship.
And assistant coach, Katie Sowers. Number 0, Hope. Number 2, Bailey Hodgins. Number 3, Alyssa. Number 4, Haley. Number 5, Julie. Number 6, Katie, give it up. Number 7, Addie. Number 8, Nina. Number 9, Abby. Number 10, Maya. And number 11, Hannah. Number 14, Sue. Number 15, Jazz. And number 16, Kim. Number 17, Courtney. Number 18, Tatiana. Number 20, Lauren. Number 21, Madison. Number 22, Mando. Give it up for number 30, Drea. Number 31, Paris. Number 34, Hayden. If I can have Caitlin, Bree, Miss Jen, Dakota, Katie Tooley.
I see just off screen that red banner lurking.
You know, give props to NFL Flag for also including the support staff in there. You know, not very often do you see that, and just, you know, even from a support staff, the athletic trainer, sports information director, Katie Tooley as well, for all the hard work she has put into covering this Ottawa Flag football team and the 32 other programs they've had, and the Braves athletics. I mean, you got to give credit to those that spent countless hours and nights making sure these Ottawa Braves have the best experience possible.
And Katie Tooley, one of the best in the business at the SID. Very thankful for her. Both of us are. And what she does for flag football and for the coverage and the support of even media entities to make sure that the coverage is as good as possible. Does a phenomenal job there. And out comes the coveted red banner that will hang forever in the rafters of Ottawa University 3 times as the 2023 NAIA Women's Flag Football Champions.
Your all-tournament MVP,
Alyssa Linkus takes tournament MVP.
And rightfully so, with the way she's been playing all tournament. I mean, no one's better deserving.
Three rings in 3 years for the Braves. We want to thank you for joining us throughout this tournament. All 3 days between the NFL Flag YouTube and the NFL Flag Facebook. We've got so many people to thank, between broadcast director Nick Morrissey, replay Alex Hendricks, the cameramen Kyle Heinze, Carl Crenshaw, and Andre Barnes, the shader Chris Koval, the grip Thomas Gray, our brilliant broadcast producer Kat Levier, the clock operator Tim Godby, and our stat producer AD Drew. This has really been a team effort between all of the staff, between the Atlanta Falcons, NFL Flag, RCX Sports. It has been a true team effort here, and we thank you for coming along for the ride here with us. Angelo, any final thoughts before we sign off here for this 2023 tournament?
You know, regardless of how fans may feel or just watching the game about the shoulda, woulda, couldas, at the end of the day, you could not have asked for a more thrilling finish. Clearly, after 3 national championships, this one by far will take the cake, especially considering how one team was just 1 yard shy of capitalizing. The Braves almost lost both games, and they were still able to come down strong. But that defines what champions are, and that we saw earlier that assistant coach Katie Sowers and their group of Braves did. Defense truly wins championships, and this was just yet the latest example. Congratulations to the Ottawa Braves for yet another fantastic year. And this, to me, I believe this solidifies their spot as a flag football dynasty in NAIA.
And as flag football in the NAIA continues to grow, we hope you stay with us here on with NFL Flag as this game continues to grow, mature, and get better. The games will continue to get better as well. And with 60 teams to start teams within the next 3 years, this will be one of the best sports the NAIA has to offer. For Angelo Pontello, I'm Corey Thorpe, and we'll see you next year.